to capital assets. It's quite a material amount. Do we have any explanation as to why that's taken place and why it could not have been originally budgeted as capital goods rather than goods and services? So I'd just like an explanation, please, as to what caused that adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Atkinson. Any other honourable members with thoughts? Okay. Member Ncube? Yeah, I agree. I feel like some of it is inconsequential, but what we do have, and I appreciate this, is some of the questions you've put forward that I think we need to ask them later today. Again, you see the office refurbishment that's gone up. Well, it was always there, but remember that was also a concern from when we entered the portfolio committee. So that's also something I want us to look at. And I also want us to be a bit sharper on the implementation of that GBN kind of stuff. But I'll mention that with the department as well. So with that, honourable members, we can still note what we have our questions for. Thank you, Maxon. I know that it seemed a little bit like a tedious task, but it is for presentation in the House so that we know we've got it under control. What I'm now going to do is ask the team, which is why I asked Charlene to come forward anyway, is to allow the department to come through. We can use this as a quick body break if you want to use the bathroom, get some snacks. Let's get the department and the MECs in, and we're going to start with the FIS. Thank you. All right, colleagues, honorable members, I want everyone to start filtering back in, and let's all find seats. If there are no seats, we can move you around. HOD? Okay. All right. I'm just making sure we're all here. The MEC knows we are having a meeting today, actually, because we had Premier's Budget Council on Friday, which was a portfolio committee that was programmed for us. And that's why we're here. And of course, we're all under pressure. We're also debating tomorrow. Many of the members are here as well. So that's also why I wanted to see the MEC with my own eyes, but I've been told he is coming and he is on his way. Members who are outside, can we just get them to filter back in as they conclude there? Okay, so I'm going to start because I don't want us to waste too much time. And then when the MEC comes, I'll acknowledge him and welcome him back. I was just making sure he isn't there. All right, so honorable members, we are continuing with the second half of today's meeting. This is the part in which we are going to be engaging particularly with the Department of CoGTA and with a number of our municipalities. So I'm going to officially welcome the HOD, the entire delegation, and the MEC in his absentia, but he is, I'm told, on his way and gone to get picked up. I've already declared the meeting venue as a precinct of GPL, and as such, all of the rules apply for the duration of the meeting. And we do thank you for honoring the committee's invitation. I think it's also quickly very important, before I hand over to you guys, I think just to remind members and jog the memory of why we are having this particular focused intervention study topic. Members will recall it's titled Examining an Implementation of Infrastructure Development Programs, specifically dealing with water supply and electricity. But we also looked at the 2 district municipalities and the Gauteng metros. We all know we live in South Africa, we live in Joburg. I woke up to no light and no water. So that is why I had to come here to shower, and it's a lived experience for everybody. We have a lot of instability, not just in terms of the electricity grid, but in terms of a number of infrastructural issues in our municipalities that do address water and do address electricity, sure, but we really wanted to zero in on some of those issues. And today we have a really excellent opportunity to engage with the provincial level, but also to engage with municipalities as we go along. So members, I know it's going to be a long day, but today really is an excellent opportunity for us to deal with the nitty-gritties, go straight into it, and ultimately come out the other side having a better understanding, but more importantly, trying to find some solutions to a number of these problems, because we can't just sit back and criticize. There's a big role for us to play in finding solutions to the department and a number of the municipalities' problems. The MEC will join us in just a moment, but I want us to begin and start because time is very tight. You also know we've got a long day with you as well. All right, over to HOD, just to maybe start those opening remarks, and then we can take it from there.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honourable members. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. Chairperson, you will note, and thank you very much for acknowledging that MEC is on his way. We were just preparing for the post-SOPA engagements, but we wanted to be well ahead of the pack. So we were just briefing MEC on those. So MEC will be on his way soon. Chairperson, once again, thank you very much. Chairperson, I am joined here in the meeting by the executive management and senior management of the department. Those people are specifically responsible for infrastructure development and supporting municipalities, whether that will be financial support, whether it will be administrative support, governance, risk and compliance issues. But then there's also, Chair, as you would know, we have established a team that comprises of regional teams that where we have a lead and a support member dealing specifically with the municipalities. So all of those members are in attendance here, Chairperson, and we can introduce the members individually. It will be useful, but Chairperson, for the record, my name is Darian Barclay. I'm the HOD of the department. And let me say, let's first start with the municipal managers that is in attendance, Chairperson, and all the other members can then introduce themselves, obviously with your concurrence, Chair.
Yes, in fact, the team reminded me to please ask for presentations, or rather introductions, so we know who everybody is. So over to you, HOD, you can do it, or you can do it individually.
Chair, I would suggest let's start on that side, please, with the city manager of Tshwane, and then we'll come down to the admin officials and we'll continue with them. I think let's do it in that way. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. With your permission, my name is Johan Metler, City Manager of Tshwane, and I'm also here with a delegation. My acting COO is here, Mr. Nkoko, he's at the back, as well as two other members, and they will introduce themselves should that be necessary. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Simon Kaba. I'm the Acting Chief Operating Officer at Randwood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and the honorable members. My name is Ngwato Padime. I'm from CoGTA. I'm the coordinator of the Back to Basics program. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Patrick Mwepe. I'm from CoGTA, responsible for municipal infrastructure support.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Anthony Munsami from CoGTA and responsible for municipal institutional and finance support. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Refilo Mokhosi, the Executive Director for Public Works. I'm here on behalf of the Acting Municipal Manager, April Ntuli, who's attending another meeting. He won't be able to join us from Mfuleni.
Which municipality?
Mfuleni local municipality.
Mfuleni.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Good morning, Chair. and honorable members. My name is Lesedi Mary. I'm the acting municipal manager in Merafong City Local Municipality. I'm with my colleague, Mr. Douglas Mwasheng, responsible for PMU. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. As the acting manager has already introduced me, my name is Douglas Mwasheng, the acting manager, PMU. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Mziku Malo, the MEC for CoGTA and EGAF. Thank you.
MEC.
And research.
Yes. MEC, we've just started with introductions. HOD is just sort of high level taking us through, but we're still finishing up. Am I right? Is there any more introductions that need to be made?
Chair, yes, there's a few introductions that should be made, and some of the other members are sitting at the back, Chair. Because of space, it's some of the senior managers in the department, but I think we can start there, Chair, and we can then go to the back. Some of the office support of the HOD, but then also some of the senior managers, Chair.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mboniseni Machola from the city of Ekurhuleni. I'm the divisional head responsible for projects implementation. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. The name is Asar Sahuela. I'm also from the city of Ekurhuleni within the Water and Sanitation Department, representing HOD. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Morel Maluleke from Energy Department of City of Ekurhuleni. I'm here representing my HOD. I'm responsible for capital expenditure infrastructure projects in electricity. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Mamukite Khatebe. I'm from Sidibeng District Municipality, MMC for Environment, Equality Management and Energy.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Vosi Shabalala. I'm from Midva Local Municipality, Director responsible for project management.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what.
Yeah, maybe just repeat for us one last time, sir.
Just clearly, please. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Morning, colleagues. My name is Vosi Shabalala from Midva Local Municipality, Director responsible for project management.
Okay. Can I just confirm I did not hear COJ, or maybe I didn't hear it properly? Do we have COJ here?
Could be at the back, Chairperson, because I said the municipalities that will start in accordance with the program should join us here.
Okay, so let's just confirm. We've got Sidibeng, we've got Midval, I heard Mfuleni. I didn't hear Lisedi, because that's according to my agenda in front of me in terms of the order, unless you've changed the order, perhaps HOD.
No,
Okay,
Chair, we have
but
not
Lisedi,
changed.
is Lisedi here?
Can we check Lesedi at the back? Has
Yeah.
Lesedi arrived?
Okay, and then Western District?
Lesedi, Western District, but we will just follow up with them, Chair.
That's fine. And I think Mukhale I didn't hear, but I know we've got Sane, we've got our Metro. So let us start with who is here. But please also, again, when you present, clearly indicate, not just name, again, which municipality in the role. Because I tried to note it, but I'm sure I missed a few things as well. And then MEC, I think now that we've done the introductions, I don't know, I think I want to actually give to you in case you want to make any remarks. I was reminding members that we have the FIS topic today that's dealing with infrastructure in our municipalities, but specifically covering water and electricity. As we know, the current crisis in the country, particularly in our province, I think it's all acutely aware. But I thought, let me hand over to you, MEC, and then we can get into the nitty-gritty from each municipality thereafter. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the first thing we want to observe is that there's a bit of an issue as it relates to cooperation by municipalities. I think many municipalities do not take the provincial invitations and activities serious, and I'm not sure what might be the reason. I think that's a matter that we want to engage the leadership of municipalities. That is reflective on even the intergovernmental forums that we have, be it the Premiers Coordinating Forum or be it the speakers, MEC forums and so on. We're having a big difficulty there. Instead of people attending, particularly elected representatives attending meetings, they would send the officials from their offices. It is becoming a trend and a norm in the province. I'm not sure whether it's political or it's an incident that we can look at it. That's the first point I wanted to address. With regard to the topic of the day, it is our understanding that the Portfolio Committee requested us to make a presentation on the focus intervention study where we looking at the following topic, examining the implementation of infrastructure development on water supply and electricity, which is outcome 9 in terms of the B2B. And therefore, our presentation would largely focus on the 2 district municipalities, which is the Sedibeng district and also the Gauteng metros, that the Sedibeng district, West Rand, and the Gauteng metros that we have. The department's response to the Portfolio Committee is primarily based on the support provided to municipalities to improve governance, operational efficiency, and service delivery. So in response to the challenges in municipalities, the department established the multidisciplinary support teams, which teams are doing work in different municipalities and are acting as a resource insofar as the following critical areas are concerned. 1, the development and implementation of infrastructure, operations and maintenance systems and procedures. 2, the losses, demand and management and revenue enhancement for water, sanitation and electricity. And I want to make a point. This is one of the areas that the national province, the NCOP is interested in on how we are managing these processes. Thirdly, the planning, budgeting and financial modeling for funding and the implementation of capital budget. The town, regional infrastructure and asset and master planning, including bulk, determinants, human settlement, viability and feasibility studies, and asset of life cycle method and processes operational and maintenance. Those are the critical areas that we're working with municipalities on. Fifthly, the department provides support on 2 categories. 1, in general support in provincial planning and implementation, and 2, on intervention on water and electricity. Those are some of the critical areas that we are working with municipalities on. We are also working with municipalities and providing support on provincial planning, which include, amongst others, the facilitation of provincial funding for water supply security, the credit control and revenue generation strategies. This is one of the critical areas that is of a big challenge to many municipalities, because if municipalities fails to generate or collect revenue and to deal with matters that relate to credit control, it's a big problem. I always say municipalities are a business. Residents pay for their services and the municipalities then reciprocate those services. I mean, the money received from the resident in a form of services. So if the residents are not paying for their services, then there's a problem in the transaction. That's how I look at how municipalities. So the issue of revenue generation it's high in our priorities. We really want to work with municipalities to help and support them in this regard, because it does appear that all our municipalities are getting into distress, and it's not only affecting the smaller municipalities in this regard, but we're seeing that going to even the bigger municipalities, the metros and so on, particularly as it relates to, amongst others, debts that are owned to Eskom as such. We're also helping in updating municipal water demands and plans. Our support on water conservation include the following: network modeling, perform water balances and water district level, determine losses, and provide support for continuous monitoring of water networks. We also identify and conceptualize water losses, demand management, revenue enhancement project. We are meeting quite a number of people who are also developing technologies on how to assist municipalities to conserve water in this regard, and would soon be consulting with municipalities to introduce some of these technologies that we think can help us to conserve water. We also, our presentation will also attempt to provide progress on this support in details on each and every municipalities, and that will be done by our HOD. I know that he was in transport not long ago, but we think that he is of the value insofar as CoGTA is concerned. I think the few weeks that we've been working together, we think that the Premier, in consultation with ourselves, has taken a correct decision to bring Dr. Bartley to CoGTA to help us in CoGTA, because even in terms of his abilities and capabilities, we think that he will be able to help us to move forward as a department as such. But also going forward, we'll assess the impact of our initiatives on the operations and improvement insofar as service delivery is concerned with regard to municipal. So at the core of everything else that we want to do, two things are important for us: the stability of municipalities and the sustainability of municipalities. Those are two critical things that we'll be working with municipalities on. We will not be intervening willy-nilly as such, if I have to use those particular words. We will do that in proper consultation with the municipalities concerned, because it doesn't help where you intervene and your intervention is not well received as such, because it will create its own life and therefore its own challenges. We will work with municipalities where we need to do that. So I will, through your indulgence and your procedure, of course, Chair, allow the HOD to get into the detail of our presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thanks very much, MEC. I think that a high-level overall context really does help us as we engage into the more specifics. According to my agenda, I don't know, HOD, if you want to do anything from a provincial perspective first, but according to my agenda, we were going to start with Sidibeng District Municipality, but that's something we can we can discuss, just to be clear with members so we know who we're engaging and we're able to direct our questions accordingly. So the way I think, members, we should do it is maybe 2 or 3 municipalities at a time. Note your questions, and then we can do it like that, because if we do it all at once, it's too much, but if we do one by one, it's also going to take us too long. So let's do 2 or 3 municipalities at a time, depending on the content of that presentation. Over to you, HOD.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. Chair.
Just a minute.
Member Ngube.
Thanks, Chairperson. In view of what the Honourable MEC has indicated, Honourable Chairperson, can we, for purposes of records, to say which are the municipalities that we were expecting here, so that it is noted and recorded that this particular municipality is not here, this particular municipality is not here. So it's clear, to be clear, that from the MEC's level to ourselves, that is what they are doing.
So let's do this. HOD, you will continue with the presentations, and MEC, your team will do a quick tally of who's here, who's not here, and then you can tell us so that we can also note it for the record. And then if they do come later, then we can address it. But it is a very important thing. Remember, we're not doing this for fun. We are duly elected, and we have a constitutional duty. So if a municipality is snubbing an invitation, an invitation is a polite way to say it, but if a municipality is snubbing an invitation from a parliamentary portfolio committee, which is what we are, it must be duly addressed. But MEC will allow your team to get that tally together, and let's continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, I can just confirm for the record, MEC is correct that the required delegation or the level of seniority of the delegation is not always coming forth, but as per our discussions with municipalities, they have all confirmed their delegations. So, Chair, I would, with your indulgence, ask that we start with the municipalities that is here. I would propose that if it's fine, we start with Tshwane, we can then continue with Ekurhuleni, Mfuleni, and then we can take questions. We will then do a roll call after that to check who is here, and then we can start the process. I just think it's to allow a little bit of time, but all the members have confirmed their attendance. So if that's fine, Tshwane, I hope you are ready. If we can proceed with your presentation, and we can then proceed with Ekurhuleni, and the team will do a roll call. Thank you very much, Chair.
Member Delanga just has a comment to make.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I just want to establish, did we receive any of the presentations that...
Yeah, so our presentations, Charlene sent an updated link in our emails, or you can just go to that same link we were at. They should already be there. But Charlene, if you could maybe just assist Member Delanga and other members on the side there. And then just HOD, whoever presents first again, to introduce themselves one more time and tell us which municipality they're from. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Chair, just to make sure that we are all clear and the presenters are clear, how much time do we allow per municipality to present so that the discussions are quite focused?
I think let's start with 15, and then I think for metros we'll give a bit more time. But for Mfuleni, we'll give a little bit more time as well. I think we need to hear from them, and we'll also utilize our discretion. But let's say 15 minutes as a base. And then, like I say, if it does need more detail, we'll allow, and if we feel like we've gotten enough, we can move forward.
Perfect. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And Mr. Mettler, you can proceed. Chairperson, I will also just let the team, I know we shared the presentations last night, but because it was quite a bulky set of presentations, that was a zip folder of all the municipalities, it took a little bit longer, but we'll just resend it individually. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I thought it went without saying. You can go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, thank you very much, Chair. As I've indicated, my name is Johan Mettler, City Manager. We do not have a politician in attendance, so I'm the most senior person here. The presentation, Chairperson, would be done by the Divisional Head Electricity, Mr. Tom Buchitsa.
You can sit down, because it's going to be difficult for you, if there's space.
Yes, but no, there's no seat. So
Let's give him a roaming mic, please, to allow the gentleman to do his job. All right, you can continue in the meanwhile until they come and give you a mic to make your life a bit easier.
Okay. No, that's fine. I can continue like this. As I've indicated, I'm accompanied by Mr. Tom Butsitsa. He is the divisional head for electricity. And I also have the acting COO, Mr. Kwena Nkoko at the back, as well as Ms. Nonto Memela, the group head for human settlements. With your permission, Chairperson, I'm going to ask my colleague Tom to just go through the presentation, and we'll take it then from there. I've taken note of your time constraints, between 15 and 20 minutes, and we'll do our best to stick to that. Thank you very much.
Members of the committee, together with the MEC, of course, on behalf of my own city manager, on record, my name is Ndwamato Muchidza, commonly known as Tom, for those who knows me. And as we said, we'll ask the team to assist us as they roll through the presentation in terms of what we had to do. Though we understood, as you said, that there's a time constraint that all of us need to look into it. The intention, as we said, is that we need to look into why we have used our grant-related aspects, and they will do our status quo and infrastructure backlog in the city. And then they will deal with the item number 4 that talks to what MEC has raised relating to water, sewer projects, energy projects, and the related losses that has engulfed the metros and continue to be one of the crises which we need to deal with, and then we'll have concluding remarks. Some of the slides that are there will be for the committee, for them to be able to have them as the evidence that they can use as they make follow-ups on the issues that we're dealing with. As we said, that the intention was for us to deal with the implementations of our capital revenue within our special borders to implement infrastructure that seeks to change the status quo, but also to ensure that the growth of our metros as the space at which we need to see economic development happening or to happen, and also address the access backlogs that we have to talk to relating to access to services, in particular energy and electricity, and then of course the top structures which talks to housing as we move forward in that fashion. And we will deal with I thought that we need to be able to, next, I think that we need to talk to this space so that we can indicate that this is how the city of Tshwane in its landscape is configured, being the largest in terms of land size. And of course, we also have got rural areas that are like your Mid-Val that will be equivalent to our Region 7, but we have got much of the considerations that are highlighted as to where are the nodes at which these capital programs that we are running ought to respond to. And then we then have to indicate the fact that there are pressure points that talks to where you see the 2 stars in reds. Those stars are indicating where the needs are, informed by the inward migrations that the city has continued to experience over the last 5 years to date in that fashion. I think we can. I think we can jump this one, and I will deal with the water and sanitation, in particular to respond to the questions that were raised. If you can see here, Chair, we are indicating, and I think the colleagues from Rainwater will talk to also when the bear reference to what we are saying is that we continue to receive much of our bulk supply from rainwater at 79%, and then we have got Mahalis that contribute 3%, and our own treatment plants that are giving us 14% and 4% coming from our springs and bowls, in particular in our side of the rural part of the farm part of the city of Tshwane. And therefore, then give us an average. We are supposed to have a total average of 991 megaliter per day. You will see in the next slide when we are going to deal with the Chair, is that we will show you that the challenge that we are faced with the fact that we have already exceeded that target that we were supposed to, were ahead of what we are, and that's why the moratorium by rainwater has been imposed on us, and therefore that talks to the fact that we must either have to increase our own water sources to deal with this aspect as we move forward. Thanks, Chair. This is just a graphical or a representations of where the different waters were getting them from which areas. Roy Val's water treatment plant, and it's what it does. Bronco Spit on the Region 7, and then you'll have got Bavian Sport that talks to Region 5, and covering Kalinen and even Refilwe, and then we will then deal with the outskirts towards Grootfontein Reservoir that we need to be able to that in that fashion. But you could see that in most cases we are almost on the northern part, and then we have to supply even the southern and the eastern and far eastern part in that fashion. Next, Chair. This, as I said, I think this one is just to indicate that almost all our rollout of our programs, we've been following the SDF and looking into our future demands so that we can respond to those nodes that are requiring these services in that fashion. So that in the next 45 years, 50 years, we need to have increased to almost 1,458 megaliters per day. And as I said, with the 2% growth going to that aspect, and that's why we are concerned around what the future looks like in that fashion. The next, Chair. Chairperson, I think that this is the point that we're trying to raise. The red line is what the cutoff point from the city of Tshwane in terms of its water demand. And the upper one, which is that's where we are currently. It means that we've exceeded our allocations as per rainwater, and therefore it means that rainwater cannot accommodate our needs anymore. We either have to invest on our own water source to ensure that we expand our own plants to respond to the growth that we are seeing in the city in that fashion as such. And linked to that, and I think that this one I must say, MEC, you talk about the spiraling or the water losses that are continuing to be on the rise. You can see that over a period, we've moved from 25% and increased to over almost 30%, then we are seeing a decline. And this is in relation to the fact that when you roll out your water pipe replacement plan, you seek to try to address that, are going to reverse it. Therefore, when there's inward movement of people, and a case in point that the city of Tshwane has got an excess of over 220 informal settlement. This informal settlement will need access to water, be it a communal tap or in terms of what your water mobile tankers that we must deal with it. But from a financial point of view, MEC, is that it will be indicated as if, no, there's losses. But these are non-revenue. It means it's authorized consumptions for our people. Not that the fact that most of them are real losses. Are not real, but it's the fact that we've authorized to give them, but there's no revenue we're getting because these 220 informal settlements, as I said, inward migration, these are the consequence of what you see in that aspect. And that's why it's important for us to contextualize why is this losses finding itself moving in that fashion. I think we can jump this just as illustrations of what a pipe need to be dealt with. And we thought that we need to be able to indicate these aspects, Chair and MMC and MEC, that you have got our pipe replacement program as the biggest what we are doing in the water space, wherein over the next year we've got almost 12,238 million that need to be replaced in that aspect. And then we still have got those that are continuing to failing, which is what is in the red, which is our immediate target. And those that they continue in the next 2 years, and those that still have a lifespan in that fashion. Next, Chair.
What that, is it million or what's that?
It's
MIL.
million. And this, as we said, amongst other things that we needed to deal with was that in the same program, because the city of Tshwane, as I said, we have got a constraint from rainwater, we have to do what the Israelites do best, or what the Singaporeans do best, that we must treat our own water and reverse it in the system, treat it in the same aspects. And that's why you see what we're talking about, what we will be doing to increase our own yield capacity, that we must deal with the fact that we must do maintenance that is required for the rich flay water treatment plant, for the plant, water treatment plant, Temba, which I think MEC and MMC, you know that it's an issue that is being a problem. And then we have Bronco Spit that we cannot even give an expansion from rainwater in that fashion. But we just indicated that what we have been doing thus far, as we see, you can see that the current productions of this plant are even almost around 50% of what their design capacity are. And therefore, it means that we have not been adequately investing into the maintenance that is required for us to be able to yield adequate water capacity that we require. And that's why we said that in some instances, like our own colleagues in ESCOM were in the same crisis, that we chose to delay maintenance, and that's why you are seeing that we're not able to meet our capacity in that aspect as such. And if we deal with that maintenance, it means that we will not cry about capacity constraints in that fashion. Next, Chair. And for this one, as I conclude probably around this aspect, is that this was just to indicate that, as I said, you will do what the forward planning informed by your master plan. What do you want to do? As I said, for rainwater that impose restrictions, that those are the only 3. Out of the 4 that I said, we're not adequately we're not doing enough maintenance, but the only place that we can do expansion is on Ritfley, Rodeplat, and Temba. And this is why we're saying that if we move from now to 2045, we need to be able to move from 100 milliliters per day to, and add in 2035 additional 50, and 2045 additional 50 to make it to 200 in that fashion at a cost of almost 3.7 billion in the current projections. In Rodeplat, we have to move to 180 milliliters per day at a cost of 2.7 billion. And in Temba in the north, we need to be able to increase to 60 milliliters per day at almost a billion, or just a million less than a billion in that fashion, which takes you what is required for us to expand our water network required 7.3 billion into that aspect that we need, which we don't have in that fashion at the current phase. But that's one issue that we're engaging with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to say what is the alternative funding mechanism we can enter into to deal with this. And that was the water. And then this is the waste treatment plant, because it's not, as I said, in the same space, Royval, and I always use, through you, city manager, I always say that the east of Pretoria, the whole of it, the waste treatment plant, everyone go and use their, whatever we need to talk about it, but the waste end next to Amanskraal, which is Royval. And everyone from the west do whatever all they want, the waste end up at Dasport, which is also linked to Royval. Now you see the problem of why Temba, Amanskraal, is the problem of Dasport, is the problem of Royval, when the waste get towards Apis River, and when we go to extract that water to our dams there, you find it's not meeting the requirement because the way the spatial planning was designed by the then government was to ensure that we must do everything else this side of the affluent, and only the black ones must suffer. And that's what you see it in this context, in that fashion. And that's why we said we need to be able to address Royval, Bavian Sports, and so that we can then be able to recycle the water back to the streams that are looking to those plants. Then we can have adequate supply that we require for in that fashion. And as we said, one of the key issues, Chairperson, is that we still remain the fact that we are not meeting our green drop status of those waste treatment plants. Hence, that investment is required for us to move towards 90. You could see the maximum you can see there is only in Kangala 69, it's on Temba 64, it's on Goldrich 66. The rest is 60 and below, which means that the affluent that we are discharging to our rivers are making it difficult for the water to be consumed by our people. Therefore, we need to be able to pay attention. And you can see that there are those that in Bavian Sport, which is as low as 28, in Sunderland Ridge in the east, in the west, towards in southern part, which is also as low as 25, which is a worry factor in that fashion. And having said so, for us to address this thing, the sanitation infrastructure for the short to medium development will require a 6.4 billion. And we categorize it in the terms of the Pretoria Central, Pretoria West and Central Link that need to deal with 2.4 billion. And then we'll deal with the higher second one, which is Greater Mamelodi Almapias, which is 1.2 billion, and the last biggest is Ekangala Nut, which is 1.2 billion, and the rest is half a billion to almost a billion in that fashion. This is how we've spent our expenditure from 2018-19 to date. You could see we budgeted 405 in 2018-19 million. Which we utilize it, 2019-20 to 295, we didn't finish it, we do almost 23 million was not spent. 2020-21, we had spent everything that was given to us on the water provision. 2021-22, we were almost close to 26 million was not spent in that aspect, and currently, in the current aspects, the city manager, you will know that we have been told that we must provide reasons why some of this grant must not be taken. This is where we must talk about. We are given 371 million, we are at 139 at midterm, and we need to be able to say, what is the catch-up plan we're going to do to ensure that we accelerate the service provision to our people. In this, I would Chairperson, I think I will jump this one, but in particular to indicate that these were the breakdowns of what are the meters or kilometers of pipe that were that budget that we said was spent on for your information, and what are the upgrades on the wastewater treatment plant that was spent on in that fashion, just for noting. In the next slide, these are on the reduction of backlogs, which we said how many of the provision towards the household were provided for. That's what we were saying, and the total network achieved in that aspect. Next, I think we can jump this so I can deal with the next program on the water, on the electricity, so we can then be able to then deal with the. I will not bore you on these aspects. This is just to show you. This is at the heart of everything, Chairperson, that you have got out of the all-in feed station in the city of Tshwane, you will have got the big three, which I will call CoGTA, Nyala, and Ritfley, that are where the injection point at which where we purchase from ESCOM, and then we will have got the small ones at RTBS. You can see that those ones that are written in red, it's an indication that we've already either exceeded the maximum demand or notified maximum demand in terms of our load currently, and therefore we need to be able to do the balancing act. And with the load shedding that you find yourself currently, it becomes difficult. Some of you get calls that our powers is out for longer because we have to do some of the manual work to try to balance these aspects, because currently at in-feed point, you not have adequately to be able to deal with that in that fashion. This is this almost the same. We're just indicating the site at which where that capacity constraints are. In the CBD and West, which is almost in a CoGTA supply area. CoGTA supply area, it provides capacity from Matridgeville to the Pretoria North, almost Shanguve, and almost the half of the city out to the highway on N1 is supplied from that site. On the eastern part, you'll go to Nyala. That will then be able to deal with the eastern of Pretoria up to the highway, and the southern part, which is here in the Centurion site, where Ritfley is finds itself in. And the basis why you see that Ritfley also is finding itself becoming closer to reach capacity, even though it's new, is because we had to deload part of the capacity in CoGTA because one of the transformer bent, and therefore we have to transfer the load between Nyala and Ritfley, so that we can still continue to ensure that we don't see a catastrophic blackouts around the city of Tshwane as such. I think this, I will jump it, but I thought that it's important to indicate that we have got on access, we have got assets in the electricity infrastructure to the value of over, if you check substation, including our transformers, we've got 7.2 billion and 132 kilovolts cables, and will be 261, and your overhead lines will be 1 billion odd, which give you almost 8.6 billion in terms of the asset base that we are dealing with at a primary level, and we have not gone to the medium voltage to low voltage assets that now deal with the individual household which need to be connected in that fashion. And that's the projected growth that we have seen from the city based on the load profiles that we have done and informed by our long-term master plan that shows that if we were to move to 2030, we'll need almost to be at 2.7 billion investment that will require in that fashion to increase that capacity, so that we can then be able to move and support the growth. As I speak to you now, almost all application development that are required for the East, I cannot approve them. I don't care whether you're Baldwin or wherever you come and said, no, I want to present it. I will tell you that, no, I don't have capacity, unless you tell me you're going to bring your own renewable energy. And then I'll bring you and tell you where the connections must be in that fashion. No, that one is, he just wanted to be my friend. And this was the allocations or the expenditure that we have dealt with over the 5 years on the energy and electricity. You will see in 2017-18, we were given 299 that we spent. And then 18 will grow to 306, but 19-20 we almost half come down to 157, and then we see in 2020-21 increase to 243 million. In 2021-22 we also dive down, and the impact of load shedding and the uptake that will show the demand declining. It was impossible for us to roll some of these aspects, but we have seen in the current financial year when we go back to the same allocation of 378 million as provided for in that fashion. In here, Chair, I will just say, as I said, even in the water, I will not touch much base. I'll just, this is for your information to show what was spent when, how it was allocated per year, and what are the number of connections that were realized if we're talking about upgrading and strengthening of our network in that fashion. And then we'll then go and deal with electricity for all, and which is funded from USDG, and upgrade of informal settlement, which will also show that, no, that's where most of our grant money is spent on. Next. Yeah, next. I think these are the substations, Chair, as I said, that we had to undertake in the last 5 years. You will see that the spread has not been, unlike a popular statement that I said that we are biased towards suburban. We are not. We dealt with Eldoret Region 4, Mamelodi Region 6, Soshanguve Region 1. We dealt with Italy in Region 6. Which is also a link between Nyala and Mamelodi 1, 2, 3. We dealt with Shanguve substation again in Region 1, and in Brongospruit we've attended to also in that fashion. As such, I thought that it's I think these are the things will just indicate the work that are ongoing. As I said, even in the water, these are the breakdowns of what the service assistance we've been providing to everyone. This is the amount we've spent on the reservoirs and also in the water to deal with that bulk water reservoirs, water reticulations, and bulk sewer line in that fashion, and what we will have done in terms of the townships, Boysen, Kudube, which is important from yourself, Chair, and the MEC, is that it's also to understand which are the townships who are targeting, or the areas in the township. Kudube in Amaskral, Boysen in the western of Pretoria, in that fashion, which we have to attend to both the water and sewer reticulation. These are the issues that we believe that it needs your attentions, that there's still technical constraints on others, mostly because city manager, before you arrived, there was a moratorium that we are not going to fill posts. Therefore, most of these departments that are reporting here, they have a vacancy rate of 50% in that fashion. Therefore, external factors, as we said, there's continuing to be vandalism of infrastructure, which I think the Premier and MEC are aware of it, and what we need to be able to deal with within the 3 spheres in that fashion of IGR. And of course, we are happy that we hope to see what is the impact of the moratorium on the export of copper, so that we can see how it's impacting our copper theft between ourselves in that fashion, because those guys that do these things, these are syndicates. This month they will be in Ekurhuleni, the following month in City Power, then in Tshwane, then they go to our district municipalities. Therefore, we need that cooperation to work around in that context as such. I think with that, I could say thank you very much.
Right, that was quite a mouthful. Let me just understand, HOD, which one did you want to take next?
Yeah, Chair, I was hoping we can take Ekurhuleni next, and then we can take Mfuleni next, and then we'll take questions. I can just also say, Chair, once we have taken that first 3 presentations, we can then follow your program, because all other municipalities have
The only challenge, HOD, is you're giving me a lot of metros and we want to engage. What were you suggesting, Member Diaga?
Chair, maybe if we can deal with the metros separately, so, because it is quite a bit, and then it's easy to move on to the smaller municipalities.
Okay, so members, then let me just understand, should we take questions on Tshwane? Right, let's do that quickly, and then we'll move to Ekurhuleni, because it is quite a lot, especially because you wanted to start with metros.
Chair, if I may, Joburg is here, so seeing that members is talking about metros separately, let's deal with the 3 metros first, and then we take it afterwards. Thank you, Chair.
All right, no, that's fine. Let me now note hands from members. I think everybody's going to speak. Right, so we'll move in this direction across the room. We'll start with Member Delanga. Yeah, you can go ahead first. We'll start with Member Delanga.
Right, it's Member Atkinson speaking. Just questions to Shwani, please. Just a question about the water pipes and a question about electricity. You showed us a slide which showed us that I think it was 79% of your water pipes look, or no, it was a lower percentage, look like they're fine. And I think probably about a third need replacement at the moment, from what I can see. What I'd be interested to know is what is your percentage of water loss at the moment? So, and how is that moving? So if we take it, say since 2016, what was it around about 2016, and where are we now? What direction are we moving in? Okay. And then the second question was you gave details about the spending on the electricity infrastructure. It was quite high around about 2016, 2017. It came down obviously over the period of your administration, when you're under administration, came down because of COVID, and now I see we back up to about 350 million. Now my question is, this year has been the worst year for load shedding, and it's obviously affecting your older part of your infrastructure. Do you have enough money to be able to deal with the issues that load shedding is having on your infrastructure, and is it pushing your infrastructure to the verge of collapse? So I basically want to know whether you have enough money this year and enough money coming up to be able to cover the effects that load shedding is having on your electricity infrastructure. Thank you.
Member De Jager.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Member De Jager, and just on the issue of water, have there been any thought given to a dual pipe system? As we know that capacity from Randwater is a problem, it's not going to disappear anytime soon. So new developments should, especially where it's close to treatment work, should have a treatment effluent that gets fed back, and possibly we also understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the capex cost is labor and not actual pipes. So when you're already drenching, why don't we just make provision for a dual pipe system from the beginning that would allow for treated effluent to be used for toilet flushing, sports fields, etc. And then also, where you gave us a breakdown of the cost of replacement. That's all fine, but in my mind, I don't know what it costs per kilometer replacement. So if you have 11,500 kilometers of pipes, as indicated, what I would like to see is the kilometers that needs to be replaced to have a better understanding of where you are and not the rand value thereof. So maybe this for a future presentation, if that could be like that. And then just from an electricity point of view, I heard some rumors, and we all know we shouldn't be paying too much attention to rumors, but it still becomes alarming. And as politicians, we're then expected to defend that on the outside. Yesterday, somebody was saying, Tshwane's got maximum two months left of the grid. Before the grid, there will be a total collapse of the grid. Now, we do know that load shedding, and especially in the east of Pretoria, has had a severe impact on your infrastructure. In fact, it's had a severe impact on all municipalities, but specifically in the east of Pretoria. To what extent are you ready for a total collapse of the grid? Is it a possibility? And then also the revenue, the impact of load shedding on your revenue. That would be interesting for us to see, because your spending, your capital spending, or any of your spending is dependent on revenue to a large extent. So the load shedding has, at the end of the day, should have an effect on your bottom line. Have you done calculations around that, and how would that affect your budget, which is, again, never been budgeted for, not because of your own fault, because nobody anticipated it to get to this extent. Also, just on your on your water, your reservoirs, water towers, any provision been made in your budget, in your adjustment budget, for diesel cost at your reservoirs? As we know, you're now going to start relying on generators. Generators are costly. And then my final question around the load shedding, has any provision, any appeal been made to exempt water towers and reservoirs from load shedding? Number one, and then if that's not possible, to reconfigure your grid as to exclude water towers and reservoirs from load shedding. So we know a grid is a spider web, and you can circumvent backfeed, etc., and you know the fancy terminology for that. But any attempt being made to address it that way? Thank you, Chair.
Let's take Member Ncube.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable MEC with your team. Whilst I'll raise the key question that you only have officials and not your principals, which are supposed to be our counterparts, not that you are a big brother, or somewhere I will hear that you can't be summoned as if the question of the IGR is not understood. And when people blame the non-deliver of the services, they don't blame you as officials, they blame politicians. And also they don't blame the party that is in the municipality, they blame the national party, which is ruling. Yeah, you see the ANC government, you don't have water, we don't have everything. So hiding behind the problem, then is a problem. Honourable MEC, we need to discuss this. If we have to name and shame them, we'll have to do that. Thanks very much for being open about where you are and what are the challenges. What I've seen from what I've heard and seen is that there are some elements of capacity to spend. Hence, you have money that you have not spent. Maybe come July, you will still have not spent it. And the question will be, what are the measures to source more capacity? If you can't find capacity in South Africa, source capacity from somewhere else, if maybe all your eggs in your basket are full and you can't expand more. So what it means, in order for that money to come back or be rolled over, if we're just containing yourself to say this is the capacity that we have and you can't do more than what you are doing, there are people that are warm bodies that are suffering because of that. So in terms of thinking outside the box, I think those issues that of looking outside Tshwane or Gauteng in order to source more capacity. You will hear other countries say, for instance, when you're in Dubai, they will tell you that we invited all the engineers in the world and we put them here and said, this is our dream. This is where we want to go to. Draw us anything that comes into your mind. And then they threw, after that they said, okay, we are then utilizing you to build this. So the other challenge that I've seen also, which is throughout Gauteng, if not throughout our country, which is just becoming a normal practice. This cable theft thing. In WhatsApps, you will find that the police have found this group with a lot of copper, and they know where to find this copper. There are other the way they sell them, those that are recycling, it's known that it goes to that place. So maybe with the question of the capacity of the police and or security cluster, let me say that, because we are going back and they're stripping us, and we like there's no development, whereas we do, and these people are thriving over the infrastructure that we're having. It might not be a question that you may respond to, but it is something that it needs to be thought of in terms of how best. Yes, we are moving from copper to aluminium or whatever it is. They will also find scrapyards, yeah. They will also find something to do with the aluminium, and then we just fall flat. So it's a question of the security cluster there. The illegal connections, I think there is something that we've missed as the country. People have started destroying the beautiful infrastructure that we inherited and the beautiful infrastructure that we came up with as an addition to what we inherited. So this destruction, maybe we left them behind to say, this is your engagement with the community. This is your infrastructure. This belongs to you. It services you. The more you destroy it, the more you are disadvantaging yourself. So that issue of rights and responsibilities, I think we missed it. People just are saying, no, it's a free country. We can do anything. And most of the time they do anything and with no consequences. So we then need to have those dialogues with our communities. It's not an easy thing, but it has to be done. You also talk about the failure of the maintenance, putting aside the maintenance budget, or even if it is there, not maintaining the infrastructure, which is cutting across also. We are at this stage of ESCOM, it's the same thing that no, we left it, we could not maintain them. As you have indicated, raised it, do you now have the maintenance budget? And if so, the plans of then maintaining that infrastructure that you still are having, it has not reached its capacity to say you build new whilst you are maintaining the old that you are having. Unfortunately, my counterparts are not here, but it needs to happen. In my previous committee, Human Settlement, we used to raise it and they would just laugh. The question of the proliferation of the informal settlement, because they encourage them, go take that land. And as they take that land, grab that land, it then puts a strain on electricity and water. Then they have to cry in terms of the basic needs, electricity and water. But people are putting themselves there, not acknowledging that they are not part of the plan. So there's that question that we need to talk to our counterparts politically in terms of the strain that their program is putting the country to. You have shown us the different programs that you are engaging as the city. And the multi-billions that you said you don't have. One will talk about Temba and Hammanskraal, for instance, to say when they were taken back to Gauteng from Northwest, they were very much happy. They celebrated, said we are going back to Canaan. However, the water issue has been a problem, undrinkable water and all those things. So in order maybe of your priority, I think you need to look into the old problem that have been there. Like I'm just making an example with these two. And then they are new. Whilst everybody would want same service, but I think there must be some priority and focused intervention to those that have been seized with these challenges of water. And also, if you just come up with trillion, let me say that, say this project, these projects will cost us trillions that we don't have. But isn't it that should be chunk in terms of your timelines? Whilst people don't care about the timelines, they want water now, they want electricity now. But I think in terms of the budgeting, it may not be possible that all those billions will be there. So in your water, you're saying you have exceeded your agreement of water supply by Rand Water, and you are now utilizing or building your own water treatment plants. And the question will be, for instance, I don't know how many are they that you are having, but also on that, if there is this thing, there's a university that was built by the union. That university was built by union within a specified time frame. And on the other side, when we do these tenders, it's like an unended time frame. So your time frame, when you put these projects in terms of your own water treatment, and then what are your realistic time frame? Not unended, take 20 years just to do one, another 20 years to do one. People don't have that capacity of that strain of taking that. They want service now. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, there is this project, I think there are two, if not, yeah, two, where you said there's a project which was in 68% prior to termination. Can you elaborate? 100% minus 68%, how much does it give us? And why then was it terminated? What are those reasons? Below that 68%, you talked about the contractor that did something. Can you go back there and elaborate in terms of what is happening, what happened with that contractor? Because most of the time, infrastructure, human settlement and all those things, these contractors, they do as they please, take the tender and do shoddy work or incomplete projects, and they are gone. And then they emerge somewhere else or in another province without us blackmailing them or recouping whatever that they took from the state. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Member De Lange.
Chair, thank you very much. I think first, can I start with a remark in terms of the fact that there's no politicians in attendance from Tshwane. MEC, I'm so glad you're here. This is not the first time that this committee has got this problem with Tshwane. And this is not acceptable, especially from Tshwane, one of our biggest metros. This is not acceptable, and you might take that message back to your people kind sir, and thank you very much for your presentation. I would start off to say, is there still a moratorium on the water in Tshwane? Is the Eskom account up to date? Or do they honour the arrangements they have? In terms of the vacancy of 50%, what is the turnaround plan? Is there one? Do they know what they're going to do to make a difference? Because if there are no people to do the work, then obviously the work's not going to happen. In terms of the water wastage and losses, I think we need to look further than just infrastructure. We have got experience that there's a lot of problems with leaking taps that are stolen off pipes. And another thing that is a huge problem is the water trucks that are carting the water. I have seen and I witness it every single day. Where they fill the trucks, the water are spilling out. It is rivers running down the roads. So the amount of litres that they are wasting themselves before the water is even carted away, that is a huge concern. And it's not just in Tshwane, but we are talking Tshwane now. Then in terms of the municipal bills, what is the recovery rate? Because that is one of the huge losses we have in all the metros and municipalities. And then the status of the Rooiwal waterworks, where are we with that? Is there any progress on that? Thank you.
Thanks, Member Delanga. I have a few points I also want to make. I think, again, to reiterate, I know you may not have MMCs, but I do know that there is a new mayor, and I think part of the problem here is that there is this disconnect between political or politicians and the administrative work or of the civil service. So there is a real need, and in fact, I already said to Jabu in the committee, we're going to spend a little bit more time in Tshwane. So you're going to get used to seeing our faces. We're just going to pitch up, we're going to do some unannounced visits, and it's really because we're very worried about the city of Tshwane. It's the largest metro in the province, but it's also one that really needs a lot of attention, and that's why I'm making eye contact with the HOD. There's a lot of work that we need to do there. I was also quite worried about some of the structural issues. I mean, if you look at the kind of budget you require vis-a-vis what you have, and we all know what's been in the news, we know City of Tshwane has no money, and yet here we are in a situation where it's not even an option anymore. My constituency, again, for all of my sins, is in Tshwane. It is Centurion in Pretoria East, covers Lodium, Olivenhout-Bosch, all the areas you spoke about. And if I can show you my emails, my phone, the biggest issue that comes up is water, electricity, and then, of course, safety and security. Last year, Lodium and a number of areas didn't have water over Christmas. So it was really a horrific state of affairs. And I say this because I'm in those communities virtually every other day. We really need to find ways. And yes, there are bulk infrastructure problems, but there's also a lack of willpower from the municipality. Maybe now it's good that we're meeting and I chair this portfolio. If the water goes out in parts of Centurion, and I think you spoke to it, sir, I don't have to make a call. But if the water goes out in Attridgeville or Mamelodi or Olivenhout-Bosch or in Silverton or Easterus or Lodium, all of which are areas of color, all of which are black areas, it is a fight. I have to scream and shout on the phone. To try and get there. We have to physically go there. We have to take pictures of the reservoir. We have to have protests. All of these things that are unnecessary if we were also a little bit more open and understanding to what's going on in those areas. And people are rightfully so extremely angry. So I think we do need to do further follow-up. I understand some of those issues, but if I can tell you that reservoir in Lodium, we regularly go there. There are other issues that are not just bulk infrastructure pipeline issues. Part of that is a lack of cooperation from the city of Tshwane, who just doesn't want to sit down. I mean, I come to them not as an ANC person. I don't even sit in this capacity here as ANC. It is as a public representative. If your work is done properly, my work is done properly. If both of our works are done properly, we can rest easy. And we can't do that until we solve some of those issues. So I really want us to zero in on some of those. Again, I mentioned the severe under-budgeting. It's what I mentioned to the team before you entered. We need to look at what conditional grants are available. How do we get the city of Tshwane to apply for them, but more importantly, utilize them correctly? Is there opportunity for public-private partnerships? Especially, for example, in schools, in hospitals. We shouldn't be having those situations. So we need to be a little bit more creative. Yes, we have a very finite budget, but there's a lot we can still do. And it's not that and this may sound terrible as an elected representative in Gauteng, we have the means. I don't just mean financial, I mean the expertise, the thinking, the people. We have what we require to solve these problems. It's about putting everybody in the room and sort of twisting everyone's hands to be like, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I think that's really what we need to focus on. I also want the City of Tshwane to look at a lot of opportunities for renewable energy. You are one of the municipalities, especially in the outlying areas where there's still some space, and where we can look at solar power and we can look at other opportunities to really generate further electricity. And I think MEC, your office, can be part of the championing of that, because that's a big thing that Premier also spoke to, around creating alternative energy sources. And then the last thing really is that we're going to have a lot more meetings with City of Tshwane. And it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing, because it means that we want to ultimately sit down with you here, not just with financial matters, but take it forward. It's not fair that you should have had to have so much political instability. That's not your fault. And if there is political stability on a provincial level, it must be provided to assist you in the City of Tshwane. So this is just a heads up, and I don't want to repeat other things members have said, but there's a lot of questions that came up from there. And then let's try and speed up the process, especially for members. If we can keep our questions succinct, mine as well, that will help. All right, back to you guys for a quick response, and then we'll get City of Ekurhuleni.
Thank you, Chairperson. We will try and be brief, and where necessary, we can then also follow up in writing to you if there were very specific matters that is covering. I'll just deal with some of the issues that were raised by the Honourable Ngube, and I think from the Chairperson and also from the Honourable Lange. The reason why for this particular meeting, and it's not a general statement I'm making, but for this particular meeting, we do not have a political executive at Tshwane. So for purposes of this meeting, that would be the reason. But most certainly, I am in agreement with you that there should at least be an MMC responsible. And I will certainly take that message back, because that's also how I understand government to work. Certainly, because of the issues of prioritization that were raised by the Honourable Ngube, it is the administration that put forward a particular budget, but the prioritization is that of the politicians. And it is important that that message then gets conveyed from politician to politician. I will give you an example, Honourable Ngube, and that is that when it comes to the wastewater, we are in serious trouble with the Department of Water and Sanitation on the effect of our aging, our crumbling infrastructure on the waterways. So the issue then becomes, how do you prioritize the little funds that you do have? And in a very recent meeting that I've had with the DG, Mr. Phillips, I've indicated to him that I would facilitate a meeting with our political executive to speak about the prioritization of especially that area, because that is a very, very serious matter that we are dealing with, and that needs to be prioritized. But as budgeting goes, the prioritization is set there, but I completely take the point. As far as sourcing more capacity is concerned, we are engaging the National Treasury on the possibility of foreign funding and making it possible for all metros to access it via the framework to be designed by the National Treasury. We don't think that we have the own money. We cannot possibly raise the kind of money that we have seen. Money is expensive as well if you want to borrow from the development from the development bank. But there are ways and means, and we are raising that very same matter with the National Treasury when we have our mid-year performance assessment, the access to extra capacity. We also raised previously with the Treasury the whole issue of copper theft and the need for the National to play a much more pronounced role in how we're dealing with these syndicates. These are syndicates, and our staff gets threatened. They can lose their lives because it is a big business, and to kill one person is nothing. We all know, not that we all know, but quite recently it is cheap. Human life is cheap. So we do need not only the TMPD in our case, but also the SAPS and the specialized unit to work in concert in order to nip this in the bud. We have, just on the maintenance, please deal with the illegal connections. Just in terms of the maintenance budget, City of Tshwane is in a financially constrained position. There are historical reasons for that. Unfortunately, that's not going to help me. I must deal with the current. And not only are we financially constrained, but our budget is unfunded. So when our adjustment budget comes through, and I really hope that we can pass it by the 28th of Feb, my colleagues at the CoGTA and the Provincial Treasury will then see the extent to which that budget is underfunded. It can be to the tune of between 3 and 4 billion rand. Now, in order to cut that, that is another story, because then one has to cut on, for example, maintenance and some of these own funded infrastructure projects, which are for places that are historically disadvantaged. So it's a tough choice that we're making. But what we are doing is we are stepping up on revenue enhancement and etc. I'm not the kind of manager that does it with fanfare. So there are no campaigns. It's just people doing their jobs and making sure that those who owe us pay, and that there's a correct bill, and that's what we are doing. So we're starting by making sure the bill is correct, and then we go after you. It's about as simple as that, just doing our work. I know that our politicians are dealing with the proliferation of informal settlements, because yes, people are being encouraged to peg areas, and to peg areas on land that is absolutely uninhabitable. There can never be structures there. And the floods have now shown what happens. And it puts a tremendous strain on our budget in order to deal with that. Because people must be warm, they need to have water, they need to have energy. So all of that has a knock-on effect. But it is a matter that we are actively dealing with, even if it's just on the side of the disaster management. I've already spoken about the prioritization of infrastructure. We are in fact doing that. So you would have seen a lot of our infrastructure is then aimed at those areas. In the north, the Amansgraal Temba area, Shoshanguve, and Attersville to the west, as well as Bronkhorstspruit to the south. Just on the exceeding of the supply from and the 68% termination for you, and then we have the moratorium on vacancies. To an extent, I've lifted that now. Any vacancies currently that has an impact on revenue. So if you make out the case that we need this for revenue, then it is lifted. Also in terms of, and it's going to sound weird to say, but for financial management, you know that we have received an adverse opinion. We are working day and night in order to deal with all of those matters, but then it turns out that in key positions, giving oversight over how the finances are managed and the processes and the systems, that you have vacancies there. So in order to in fact deal with that was the second area that we have said that we will also lift. Eskom, we are not up to date. To be clear, we are now busy on the December invoice. December invoice is about 880. So the December invoice is outstanding, although we have started paying that, but I can't give you the number, so I can give it to you in writing. And then the January one. The January one was due on the 16th, né? On the 16th of this month. So we certainly are outstanding on the on the January one, and then the December one we are partially outstanding, but we are still paying in terms of the plan that we have given. I must also, for the record, state that Eskom has rejected that plan, but we are paying in accordance with that plan. There's a losses of water and the water trucks. I've dealt. Oh yeah, the recovery rate of our invoices. Chairperson, I'm not happy with the numbers that were given to me. Currently, when I get the numbers, it would say it's about 101%, but that 101% include old debt, so it's not the current debt. The current debt, and I will confirm this with you in writing. Just please make a note. I'll confirm that, but it should be in the region of about 80%, 80 to 85%. But I will confirm that with you, Chairperson. I don't want to be quoted without that caveat. But that is a problem, because the 30 days is a problem. And that's also where I'm focusing on. What I have done is I've also drawn the revenue enhancement, or the entire revenue value chain oversight into my office. And I have a special team working on that, and they report to me on a 2-weekly basis in my exco. The Roeval. And then the Laudium. Chairperson, there were matters that you have raised relating to infrastructure, but I leave that to my colleague. The lack of willpower, Chairperson, there is, it is also my SMS and WhatsApp that gets populated by these kind of complaints. And we are putting monitoring in place to ensure in the regions, because that's how we are structured, that our regional heads take action against people against staff who willfully don't do what they are supposed to do. We certainly understand that there are issues with regard to vehicles, etc., but one must do what you can do with what you have. So that point is completely taken. You'll deal with the Laudia matter. And then I've already indicated to you, we are looking at alternate funding, the PPPs and so on. Also, we've just very recently established a task team, electricity and energy task team, also reporting to myself, and we are looking at all of our infrastructure. We've got a Roeval power station, for example, that needs to come back online one way or the other. So that task team is looking at also bringing in the renewables, on what basis, how, etc. So that's also in the offing. Tom, if you can deal with the rest, please.
No, thanks. Through you, Chairperson, I think probably let me start from the last, just to expand on what you just said, City Manager. But despite the fact that we will have established a task team, already we have finalized the request for proposals that is going through the supply chain. By yesterday, we received the final version from the Bid Specification Committee for it to go through, so that we can go out to source renewable energy in line with not only what the Premier said, MEC, but also in terms of our own energy mix projections of what we want to see going forward, but also the impact of what we have observed as the consequence of load shedding and the uptake of solar rooftop aspects. For I'm sitting with a scenario where I will have got customers that have dropped 45%, 27%, and 19%, either on demand or energy consumptions due to the uptake of solar rooftop. And then I will have got customers that will have seen a 5% decline currently on the revenue due to the impact of load shedding. And therefore, that also impacts our purchase from Eskom. As you will know, that for some of you, that we purchase electricity from Eskom on a time of use basis and on seasonal tariffs. In most cases, it's expensive for us to buy during winter. Then we only recover during the 9 months from September all the way to April. And then that's that process and that fashion. Therefore, we need to also to review that aspect. As part of our cost of supply study is to look into how do we ensure that we don't have a scenario when we're feeling the impact unnecessarily. And that's why we said we have that input relating to what is the impact of load shedding as we speak currently, and how we can then deal with that. Like I said, is that currently up to midterm, we suffered 5% of our revenue decline as a result of load shedding. And if that 5% I put on rent value, you will see that the highest month that, because in September we're still moving from the high demand season of August, I will have seen the highest impact in September, but I saw a decline towards November, December in that aspect. But if further clarification is required through, we will then be able to provide that in a detailed and granular form in terms of what is the impact in that fashion. I think the second part probably which I need to talk to is the Rooiwal waste treatment plant, and which we make reference to the fact that it was terminated at 68%. There were issues that were found. One is that the contract was a 3-part JV. There were the other 2 partners filed for liquidations. In true sense, it means that the process towards appointing them, we must review it in that fashion, or we must get a replacement. But as we said, some of these are interventions that happened before my city manager arrived, the city of Tshwane, to say no, terminate because of this aspect that we found to be not correct, as to whether did we evaluate and arrive at a value for money to allow those 3 JVs with people who are in JV but are not financiers in that aspect, but are wishy-washy kind of a persons. And that's why we end up in that scenario, though the work, but that's the work of the phase 1. As I said, Rooiwal on its own, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, it's a 2 billion investment that we need to attend to deal with the fact that whatever water we discharge to Apis River or downstream to Hammanskraal and then take up to the Temba water treatment plant must be water that is at correct levels. And that's why we had to deal with that. But the first phase, the 68% was the phase 1 that has to be terminated. Therefore, we have to look into how we can deal with this as we move forward, because we couldn't have 2 billion on once off for the 3 phases to go out in that fashion. But it talks to the, I think it talks to the nature of the procurement strategies that we develop. That you know already that you need to secure a 2 billion aspects, but you want to go staggered approach. In that staggered approach, that's how you find this teething problem, which we need to relook and review as we move forward to ensure that we address that once and for all. I think the second part, and I want to, Chairperson, I want to deal with the aspects of also, and just to add on what City Manager raised, on the attitude that we are seeing and that we have observed, and we have said, we've taken a process through National Treasury on GTEC to review our organogram, to review how we are going to be able to be customer-centric in that fashion and ensure that we become a lean that is responsive in time. And that process is, by the end of this month, we expect that report to come back to the city manager for it to be able to say, no, this is how we want your new city of Tshwane model that is responsive towards your 7 regions and ensure that it's customer-centric in that fashion. Therefore, that process, it's in that fashion. As I conclude, Chair, I think the issue relating to, I think there was an issue relating to some of the maintenance work that we need to undertake. As I said, that we will look into it from a grid point of view from the East as to how do we ensure that we support to the extent that we're able to do that. Part of the RFP that I talk about, it indicates what is the City of Tshwane grid readiness for any renewable energy to come and connect. I've always raised a view that you can't wake up and say you are given exemption for 100 MVA capacity. Where are you going to connect to which network? Because most of municipal network is 11 kV with very few at 132 kV and above. And you can't connect a 100 MVA in 11 kV unless you never did electrical engineering 101. And that's the point we're raising, that we'll do that in the RFP to deal with it so that we can then be able to address this. As the losses as on water, as we speak, we're sitting at 31%. We moved 31%. We moved from 25. In 2021, we were 35. Then we start to see a dovetailing towards 31%. But we, as I said, it's part of our intention to ensure that we must go down to the benchmark. The benchmark is that we must be around 15%, and therefore all our investment on the pipe replacement is to ensure that we go down to the 15% that is required. Some of the comments, Chair, through you, on the dual system, those I will consider in terms of what we're doing. We are doing benchmarking with the city of ours in Denmark. We are doing benchmarking with cities in city and the country of in Malaysia, to what type of pipeline we use. We are dolomitic, more than part of the entire Gauteng. We are more dolomitic. Therefore, the pipe that we have to roll out has to be able to withstand the type of pressure that we're finding. And that's why we said we will take those into consideration as we move forward in that fashion. If there are any other aspects through you, Chair, I think we will then be able to provide the detailed response in writing in that fashion. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Tshwane. I think, members, I'm going to suppress you because I want us to go to Tshwane more in detail and we can cover that. And we need to pick up the pace. We have to give everyone the fair attention from the different municipalities and metros. So HOD, we're going to rush to City of Ekurhuleni. I will give them the space and the time. And then oh, sorry, apologies, it was my mistake. MEC did ask to make comments on the particular matter. Over to you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to make a few remarks. The first thing is that in this regard, we must forgive the City of Tshwane because insofar as the political leadership is concerned, they are still getting their house in order. You will know that when the mayor has resigned, you don't have mayoral committee and all those complications, and I'm sure that might be the reason why we don't have our colleagues at a political level being here. That's number one. Thank you. Number two, I think we must agree, and I'm going to use the following, that there's a problem of law and order in our country. We're regressing as a country, and we've got to accept that. And that is why you see a whole lot of our infrastructure being vandalized. There's lots of our lawlessness in our country, and if anything that happens in our country, the effect of it gets to be felt at a local government level. If you pass by other towns at night, you might think there's a load shedding, only to find out there's no load shedding. There's no street lights, and if you go deeper, I mean, no street lights, robots are not working. If you go deeper, cable, there's theft of cable, and so not that a municipality cannot put a bulb and ensure that the street is lit. So we've got all of those things, and we've got to think, all of us as public reps, what do we do with this question of law and order in our country? It does appear the culture of human rights have confused us a bit. and criminals are taking advantage of that. And I think time has come that we need to be tough on matters of this particular nature. The other thing is we are going to make audits of the disaster areas we have in our province. For instance, looking at all areas where you've got sinkholes, but looking at areas where this informal settlement are built, because it is good and fine when we tell people grab this land. But the problem is we have not made any assessment as to the habitat of that particular land. And when there are rains like this, then the reality struck. And people then looks at government as a government that does not care and so on. So we've got to make those audits and communicate, and don't wait for the disaster to strike. Communicate to those people that this land, you are not in a proper land. But again, it goes back to the issues of law and order. If a person has been placed in a land that is not habitable, we must just remove those particular people. We need to find I mean, we must have that particular attitude if we are to really help our people out of the dangers that they sometimes put themselves in. If you look at the graph of the debts owned by municipalities to ESCOM, you will see that during the COVID, it went up. So there was high consumption of electricity and less payment during the COVID period. The unfortunate thing that I want even the legislature to look at is that almost everybody else, including private sector, there was some relief package for those people who are affected, or even private institutions and so on and so on. But there was no relief package for municipalities. For me, I've made an analysis with, for instance, over and above the problems they have, of course, but I made analysis with Mfuleni, for instance. For that period in time, I think their debts increased with almost 3 billion, a big problem. So we've got to look at it and look at whether we cannot make an intervention of some relief, because they will feel this pain throughout, because they won't recover, because there will never be new money that will help them to recover. And I know even municipalities that, like for instance, Rand West, who entered into agreement with ESCOM, the key question there is, will they sustain that? And I can tell seated the answer is they will not be able to sustain it. It's a temporary thing, and because you have to compromise, you have to steal basically from Paul to pay Peter, that kind of a situation, and it catches up with you at some point or the other. So we've got to work together to look at this thing of a relief package for municipalities on the basis of what happened during COVID. The one last point I want to talk to is that I think time has come that we must professionalize the municipalities. Look, for me, coalition government, political instability will remain with us for some time, but that must not have a negative impact on our ability to provide services to our people, because you've got an administration arm, you've got the political arm. So people in the political arm can do whatever they are doing, fight and all of those kind of things, but it must have less impact in the administrative arm. So what is the first thing that we need to do? The first thing that we need to do is to say to our administrators, get out of politics. You don't belong there. As they fight, that's not your terrain. Stick to what you said you are there to do to the communities you serve. You said you've got the capabilities, you've got the knowledge, you've got these particular skills, use those skills for that. For instance, if you are a CFO, numbers do not change. Six does not change to 9 because the mayor is the mayor of the ANC or the mayor is the mayor of the DA. Numbers remain the same. So provide the professional service that you said you're going to be providing to the administration. Secondly, municipalities are run on the basis of the budgets. Once a budget has been adopted and determined, nobody can change that budget except in the municipality itself. So there shouldn't be a time where, because there's a political instability or change of political leadership, therefore service delivery gets affected. We should continue as administrators to provide, or as professionals to provide services to our people. I think we should start this political leadership, public representatives, to convey such messages. But also to ourselves as political people, let's not draw professional people into our political battles. We should avoid to do that, because if you look at, for instance, what's happening in Ekurhuleni and others, you'll find municipal managers have been drawn in some political process and so on and so on. Because the difficulty with that is that when a particular party takes over, they already have an attitude towards a municipal manager because you are taking side with these other people. So our professional people must also take into account we are living in the season of coalition governments, and these coalition governments are not going to, it does appear they're going to be with us forever. It does appear they're going to be a permanent feature of some kind. We've got to learn to live within them. We've got to learn to provide our services within the coalition governments as such. So we've got to have an attitude that says, I do not care what happened. Not that I do not care of my colleague there that he raised, but I think we must care as administrators. We can't say we don't care. We must always care. But it should be an attitude that I don't care who is there. I will provide my services, notwithstanding. So whether it's black or white or Indian or colored, we will provide our service. Because if you say we will provide our service to these ones, you're going to be living in difficult times. But these ones that you want to provide, they say they will be out tomorrow. Where are you going to be? And when you start to recover, they come back or others take over. So it's not going to help you. We will collapse our municipalities and therefore collapse our communities if we don't take that attitude. So I think the issue of professionalizing municipalities should be emphasized and should be high in our agenda. Thanks.
All right, thanks, MEC. I think let's get the city of Ekurhuleni. I know that there's a lot that we can say, and like I said, we will have some follow-up meetings which we can deal with them. Today really is just a high-level process that we'll be able to address. Over to you then, HOD, or yeah, shall we just go straight to city of Ekurhuleni? Thank you. Sure.
Chairperson, my apologies. Can I just check, would it be required of me to share the day with you until the end?
Yeah, I think we're done with the city of Tshwane. But of course, the MEC is the political head, so let me actually not overstep there. I'm fine with you guys leaving, but it depends on the team.
Yeah. Chair, if the portfolio committee is happy that they have exhausted all the queries for Tshwane, we will obviously in our IGR forum between the HOD and municipalities take up some of these matters with them. But if the portfolio committee is comfortable, we can release Tshwane. Thanks, Chair.
And then what we'll do, you'll expect our city manager to come through. We'll find you there in the office. But please, when we do send that invite, we really ask, we're not coming to you antagonistically. We're really coming because we want to help you. Because your failure is our failure. Your success is our success. So we'll be there in those offices sooner than you think. Thanks. Just introduce yourself one more time for us. Thank you.
Chair, good morning once more. My name is Mboniseni Majola. I'm the divisional head under the Human Settlements Department in the city of Ekurhuleni. I would like to apologize for my HOD. He is attending a portfolio committee down in Cape Town today. Thank you. Chair, in terms of the presentation outline, we'll take you through over the overview, overall performance, highlights of the past 5 years for the Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as the Energy Department, as it was requested from the memo that was received by the city. In terms of the USDG, its purpose, as we all know,
is the supplementary capital revenues of metropolitan municipalities in order to implement infrastructure projects that promotes equitable, integrated, productive, inclusive, and sustainable urban development, and also to provide funding to facilitate a programmatic, inclusive, and and municipality-wide approach to upgrading of informal settlements. The city always adhere to the conditions of the grant. Chair, this slide is showing the performance over the past 5 years. I would not bother you by going through each and every line item. It is depicted there. You can see in 2017-18, under Council General, we almost spent the whole amount of our budget. 2018-19, we spent the whole amount. 2019-20, we spent...
Can the technical team please intervene?
Sorry.
It's not your fault,
realize.
it's the technical team.
I'm sorry.
But I want you to keep speaking to that presentation because
Okay.
of time.
All right.
I just want the technical team to come that side and come and help you so that we can see as you see it. Maybe what you do is you tell us what slide you're on and we'll
Okay.
follow on our laptops.
Chair, I'm on slide I'm on slide number 4. Thank you. It's depicted there on the PowerPoint. I was saying that this slide shows the performance, overall performance over the past 5 years on various departments and various line items. The first one being Council General and the last one being the Water and Sanitation Department. You will see in terms of the totals, 2017-18 financial year, we spent about 98%. 2018-19 financial year, we spent close to 98% again. 2019-2020, we spent 95.55%. 2020-2021, we spent 99.83%. 21-22, we spent 100%. This slide, under the highlights of the past 5 years, in its efforts to re-urbanize, the city focused on improving service delivery across all the areas of service delivery. The resultant effects of these efforts included the significant improvement in the connection of household to water and sewer services, improved access to energy, provision of bulk services in all our mega projects. Just to mention, one of them is Lupot, the other one is Tembisa Extension 25, followed by Chief Albert Lutuli Extension 6, SLN Park, Daggafontein, Van Dijk Park, Brakpan Old Location, John Dube Village Extension 1, and Palm Ridge Extension 10 and 12. The construction of inter alia internal water and sanitation services for the allocation of individual stands or as enabler for the construction of subsidized RDP houses or housing units in projects such as Alliance Extension 1, Palm Ridge Extension 9, and Mayfield Extension 46. The city has also contributed to social housing program through provisional of bulk services, improve access to essential services, which is water, sanitation and energy, road and storm water, to most of our informal settlements. The provision of bulk in containers in informal settlements as well. Chair, under the water and sanitation financial overview, you will notice that in 2017-2018, we spent about 100%. In 2018-19, we spent 84%. In 2019-20, we spent 99%. In 2020-21, we spent 100%. 21-22, we spent 101%. And the totals are shown there as such. Under the water and sanitation performance over the past 5 years, Chair, in 2017-2018, we had various indicators, being number of additional household informal dwellings provided with water and connections. The annual performance is about 5,164. The number of informal settlement with access to water, we have about 119 informal settlements that we have provided with water. In terms of the kilometers of water and sewer pipes replaced and upgraded and extended, we have about 41. In terms of the number of additional household informal dwellings provided with sewer connections, we have 5,168. 18-19 also, we have those numbers, Chair, which I will not go through, and 19-20 followed by 20-21, as well as 21-22 financial years. All those annual performances are shown there. In terms of the Energy Department, on the financial year 2017-18, we spent 100%. 2018-19, we spent 99.73. 2019-20, we spent 99.99. 2020-2021, we spent 100%. 21-22, we spent 99.77%. In terms of the performance as per our SDPIP target in the 17-18 financial year, the indicator is shown there, and the annual performance. Number of additional households, RDP, provided with electricity connection, it's about 6,463. Number of PV solar lighting units installed in informal settlement is 21,810. In 2018-19, number of high mast lights installed in informal settlements, we did about 86. And number of street lights installed in informal settlement was about 2,096. In 2019-20, number of additional households living in formal areas provided with electricity connections was about 5,489. And 2020-2021, the number of additional houses living in formal areas provided with electricity connections was 5,317. In terms of 21-22, we did construction of a number of substations from stages 1 up to 4, which is completed. Thank you, Chairperson. My presentation has ended. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from Ekurhuleni? I would assume because you're with your colleague. Or is that the sum total?
Yes, Chairperson, it's a total of the presentation.
All right, members. I know I'm also still getting my notes together. Who's ready immediately? Okay, Member Diage, Member Atkinson, Member De Lange, Member Ngube.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I think the presentation was a bit weak on detail. When I look at pipe replacement, which is, of course, where your leaks and losses come from, over the 5-year period that you reported on, there's less than 100 kilometers of pipe replacement, probably more in the region of 70 or 80, and I was just doing a rough calculation. So be able to evaluate it in context, we need to know what the total number of kilometers of pipes are that you have, and then also what the backlog is in terms of your water and electricity infrastructure with your maintenance and refurbishment. So just in light of that, it makes it very difficult to understand exactly where you are with your refurbishment and maintenance plans, because we do know that large areas of Ekurhuleni, Kempton Park, etc., Tembisa as well, suffering enormously because of continuous outages and prolonged outages on both water and electricity. And as the Chair earlier alluded, we have colleagues, and some of us are even deployed in some of these areas, and we really battle to get the information from the departments, etc. So maybe if we can have in a further engagement, a more detailed explanation of your CapEx projects and where you are, and then also the details in terms of the values of your backlogs. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's Member Atkinson. Thank you to Ekuleni for the presentation. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the City of Tshwane with regards to water losses. If you could please let me know what your percentage water losses are at the moment in your system, and what the direction of travel is. So has that been increasing or decreasing? And what is your plan to get that to a specific level? So I'd be interested to know what you aiming to get your water losses down to. And then the second point is a question again about the effect of load shedding on your electrical infrastructure, whether you have enough budget to be able to maintain your grid, your electrical grid, with the fact that we know that load shedding had quite a serious effect on older equipment as well. So are you able to keep up, and are you able to maintain your grid in the light of the load shedding that you're having at the moment? Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. Thank you for the report, although it did fall short for me in covering enough, considering the amount of cities that we've got under Ekurhuleni. I would have loved to see a bit more and more diverse, Chairperson. I would also like to get a detailed report on the water wastage. At what percentage are we for Ekurhuleni, and then especially in terms of the wastewater treatment, does the capacity fulfill what the need is? And obviously, yes, I think for now that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. You see, a person that will listen to this presentation will say, it's all systems go. You are not open in terms of your challenges. And that's where this portfolio is interested in. Not because we want to blame you, but we need to understand in terms of what are the challenges. You will be helping the communities which you are serving. You will also be helping the MEC with an overall in terms of, because he's an MEC of local government and. So if we are not open in the portfolio and not open to the presence of the MEC, those challenges will remain there. For instance, whilst you also report to the NCOP nor report to the National Assembly, but also the National Council of Provinces is the House of Provinces and also is the House of SALGA. They have 10 members there representing all the local government. So we have that direct interaction with them, and also issues that are troublesome in the different provinces or troublesome in the different municipalities. Our permanent delegates are supposed to be raising those things. So let me then start with the environmental resources and waste, something that you raised. Towards the end of January, caucus undertook a visit and made our hands dirty in a place somewhere in Tembisa, where you would not even see whether there was a street or not, because of the garbage that is being thrown there. And you then understand it's not only affecting Ekurhuleni, it's all over. We were visiting the 2 clinics that were incomplete, that are still incomplete, in the land of Kekana, Khoshin Kekana, and those 2 clinics there. And we find also the garbage in streets as we are passing. You also find it in the city of Joburg. There is no frequent service in terms of taking garbage from the residents. Hence, they end up dumping all over the places without looking into a spin-off in terms of environmental issues which affects the lives. So you are not telling us in terms of, because when we see this, when we pass, we say there are people that are employed to do this. Why are they not picking up the garbage? Or why also maybe people are not given plastics to put the garbage on those plastics, or dustbins? We don't know whether they're there or not. But what is an overall, all the municipalities, is the question of the frequency of ensuring that garbage is being taken, because that pollutes the environment, it pollutes their health. We have not said anything, but you see, everything is okay. Everything is okay, environment, we are okay. The other one is on you told us the number of informal settlements that are accessing water and electricity. However, you forgot to tell us the number of informal settlements that Ekurhuleni is having. In my previous life as the provincial treasurer of CoGTA, at that time he was a secretary, our previous premier, and who will tell the former mayor to say, Duma, Ekurhuleni is leading on the informal settlement. What is Ekurhuleni doing about building of the houses? And what you need to tell us, like what Tshwane told us, that they have 220 informal settlements. So you have 119 informal settlements that are accessing water and or electricity as the numbers you have given us. But we also are interested in terms of how many are there in total that you have not covered whilst you are doing inroads with others. The other one is also on sinkholes. It's a time bomb, these sinkholes. West, the climate change is a reality. We used to see these things far from South Africa. We thought our land can withstand the high pressure that others are having, but it's no more like that. So you are also not telling us, because that the sinkholes are also impacting on the infrastructure, the roads and all those things, where people are, find that the houses might be sinking because there are roads which are also affected by the sinkholes. It might not be your priority now, but it is the thing that we need not avoid. If it has not been done the previous 5 years, it has to be looked into going forward. There was a program, as I served in human settlement and local government even before. So the question of the informal settlements upgrade, I don't think I heard something talking about that. So what I will ask is that what has been your inroads in upgrading the informal settlement, and for our own purpose of oversight, to say if it has been done, where are they? Where is that program? And if not, you will then tell us that no, it has not been part of your priority. Just a day before, on Monday, the Premier also talked about that, of which the MEC, then MEC Maile, was also telling us that there is a program of informal upgrading of the informal settlement. Whether Ekurhuleni was part of the identified municipality or not, you will then inform us. The question of you may not having the numbers now, because I don't remember seeing it, the total number of the service stands, the Premier from 2019, I think, has been telling us numbers in the state of the province about the service stands. And when we ask the MEC, we'll say no, we work with the municipalities. And I remember the MEC was saying the municipality that is cooperating is the Ekurhuleni municipality. So in order for us to sing praises for the municipality in cooperating with the service stands, you also have to tell us in terms of this is how we have contributed to the numbers that the Premier has pronounced to the people of Gauteng. Lastly, on the environment, I know also that Ekurhuleni is also contributing towards the Vaal River pollution. So how far, if you are a part of that, in terms of trying to deal with the problem of the pollution of the Vaal River? You are not the only one. Also, Free State is part of the pollution. Northern Cape, also part of the pollution of the Vaal River. And now we are recipient as Gauteng in terms of whatever that is happening there. We're not getting it right in terms of ensuring that the Vaal River is clean. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I have a few comments as well. Let me start also by, I'm going to give you my comments and then I'll tell you what we're going to do, way of moving forward. I think all of us are in agreement, City of Ekurhuleni, that was not sufficient for what we're looking for. And I've had a quick chat with the MEC as well as the HOD, and we're going to ask you to come back with a more detailed presentation. You can also bring your political heads, you can also bring the city manager, bring who you need to bring, and you can give us a detailed presentation of what you're looking for. I think you saw a little bit about what City of Tshwane presented. That's the kind of level of detail we're looking for, but I'm still going to give you feedback of what we've said and you can respond. But through you, MEC, will invite you again to really get into the nitty-gritty. Like I say, it's not an interrogation session, it's because we want to find out certain things to see how we can help you as provincial government and provincial legislature. On the first matter of water and sanitation, you see there's a lot of 100% spending, all of that, that's good, but what's the impact? What kind of value are we getting? And I think the presentation was scarce on that. It's very good you're spending the money, but if we're spending the money and then there's nothing coming out on the other side, it doesn't really help us. So that's one of the things I would like to see in the next presentation that you come with us. What's the value? What's the impact? If you look at slide 8, if I'm correct. Yes, slide 8. Very nice, you give us all the different years, but these are different variables. So I can't compare 2017 to 2021 because in one year it's the number of informal settlements with access to water. In another year you're telling me the reservoirs that are constructed. All of those are important, but I want to see for each year all of the same variables, all of those ones. We want to know number of reservoirs, number of informal settlements, access to water, how many water meters were installed, the kilometers. We want to see everything. And I think maybe as a basis, tell us what there was before. Because is this numbers that you've got, are they like cumulative or is it a new number every year? Are you putting in 5,000? I wrote the number here somewhere. Are you putting in 2,593 every year? You know, that's what I want to see. And I think what members want to see so we can get a true idea of how much progress we're making. So yes, all of those must be done in terms of work the municipality must do, but we'd like to also see that. The energy finance, and this is not your, I'm just noting it. Obviously, it dropped quite dramatically in 2021, 2022, but the 22-23 financial year is about to end, and I don't know, as a portfolio committee chair on CoGTA, how much energy finance you got for this financial year. So we need to see, is Treasury matching that money? Is it not? If not, why not? What do we need to do? Because the same thing I said to the City of Tshwane, we need to find alternative forms of energy. Ekurhuleni is very close to my heart. I grew up there. I grew up in Benoni. So I'm very keen on trying to push there. So that's why I'm very interested in the energy finance. Like I said, we need more detail. And again, energy performance, similar point to what I made about water. I don't know if these are new numbers. You've talked about additional households that have been electrified. Is it 5,000 new households? Does it include the previous? You know, I just need to understand more specifically. And again, members spoke to challenges. So I'm going to allow you to respond, sir, but I know you're going to come back with a more detailed presentation in your team where you can come into more detail specifically on some of those. But maybe the questions that you can answer, please do so now. Over to you. Thank you. MEC, do you have any comments you want to make, or can we hand over to them first?
No, that's fine. No.
Chairperson, if I may, I would like my colleagues to comment in their respective departments. Thank you, with your leave.
Thank you, Honorable MEC and Chairperson and members. My name is Asar Sokwela, so I'm from the Department of Water and Sanitation. So I'll try to give some answers in as far as water and sanitation is concerned. So there were questions that were raised with regards to, in terms of the pipe replacement. The question that was asked is just maybe to get a background in terms of, the numbers, how many kilometers of pipelines we have. So in terms of the kilometers of pipelines that we have, we've got about 11,000 kilometers. That is just talking basically to water. And when we are looking in terms of sanitation, we have about 9,000 pipes in as far as sanitation is concerned. So in terms of, I'm just also going to talk to the backlog. So in terms of the backlog, we are looking at a backlog of, this includes obviously sewer treatment. We are looking at water refurbishment. We are looking at metering and also the upgrading of sewer. We're looking at about 16 billion in terms of the backlog that we have. So we've classified it in two ways. We've classified it in the backlog as in 0 to 2 years, which we are looking at about 8.2 billion. And then obviously for 2 to 10 years, we are looking at about another 8 billion. So in terms of going into the numbers, to break down I don't know if you want me to break down the numbers in terms of, the sewer upgrade and the water upgrade in terms of the backlog, how much it is. We can do that. I've got the data. If maybe the committee wants me to go through those details, I can. All right, I'm not getting an answer. So that's just on a high level presentation in terms of the backlog that we have. So in terms of, there was a question with regards to the water losses. The water losses we are currently sitting at, we're averaging around 34%. Obviously, sometimes it's, it fluctuates depending obviously on we do the water balance on a monthly basis. So we're looking at the system input volume, and then obviously we're looking at what we are billing, and then we classify obviously the water losses. So we're averaging around 34%. And in terms of the programs that we are currently running, we've developed what we call a water demand strategy that we are currently, implementing. It's got about 20 programs. I'm not going to go into detail into those programs, but I'll touch on some of them that are currently, under implementation. For example, we've got a pipe and valve, replacement. Also with the city of Ekurhuleni, we've got what we call, mid blocks. So mid blocks are, properties or stands where, the infrastructure used to run at the back of the houses. So we're also trying to move, some of those, pipes into the front, and then also be able to meter them so that those meters are able to be read, so that they are also contributing towards our water balance. We also engage in terms of proactive leak detection, which is assisting us in terms of identifying leakages within, the pipes that we have, and also to try and respond as soon as possible in terms of dealing with the water leakages. Then we are also doing cathodic protection for the steel pipelines, that we have. We've also just, we're upgrading our telemetry system, which is also helping us in terms of monitoring, the reservoir levels, and also, just monitoring basically the infrastructure that we have. We also have a program called Indigent Leak Fixing, where we are actually targeting the indigent households. What we are picking up is that most of these households actually consume, more than what is allowed. Our policy, we're saying that, we are giving them about 6 kiloliters, those indigent registered, who are registered as indigent households. But what we are picking up is that they are actually consuming more than what is allowed. And what we found is, in many cases, it's very simple things, like a toilet that is just left running, or a tap that is not closed properly, and water is just running 24 hours. So we target those properties, we go into them, and we actually fix at the cost of the municipality to try and reduce, those consumptions. We also do a metering program. We're metering informal settlements, and we also metering, we're metering unmetered properties. As and when properties are being developed, we also do meter those. And we are also, we do normal replacement. And of interest, we're also looking at replacement of age meters, because we are also picking up that, with those kind of meters, generally you would have, as they age, you would then lose, sort of accuracy. So we're also replacing those to try and, reduce in terms of the losses that are there. So there's about 20 programs. I don't want to go into all of them, just to give you an idea in terms of what we are dealing with. So currently, in this financial year, what we are addressing in as far as water losses are concerned, we are addressing pipe replacement. The focus is now on replacing of AC pipes, which are, the asbestos pipes. We're also trying to replace them in terms of what you've mentioned with regards to the sinkholes that, we are seeing. So we've been trying to check, variable materials that we can be able to utilize, in order to also cater for, these sinkholes. So we are doing pipe replacement. We are also aggressive on metering in terms of, metering of, unmetered properties. Currently, we've got just below 30,000 that we've identified as a backlog for houses that needs to be metered. So there is a program that we are running in that regard. In terms of, the sewer, we are also looking at new provision, obviously, in terms of, the sewer. So there's quite a number of projects that we are embarking on. And in terms of, I think there was a question with regards to wastewater treatment plants. I don't want to dwell much into it because we've got an entity called ERVAT that actually deals with that. So it is an entity of the city that looks into the wastewater treatment plants. So I think as part of the submission with the report that we'll be submitting, we'll then touch with regards to the wastewater treatment plants information. In terms of challenges, I think we are not immune to challenges. I think the brief in terms of what we were given, it was just said, we need to look at CAPEX within 5 years, and I think that's where the focus was really on. Challenges are there. Similar challenges with what City of Tshwane has mentioned, and I think what Joe Beck will mention. Issues of vandalism. You've touched on issues of waste management in terms of solid waste management, which it is a pressing issue at the city right now, and I think it's being addressed. So I will not really dwell much into it, but those are the type of challenges that we are also facing. And then in terms of, there was a question regarding contribution towards the VAL. Can I categorically say we are not necessarily contributing towards the VAL because it's just a small portion. There's, I think, just one river that actually goes towards the VAL. We've done the presentation at the Human Rights Commission with regards to the same, and we actually cleared that we are not contributing. So I think it be noted. Then, in terms of the total number of stands, that we are having from a water and sanitation perspective, we've got just around 600,000 metered stands, which obviously, it's a combination of both business and obviously residential. But in terms of the numbers that were projected, Chairperson, just to give you comfort, those are numbers in terms of new connections that were done in that specific year. That excludes, obviously, metering of unmetered properties. It was just new connections that were added into the existing, number of connections that we have within the city. So what we'll do is we'll expand further in terms of, what was the baseline 5 years ago, how many new connections have we done, meaning bring them into the grid in as far as water is concerned, how many, informal settlements were metered, and then we'll then also look at, metering of unmetered properties. And obviously we'll break it down in terms of replacement, the number of queries that we are getting, and how we are addressing those. I think from a water and sanitation perspective, Chairperson, I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Morel Maluleke from Energy Department, Program Manager responsible to oversee implementation of CAPEX project. The first thing I will say is that seemingly there was a misunderstanding from our side. When we were invited, we thought the focus is only on USDG funded projects and the achievements for the past 5 years. Hence, our reports mainly looked at electrification and the numbers that we managed to achieve in the past 5 years, the number of informal settlement and houses that we managed to electrify. That's why we couldn't delve deep to all the questions that have been raised in this meeting. The way we are structured as Energy, we have a planning division that is responsible for CAPEX projects. We have a revenue department division that is responsible for collection, energy losses, and all that. And also have the maintenance division that is primarily responsible for maintenance and refurbishment. So our thinking was that the USDG is mainly into projects, it's not into these other divisions like maintenance. That's why we could not prepare any report that was going to clear you on what's happening there. So as you're requesting that we will come back, we'll definitely make sure that we prepare a report on the energy losses, which will primarily come from the maintenance division. And also I think there was a question around load shedding, how we're doing there. It will also come from the maintenance section, which we will prepare for you in the next round of the invite we're called to. On USDG projects challenges that I think it's one of the questions that was raised. We mainly have 2 challenges. The first being the subcontracting, the 30%, which I think was once announced by the minister some few years back. We have groupings of people interrupting our projects where we are unable to complete our projects as planned, or sometimes we have to do reallocation of our funds to do other projects because community stops us from doing those projects. We have tried to use our EMPD, which continues to be a challenge every financial year. We don't know if it will ever stop or end, but we hope it will. We also have serious challenges on the funding. We have the numbers that were being reported, it was the electrification that we're doing across the city. However, we have not built enough substation or to upgrade most of the substations. Our plans from, I think he presented, our plans from last financial year was to look at upgrading most of the substations as we think we're sitting on time bomb. However, the funding is becoming a serious issue. Our plan was to actually do 12 this current financial year. We had to reduce that to 4 because we don't have enough funding. We instigated a process to engage National Treasury and also World Bank, which is an ongoing process. We do hope that because they requested us to identify all the substations that we need to do and the estimates, how much do we really expect to do those substations. That's the process we are currently busy with, and we're hoping it will yield the results and assist us to upgrade mostly the substations that feed into the informal settlement. I think there was another question on what? Yeah, I think mainly because the questions that came are not primarily into the USDG space, and we thought that the presentation is around there. What we'll do is to go prepare the report from all the divisions within the department so that we are able to speak to all the questions that were raised. Thank you.
No, I quite agree. I think let's do that because then we can engage more formally as members and it gives us more information because a lot of what was presented now also was the kind of level of detail that we're looking forward to. So what we'll do is we'll still communicate with the department. We'll find a time in the upcoming weeks and then you can come with the rest of your team and take us through it. And then we can also say this is where we can intervene, this is where we can assist, etc., etc. So members, let's hold on to that. MEC, we're now going to, if you're comfortable, move straight to City of Joburg and then we can release the City of Ekurhuleni if you're comfortable, but we will see you in the upcoming weeks and you can take us through in more detail then. Maybe we'll even come to Ekurhuleni, who knows? Then we can do that presentation there and have a portfolio committee meeting there and then you can also take us through. COJ, okay, there we are. Can we also make sure that presentation is up there? I had a quick look at the presentation. COJ might be a similar situation, but let's see how it goes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to check, where's the cable?
Yeah, you'll introduce yourself one more time. Remember, we did meet everybody, but it was a bit of
The cable for presenting. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just on the opening remarks, let me apologize for the city manager and the chief financial officer, and also take note of the questions that were asked in the other municipalities. I think ourselves we might fall in the same category as Ekurhuleni, and probably we are willing to come back and beef up the details that we are. The information requested is there. We normally do an annual USDG evaluation each and every year. And we are coming from our budget steering committee sittings, so the sector plans are there, and the details that are required by the committee are there. And probably the most area where we can also identify support, I think we can there. Just in a nutshell, to contextualize before I start on the numbers and probably give someone with the problems of the city of Johannesburg. In the main, when it comes to infrastructure, the major problem of the city of Johannesburg is aging infrastructure, whether it comes as a result of low service delivery standards or else the potholes, the calls, the pipe burst, and everything is about an old aged infrastructure. Now, if you look at the city of Johannesburg, you find that some of the investment that is there and the pipelines that are there, they are more than 40 years old and are probably of outdated technology. That's the first major problem that we have. And the second major problem that we do have is a little bit of whether you say it's network overload or else a result of overpopulation or whatever we can call it.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. It looks like our Hansard recorder didn't get your introduction with your name and designation. Apologies for that. If you can just take us through that. I thought it was clear.
Yes. My name is Ntutuzelo April. I'm a director within the group budget and planning in the city of Johannesburg. And also I want to register an apology for the city manager and the acting CFO. Both the city manager and the CFO, they are in acting capacity in the city of Johannesburg. They are just preparing for agenda, for council items that include the adjustment budget that are there. I've touched the issue of aging infrastructure, which is the main problem for city of Johannesburg. And the second one is the overload or else the urbanization. Then we have an issue about theft and vandalism that are there. And then we have other minor factors that may be there, for example, that we can add. But I think those are the main problems that are there. And the other additional that I would like to highlight to the committee is the issue of illegal dumping that comes particular to the to litter. I did register that, like the Ekurhuleni, we may be guilty on the same weaknesses that we are to the committee, and we are willing to come back. On the issue of repairs and maintenance, the city of Johannesburg, we are required by the law to spend about 8% of our property, plant and equipment, which is Circular 71 of the national guidelines. And if you equate to the current balance sheet of CoGTA, which is 104 billion of assets and about 80 billion property, plant and equipment, that's the way we are measured. And we always fall nominally short because our repairs, they have been between 4 billion to 6 billion. And as a result, we are not meeting that target is there, and we are not responding to the aging infrastructure that are there. That's our main problem. And if you come to the budgeted level, it's normally between 5% to 6%. But when it comes to the actual spending on repairs and maintenance, it tends to be roughly between 3 to 5%. Now, it doesn't cover what is required. If to come back to the details on the USDG, the USDG previously used to be between 17%, and currently, because our size of the budget has gradually reduced from the previous announced 10 billion, now USDG tends to make a percentage of up to 24%. We largely depend on the other sources of funding, which is the loans and the cash that complement our budget. So USDG is a significant component of our budget. And the CAPEX split between OPEX and the CAPEX in the general budget as a whole over the years, which is what we are worried as budget planners, it has reduced from the higher percentage of 16 to roughly about 12%, which means we are spending a lot on the operating expenses as CoGTA. Now, this is the main problem that we may have had as a result of the political changes that we have within CoGTA, which in the main, some of their proposals, they do have components that are heavy on OPEX, thereby sacrificing the USDG. One of the risks that we have raised in the general budgeting of the CoGTA, and in particular to USDG, is under investment in disaster-prone areas and also areas that pose humanitarian crisis. For example, you talk of areas like Alexandra and the Jaskei River, and also you talk about other areas like in Soweto, where we have seen the floods that can be as high as higher than 1.5 meters. I think that's one area that there is. Then if I were to cover on the electricity losses, on the technical electricity losses, we have not recovered. Our losses, they are roughly around about 30% the technical losses, the non-technical losses, and the technical losses, they are at 9%. And in total, our electricity losses, they are roughly around about 30%. If you touch a financial figure, is about 2.5 billion. This is also a revenue leakage, and also this is a failure for us on our part to step up the formalization on informal settlement. We have about 213 informal settlements that are there, and the main that are covered under the ISUP business plan, they are roughly in the range of about 10 to 11. Then it's one of the areas that are there where we have business plan. On the water losses, they are averaging close about 32, and it's about 23, and the total non-billed revenue is about 44%, and in terms of the financial value is about 3 billion. And this 32%, we are coming from I'm using the audited figures of the previous financial year, we are coming from about 25%. This is one of the areas also where we are. Generally, the budget that we have and the collection level, since COVID appeared, we are budgeting roughly around about 90 at the collection levels, and with electricity sitting at 96 and probably water sitting at 84. And our major problem with the water sector is that although in the past we did try to normalize the water sector from I think the year 17-18, from 79 collection level to about 79% level, they have not fully recovered. In financial terms, it means for each and one rand that we spend on water, we expect to lose about 16 cents, which is a major problem that we have. Part of the problem is the aging that we have. And also this poses a risk to the element of financial viability that are attached as the end year closing financial period tends to be a little bit lower. Those are just the details I just wanted to fill to the committee just before I start on the grant. Now, if we come to the much publicized problem about the city of Johannesburg in the previous financial year, it was underperformance by year end to the tune of 3.7 billion, which was the shortfall in the previous financial year, and it caught up with an element of 6-year underperformance that was close to about 1.3 billion.
Sir, I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
I think maybe the best thing for you and for me in the committee is to go back, because I don't want you, I really respect and recognize your time, and I don't blame you. You are doing what is in your sphere of expertise.
Yes.
But that's not exactly what we are looking for. So what I'm going to suggest, and I've just spoken to Jabu, we will also be more detailed about what we want. Write to yourselves and the CoGTA provincial department so that when you come back and when Ikuruleni comes back, you also come back with the right people. I want to see you though. You must come to the next meeting. But we also want your city manager, we want the CFO, we want the MMCs, we want the director for infrastructure that's consolidated, the consolidation plan, etc., etc. And then what we can do is we'll send an email and say, these are the things we're looking for. Because the information you have is fundamentally relevant, but there's not much we can do with it without the other stuff that we're looking for on the FIS. So I really do want to apologize to you for interrupting you, but I think also to respect your time, maybe it is best that we go back, fix it up, and then we come back to the space again. But really, I want to also, I really feel very hard sore because you're doing what you know to do, and within your sphere of expertise. So it's really not a you problem. It's really maybe how we communicated and maybe how everyone understood it. So MEC, if you're comfortable in HOD, let's hold on to City of Johannesburg. Let them come back, also with Ikuruleni. We'll be more specific between the both of us, and then also give the briefing to COJ and City of Ikuruleni more specifically about what we want. All right, so let's agree. Do we agree, members? Agree. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that.
Thanks,
We're now going to continue And I want the following, we can do it in any order. I know on the agenda we had Sidibeng, Midval, Mfuleni, and Lisedi. So maybe we should start in that order and then move forward. And then those other municipalities who are sitting here, you can slowly start coming forward in the right order. All right, but sir, thank you very much. We really do appreciate your presence here. And I think it's also important to note that you did come. I think other people may not have, maybe have snubbed the invitation, but you didn't, and we appreciate your presence. And we'll see you in the upcoming meetings. Thank you. All right, can we get Sidibeng? Is Sidibeng ready, or who's ready? I'm looking at Mfuleni. If Mfuleni is ready, let's move with you guys. Let's do Mfuleni then. Right, let's streamline the process. Let's get whoever's next, move to the front. Let's get the next municipality immediately sitting next to you so we can move that process along.
But you need to email. Have you amended your presentation? No, they will connect from there. You will just present. Okay. There's your presentation, it's on.
CDBM, please. CDBM presentation.
No, it's fine. Let's do Mfuleni because it's already up.
Yeah.
It's already up, so let's do Mfuleni, then we can do that after. All right, over to you. It's already flighted.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Refilo Mukhosi, the ED for Public Works. I'm with my colleagues. I have the ED for Infrastructure, the Chief Director for Mitzalegwa, the PMU Manager. Chair will present together. I will start and the colleagues will come in and I will finish up. In terms of the presentation outline, we'll look into the introduction, our vision, mission, and motto. We'll go to the background on the infrastructure development, planned infrastructure development, MIG expenditure performance, and we'll go to Mitzalegwa. Mitzalegwa is the water and sanitation, electricity, and then we'll look into the challenges and also the remedial action, and then we'll go to conclusion. Mfuleni is one of the biggest municipality in the region. We've got about a population of over 700,000 with an unemployment of 53%. Water sanitation coverage is at 100% to all formalized houses. In terms of potable water quality compliance, we are sitting at 95%. Under the water, the wastewater discharge compliance, we are sitting at 58.2%. Electricity coverage, we are supplying 85,000 households. Other part is supplied by ESCOM. In terms of refuse collection coverage, in a formal settlement, we are collecting from
Ma'am, I'm so
190.
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We don't have the presentation. So I think HOD, if while Ma'am is presenting, please send it to us, because Mfuleni is one of the municipalities we agreed we'd be zeroing in on, and it's a little difficult to, yes, I can see, but you know, when you talk, I cross-reference in my mind. So if you can send it to us while we're getting that presentation ASAP, then it can be distributed to members. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the length of tarred roads, we've got 1,645 kilometers. The gravel roads, we've got 1,054 kilometers. I'm going to ask the PMU manager to take us through the next coming slides.
Good day. My name is Owen Mulauzi. I'm the PMU manager within the municipality. What I'm going to discuss is only in terms of the municipal infrastructure grant, just to give the progress where we are. So as a municipality, from infrastructure development point of view, currently in terms of our funding for infrastructure, we are relying on grants in the main. And the main grant that we are relying on is the municipal infrastructure grant, where we are currently using it to fund our roads infrastructure, public facilities, water and sanitation projects, as well as sport and recreational projects. And then we also have the NDPG, which we are currently using for the development of Sebokeng precinct within the municipality. And then from an electricity point of view, we have the INEP for electrification programs. I think for this financial year, the DSM was not allocated, but we normally have that as part of our program for retrofitting. Then the WISIC, which is managed at the Department of Water and Sanitation for water and sanitation programs. Then the RBIG, and then also our own internal fundings that we are using as a municipality in the main, looking at the maintenance programs. Now, on the municipal infrastructure grant, what we are focusing on, those are the programs that we are currently implementing in terms of the categories. We have the water and sanitation programs. In terms of the MTRAF that we have allocated, we have 2 projects that we are actually implementing in this current financial year. Which are multi-year projects, and the budget thereof is 228 million that has been allocated to those projects. Then we have the sanitation projects, where we have 6 bulk sanitation pipelines that we are currently trying to replace and upgrade. Within the MTRAF, we have allocated 238 million. Then we have roads and stormwater projects, where in the current financial year and going into the MTRAF, we have 5 projects where we have allocated 122 million. On the cemeteries, the upgrading of the cemeteries that we are having within the municipality, only 3 projects have been allocated to the value of 29 million. Then on the sports and recreation, we have 2 projects that we are implementing to the value of 48 million. And then the municipality is also trying to develop the asset management plan, which actually is budgeted at 3 million. The asset management plan is actually focused on the water and sanitation programs only at the current moment. Obviously, our intention is to actually expand that into the other infrastructure programs within the municipality. Then lastly, we have the waste management, where we have the development of the landfill site. As we know that the municipality has challenges with regards to the waste management, and currently 2 of our landfill programs or landfill sites are actually under closure, so the development of the landfill is crucial for us. And then also, as part of the grant, we are also procuring waste collection trucks, compactor trucks, within the conditions of the grant. What we are presenting on the slide, Chair, is actually the performance of the municipal infrastructure grant for the past 5 years, as per the brief that we were given. So in terms of the performance from 2017-2018, we were actually performing, implementing all the projects accordingly, and we were able to spend 100% of the grant. Then in the 2018-19, we spent 79%. Unfortunately, going into the 2019-2020, we had major challenges, which actually started from 18-19, in terms of our supply chain processes within the municipality, where we were not able to appoint service providers for almost 3 financial years due to our own internal programs. So as a result, we couldn't appoint. And then coming into 2019-2020, the implementation program that we had for the grant was actually changed and reprioritized by National Department of CoGTA, trying to focus on the water and sanitation programs. Unfortunately, the consequence of the reprioritization was that the money was actually directed towards programs or projects that were not ready for implementation, and as a result, all the money that was taken towards water and sanitation were not implemented. So the municipality failed to implement any programs actually within that financial year. So in the main, we only implemented, it was actually a road project that we implemented within the financial year. And then in the 2020-2021, we spent 44% of the adjustment. And then last financial year as well, we spent about 80% of what has been reallocated. So there has been some serious challenges, especially in the past 3 financial years. But as we stand now, we are actually improving in terms of our performance. So here, we were just trying to show graphically more or less the performance and actually the how the trend has been in the past financial years. On this slide, Chair, we actually just trying to give a narrative in terms of the background and what actually contributed towards our performance within the municipality. So in terms of the 17-18, we did manage to spend the entire grant, so there were no challenges at that particular time. And then 18-19, we had actually advertised projects, about 10 of them, which were actually meant for implementation in the follow-up financial year, but unfortunately, all those tenders expired, and from there on, the unit that is implementing, which is the project management unit, was never able to appoint any service providers, and it is common that for us to spend any funds, we have to have service providers appointed. So as a result, that had a knock-on effect on the follow-up financial years. And then moving to the 19-20 financial year, it was the same scenario as I explained during the presentation. Next. So in the 2020-2021, obviously overall in terms of our performance on the original allocation, we had spent 24%. On the revised, it was actually 44%. And for the main challenge that we had was with regards to the reallocation and the reprioritization that we had in relation to the water and sanitation programs. But in the main, I think where we are now under the 2022-2023 financial year, we have seen major improvements, though we are not where we need to be. But there is actually quite significant improvement within the performance of the municipality on the grant. I think I will stop there, Chair. I will hand over to my colleagues going forward. Thank you.
Good day, Chair and members of the committee and colleagues. My name is Madoda Besani. I'm heading Metialekwa, the Water and Sanitation Unit of Mfuleni, as the Chief Director. On the slide, this is how we are structured in terms of the Water and Sanitation Unit. We have a water section, which is a water department, and we use this to provide the supply, do the maintenance of the associated infrastructure, and also water conservation and demand programs. We have a section, wastewater treatment, where we are running all our plants. We have a sanitation section where we are dealing with the networks and we provide the waterborne sanitation service. We do maintenance there and also include our pump stations. We have a maintenance section that deals with the electrical and mechanical work that supports all the plants and the pump stations. And then we have a section of planning and projects where we are planning in terms of the demand and forecasting, which works very closely with our project implementation, that is the PMU, that has just gone through the projects that we are involved in Mfuleni. And then lastly, we have the customer care section, which is our first point of call when it comes to interaction with our customers there, as well as doing the education and awareness programs for our Mfuleni. This slide here, Chairperson, this is what, in terms of infrastructure we have. When it comes to the water networks, we have those pipelines, about 4,000 kilometers. We have about 11 reservoirs. That is a 150 megaliter plant at the moment. These are all the design capacities. On the slide, this is just to show in terms of our staff establishment, we have around 683 approved posts and only 255 filled. That leaves us with about 62% of vacancy rate. The pie chart on the right just shows per department, in terms of the departments that we have as Metialekwa, what is the vacancy rate there. Next slide, please. Yeah. In terms of the brief, we tried to focus the the presentation to look at the water business as well as the water conservation and demand programs. Here, Chair, we can see for the past 5 years, this has been our growth in terms of the population and in terms of the demand. We sitting at a 1.6% growth over the past 5 years, and then we are, in terms of demand, we have grown with about 2.85%. We can go to the next slide. On this slide, this is the slide that shows the situation in terms of our recovery and our water losses. Our actual consumption would be that red line on top there. And over the same period, we have experienced a decline of about 41% combined decrease when it comes to our billing. Our billing for the flat rates, which was mainly affected by a decision that we took as council, reducing from 30 kiloliters per household to 15 kiloliters per household. That assumption then was based on the fact that the greater area is unmetered and therefore the billing would follow that 15 kiloliters. And the other portion that we can see on the blue line, which is the decrease in the consumption, billed consumption, decreased by about 19.6% there. This overall, it has caused our non-revenue water to stand at a percentage of about 65%. The actual water losses through distribution networks, it's around 20%. Next slide. These are the programs that we have in terms of what we have planned to try and deal with the water conservation and demand programs that we have at Mfuleni. I must highlight at the moment that these are mainly based on the budgets that Mfuleni is allocating for itself, and they exclude the interventions from National Department of Water and Sanitation as well as the rainwater programs that are implemented there. There are programs that are implemented by Rainwater through Rainwater Foundation. There's a program that was completed this financial year, but these programs are the ones that are clearly planned by Mfuleni. All these projects are planned projects, they have not started, and these are the estimated amounts that are required in the next financial year to try and deal with the losses that we have, the high water losses that we have. On this slide, Chairperson, these are the programs that, projects that my colleague from PMU has already spoken to. Safe to just highlight that the expenditure for the completed projects for the previous 5 years was about 185 million there, and the current projects that he has already talked about, the 2 main ones. We are having projects in this financial year that we have budgeted about 15 million to acquire the meters so that we can have more areas metered, then we can be able to at least have a good hold in terms of our consumption, have zonal meters installed, be able to read for a greater number of our townships there. Thank you. Yes. This slide is actually a duplication of the work that the colleague has talked to in terms of MIG projects. These are all the projects that are specifically to water, and they would assist us in terms of our water supply assurance as well as water conservation and demand management to deal with those critical aspects. All these planned projects amount to about an estimate of 1.1 billion. Yes. On this slide, Chairperson, I just wanted to cover here the service that we're giving currently in terms of all our informal settlements. We have about 29 informal settlements with a population of about 80,000, and we have about 50,000 backyard dwellings. On a daily basis, we are cutting about 850,000 liters of water to about 170 JoJo tanks around the area, and it's quite a mammoth task to maintain consistently because of the cost that is involved. To provide this service adequately, we would need about 28, and that would cost us about 6 million per month. At the moment, we are operating with about 14 at a cost of about 22.8 million, which is not sustainable if you look at the growth of squatter camps in the area there. This is quite a challenge and a heavy burden on the municipality that is struggling to recover from the same water business, because these are all these 850 kiloliters of water is not paid for. On this slide, we're trying to highlight, I can see the top part is not shown properly, but Chairperson, we have Section 63 implementation in the municipality, which I believe that our colleagues from Randwater will talk much more in detail in terms of their presentation on it. Here, we are just highlighting the key success factors that we need here for us to at least be able to be sustainable, because we have experienced a number of challenges at the beginning from the teething, although I must say that at the moment, some things are beginning to come in terms of resources. Just yesterday, vehicles were delivered, and TLB, and as well as a roller. So we are seeing those resources that are being delivered. They will assist us a lot in terms of our water losses here, because that is where we'll be able to deal with the response time whenever there are leaks that are reported. They have also provided assistance with materials that we need, being valves, clamps, as and when they are required. These factors, although have been there with us, we just need to manage them on an ongoing basis until the handover of Section 63. Firstly, the first factor there is its budgets. At the moment, we as Mfuleni do not get any direct budget from the program itself, and this places a strain on us because we have to respond whenever there's a water or a sanitation problem that is reported. The processes at the moment are with the Department of Water and Sanitation and Randwater, and the processes are taking long to deploy service providers on the ground, as well as some of the personnel that is required. So this is one aspect that is key, that needs to be managed much properly so that we can be able to be sustainable and be responsive to the challenges of sewer spillages. I think, Chair, there on that one, we know the history about the sewer spillages that we have. We have not been able to make impact, and that is why we are highlighting these challenges. Consultation is another one. We had this as a teething problem during the initial stages of the program, which we tried to interact with our colleagues, and we are now having forums that are sitting on a weekly basis, meetings, as well as a monthly basis, which are war room meetings where we're dealing with the details to try and deal with the challenges properly. There's one, maybe just to mention this, what resulted in some of the challenges. where we're saying the creation of parallel teams, without consultation, that's when you'd find that we have a problem, it gets escalated up to the minister or to the president's office. And when we go on site, you find there's a Rainwater team, there's also an Mfuleni team. So that kind of consultation and coordination needs to be managed on an ongoing basis so that we can effectively use the resources that are within our disposal. When it comes to the municipality itself, I've mentioned the internal cooperation from the municipality. At the moment, the municipality is structured such that Metsialekwa is a department of the municipality, but there are intentions to have it made an entity. But the main challenge is that all other departments seem not to be affected by the Section 63 intervention when it comes to the sense of agency when we have to address issues which are not lying within the operational department itself. That would be your IT, your HR, and your finance. So it's in line with that we're saying we need that to be improved and managed properly on an ongoing basis as well. Next slide. Okay.
Thanks, Chief Director. Chair, I will just take you through electricity projects. For the financial year 22-23, we've got five projects that are funded, which amounts to 38 million under INEP program. Just on this slide, the next slide, Chair, whereby when we apply for, or when we do application for the houses, we apply based on the estimation in terms of what will be built on site. So we applied for 794 RDP houses, and we applied for 189 walk-ups in Litabong, and also 370 at Sebokeng Zone 3. But when we had to now do electrification, we found out that we only have 154 houses and also 324 walk-ups instead of what we applied for. So as a result, about 25 million will be going back to Department of Energy and will apply again as soon as the houses are built. In terms of the previous financial years, we had two projects in 2019-20, whereby we managed to spend the entire allocation, and the projects are still running, Chairperson. What happens is that if you look at the program itself, DOE will normally fund the municipality for 20 M's, but as a municipality, based on the history, the challenges that we had with regard to the design for 20 M's, we decided that as a municipality will therefore design our network for 60 M's so that we don't have challenges when the time goes on with regard to the operations and maintenance. So as a result, we have to top up the grant that we get, the INEP grant. For 2020-21, we had 3 projects which are still running. We only managed to do the designs for those projects, and the implementation started in the financial year 22-23. Just for summary, in terms of what the allocation was, for 1920 it was 6 million, for 2021 it was 5.5, and for 2021-22 it was 18.2 million. We couldn't finish the projects in 21-22. We therefore had to apply for rollover to 22-23. Hence, our projection or our grant for 22-23 it's 38. It was 38 million. Chair, what we have done in terms of the summary under a critical electricity network. If you look at our primary substations, We've got about 38 of them, and we have a huge backlog in terms of maintenance. And as a result, we are unable to supply continuous and sustainable electricity. So we've done an analysis in terms of what do we need to do to ensure that we supply a reliable electricity. So we have categorized our substations where for primary substations in terms of what we need to maintain and what we need to repair and upgrade. We're looking at about 1.6 billion. At about 1 billion chair for the primary substations. As it is now, our primary substations are running with one transformer, whereby if there's an outage or if we've got a problem with the transformer, then we don't have any backup, and as a result, it takes long for us to restore power. If you look at our secondary substation, under Vanderbijl Park, we've got about 300 substations, and under Vernaching, we've got about 350 substations. In terms of what we need for maintenance and repairs, 300 million for Vanderbijl Park and 100 million for Vernaching substation. In terms of number of customers or connections that we have, Chair, we need about 80 million to address the issues of the losses, which I will touch on them on the next slide. In terms of the mini-subs and ring main units, we need about 120 million. In total, the backlog that we have, we need about 1.6 billion to address the issues of electricity in Emfuleni. For public lighting, we've got high mast, 630 high mast, which we require about 20 million to do refurbishment on the structure and retrofitting and so forth. The street lights as well, we have about 24,000, which we need about 50 million to deal with with our street lights, and the traffic lights as well. We need about 10 million. So in total, it's 80 million. At this point in time, we are trying with the little that we have to maintain our street lights, but it's very, very, very little, Chairperson, at this point in time. In terms of the losses, just before, we are sitting at about 22.2 losses currently as of December 2022. In terms of the segmentation of our customers, we are supplying 3.5% to the conventional customers, which includes the businesses and residential. For resellers, 1.4, and for agriculture, it's 0.1. For demand meters, we've got 62.3. This is our LPUs. So if you look at them in terms of this diagram, we've got 62% is companies that we are supplying, and the rest is residential. Chair, just to demonstrate in terms of the point of deliveries, we've got 10 of them from ESCOM, and the table below, it just shows in terms of NMD, how are we doing on the notified maximum demand. We've got 3 that we are not doing good, and this, as a result, Chairperson, if you look at our bulk purchase, it's high because of some of the things that we need to pay. It's the penalties whereby we're exceeding the NMD. We tried to apply to ESCOM, and ESCOM said to us that they will not allow us to increase the NMDs until we pay the debt, which is a worry for us, Chairperson, because if you look at our debt at this point in time, we're sitting at about 5.8 billion, and there is no way that we will be able to pay it anytime soon. And the worry is that if you look at the developments that are coming to Emfuleni, as I was presenting on the electrification projects, we've got Letabong, we're expecting about over 20,000 houses, and we need to supply them with electricity. If ESCOM is not going to allow the municipality to then increase the NMD, it means that we will not be able to supply those houses. There's also few developments that are coming in terms of the shopping malls, and also if you look at the VAL SEZ, we will not be able to supply if ESCOM is not going to work together with us with regard to the applying for the increase to increase the NMG. In terms of the challenges in general, as I mentioned, our biggest challenge is the debt that we have, whereby ESCOM and rent water. And as a result, now and then you see that our account is attached because we are unable to pay ESCOM and rent water. We also have high vacancy rate on a technical positions. For example, if you look at the PMU, currently the vacancy rate there is 74%, and also the chief director, as he was explaining there, the currency rate under water and sanitation is also very high. Insufficient capital budget to eradicate the infrastructure backlog. So if you look at most of our losses, especially for the water losses, our infrastructure is very old, whereby the sooner we address the backlog in terms of replacing those pipes and so forth, the better. If we don't deal with the infrastructure backlog, then we will take long as a municipality to recover, especially when it comes to the water and also electricity. We've got aging infrastructure. You look at electricity infrastructure, our transformers are over 50 years old. Most of them, they have reached their lifespan. And as a result, that's why we end up having the power outages. Chair, some of the challenges the colleagues have touched on them. Just in terms of service delivery, we are really, really stressed when it comes to the resources. We are expected to provide services on a daily basis, and resources are a challenge, whereby we've got limited number of cars. We've got also limited number of materials in our stores and so forth. And as a result, it becomes difficult to get to our customers. So our turnaround is very long, Chair, because we don't have enough resources to get to our customers. Just as an example, in terms of basic services, we're supposed to have about 528 fleet, but we only have about 75. So that is a huge challenge, Chairperson, on our side. Chair, as I mentioned, the issue of bank account and creditors. So what we see is that we will have budget on paper, but cash flow is a problem for the municipality, whereby we need to prioritize in terms of who do we pay, who we don't pay. And what we've seen is that most of our suppliers, what they will do when we really need material and so forth, they will say to the municipality, pay us what you owe before we can supply you. When we have power outages, where we need the assistance of service providers before they can come on site, they will say, pay us before we can assist you. So non-payment of creditors is a huge challenge for us. As my colleagues were mentioning, a delay on the procurement process was one of the biggest challenges for us. But going forward with the interventions that we've put in place, Chairperson, that will not be a challenge, because we have seen that now we are appointing and the service providers on the ground. If you move to the remedial action, Chair, from the municipal side, we really need some sort of intervention when it comes to our debt, because I don't see us in the next coming 2 or 3 years being able to pay ESCOM debt and also rent water debt. And if you look at the unemployment in Mfuleni, as I said, it's about 53%. And as a result, we continue to supply water and so forth, and the revenue collection is very low. So from our side, we really need intervention on that one. I already spoke to the issue of the contractors, of the delays in the procurement process, the issues of SLA and also the master plan. We already spoken to those. The budget limitation, Chair, with regard to our own funding. Go back. We still on review. Go back. Yeah, next one. Next one. Thank you. Sorry about that, Chair. Chair, in terms of the budget limitation, our projects, we can only do a little from the municipality. If you look at our SDBIP, the challenge that we see now, or the challenge that we have is that whereby if you look at our SDBIP, we achieve our targets, because when we do our SDBIP targets, it's based on the budget that we have. And the complaint that we get from the community is that if you look at the service delivery on the ground, and also you compare to our SDP, they're not talking to each other, because we budget, we can only put targets of what we can achieve, Chair, based on our budget. Chair, I'll just go quickly to the conclusion. We need to increase budget for us to cover the needs of our communities. If you look at our IDP, we've got a number of needs from our communities, but with regard to our financial situation at this point in time, we are unable to meet the community needs. And also, Chair, in terms of service delivery, we have challenges. We really need intervention when it comes to the resources so that we are able to provide services on a daily basis. Thank you, Chairperson.
All right, thank you. Members, hold on. Let's get Sidibeng, and then we can engage them together. So don't leave yet. I know Sidibeng was ready to go first, and then we shortchanged them a little bit because our presentation was already up there. So let's get Sidibeng, and then we'll engage both presentations. And then members, after that, we'll start releasing people to go back and forth for lunch. But let's get through this presentation first. All right, let's help the Sidibeng team just to flight their presentation.
Good day, Chair, MEC, members of the committee. My name is Mutsumi Mate. I'm the municipal manager at Sidibeng District Municipality. Chair, we requested to go first before Mfuleni because in the discussion we were to set the trend, and then our locals that Mfuleni, Midval and Lesedi will then give them more details. But we took this opportunity, Chair, that we indicate how the municipality, how the district municipality looks like, and informed with what was requested. I think our presentation will not take more than 5 minutes of the intended purpose. The request as sent was mainly aligned to the NDP itself, saying how are we dealing with the issues of water and electricity within our space, aligned to the 2030 plan that we are chasing. If we look at the vision, vision number 2, ensure improved access to essential services. I think that's what the intended purpose of the presentations by our locals will actually focus mainly on. And if you link that to the outputs also, output number 2, also it's also improving access to basic services, and all the presentations will be focusing mainly on how are we doing and how are we performing in that space. Section 152 of the Constitution is very clear on the objectives of the local government, and we have tried by all means to make sure that we are aligning within the prescript of what Constitution actually prescribes on what is expected of us to be doing. Section 156 as well on the person functions. I will touch on exactly why are we premising our presentation on this. It's because as a district we have the person functions that I believe subcommittee of CoGTA is dealing with this, and we have made submissions even to Salga to actually come on board and assist in as far as this person is concerned. Now, it's to note, Chair, here that the local government matters listed in Part B of Schedule 4 and Part B of Schedule 5. In as far as the functions are concerned at a district level, this will be what I will be coming into in the next minute. This is how the CDBN district is, in as far as the population that we have and the area that we cover. And Vereeniging is our main town, to those who may not be aware. And this is the map of the area that we go. So we border around Mpumalanga and other neighboring the Free State and the Northwest. So we are flanked by 3 different provinces. Chair, in as far as what we are mandated to be doing as a district, touching to the request that was done, in as far as this presentation is concerned, these are I just want to indicate the areas that we are actually undertaking as a district, as mandated by the Constitution. And within Gauteng, the 2 districts are actually not their provision space, as you may see in the next slide that I'll showcase now, that we are not in the provision of we are not the water authority, neither are we the electricity authority. That is devolved specifically to the local municipalities. Hence the request, we made sure that we'll just set the trend on what is expected, and then we'll have our locals to deal with the direct details of what is expected. This is showcased that when the portfolio committee next time they hear about issues of powers and functions and how districts are actually in stress, it's because of the powers and functions and the things that we are doing as mandated, and lot of unfunded mandates that we are dealing with that is showing into our not so enough resources that we have. The table below, which is the closing of the presentation, is to show that in as far as the households are concerned, how is the district looking like and how have we improved for the past 5 years until 2020, from where we were in as far as the electricity access, piped water access, formal dwelling access across the 3 municipalities. So this is a summary of the next table that I'll be showing to you now. So this is how CDBN, the whole of CDBN district looks like in as far as the request that were put forward. So at the top you'll see that the summary is the pointer. Yes. At the top you'll see that we have put CDBN on top because it will be an average percentage starting from 2010 to 2020, how we have improved or how much we have not improved, and the summary of what has been done. There will be some decreases in some areas because of the demolitions that happened and so on and so on. And the correction of the services that were provided. In as far as the household occupying formal dwellings, we are currently at 84%, meaning average of all 4. And the hygienic toilets, we are at 93%, from 91% in 2010. and the piped water, which is the interest of today's presentation, we moved from 97% in 2010, and we are now at average of 99.9%. And as far as the electrical connections, from 90.3%, we are now at 92.8%. So this will be the average, total average of across the entire district. But our locals will actually dwell into more details as we've seen how Mfuleni have moved, have actually made that presentation. Chair, what we are proposing, which may look, the alignment of the grant itself. We have the provincial infrastructure grant, and then we have the municipal infrastructure grant, and the two are not necessarily aligned completely. Hence, we propose what is called bulk infrastructure fund, that all the monies that are assigned to infrastructure be collectively put together and then be assigned specifically or against the master plans that have been put up. I think this will be a further discussion that we'll have, so that when we talk of the solar plants, when you talk of the wastewater treatment plant, that be aligned precisely to what national, provincial, and national and local are actually talking about. But we have a situation where that plans are still happening in silos, and therefore there's a lot of imposing within the local municipal space, and the grant thereof is not actually supported. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you. I just have to stand for my health and my heart rate. I'm taking my health seriously this year, so I might stand in meetings just for health. Sidibeng, are you comfortable with that? What I wanted to do, because it was quite a bit, I want to engage now with Mfuleni Sidibeng, then take Lisedi and Midval just after. I think that makes sense. Otherwise, it's going to be too much for members to engage on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by noting. We can change it around if you want. It doesn't really matter. We're all going to speak, I think. So let me just see who wants to start. So we'll start with Member Atkinson, Member Diage, Member De Lange, Member Ngube. Let's do it in that order. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a question to Mfuleni. You showed us on your collections, it was quite a worrying line downwards, that your collections had decreased significantly. Was that to do with the, I think it was the smelter works, one of the large factories that were not buying as much energy or whatever? But if you could maybe just explain to us the reason for that decline. And I think you also gave us your water loss percentage, if I'm not right. Was that, it was in the 50%, I think. It was 62%. Yeah. And then just a similar question for Lesedi as well. Sorry, for the other municipalities. Lesedi, yeah. Okay. Sorry, what was it? Sorry, Sedibeng. And then the question to Sedibeng as well was, what is the percentage of your water losses as well? So the water that leaks away out of your pipes. If you know the breakdown between the water that actually leaks away and water that you're not getting paid for. So in other words, where people are not, non-revenue losses basically. So what percentage has been lost through leaky pipes, and what percentage has been lost through non-revenue basically? Thanks.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Sometimes when the problems are so big, then it's very hard to talk about them, isolate them. But I wonder, to what extent have you considered, the old one that we spoke about, the war on leaks, but especially in your areas of flat rate. And we do know that if it's a flat rate, there's no real incentive for the user to report a leak, because whether they use 10 kiloliters of water or 50 kiloliters of water, they're going to pay 10 Rand a month. And I'm just using an example. So if you have a specialized leak detection program, it's going to cost a minimum, but to employ that or implement that, but the saving in terms of your losses can be significant. It can make a significant impact, especially when you have a 62% loss in water. Yeah, and then just at the same time, to what extent, when you talk about new developments, have you engaged with the developers to supply their own transformers, etc., or even for Eskom to take back those new developments while you cannot yourself service them? Then at least if the development will go ahead, you still get the benefit of the ratepayers, so to speak. So it can, yeah, I'm just wondering, and I'm thinking out loud, whether that can at all happen. Because while you cannot service your accounts, no company in its right mind would be willing to give you more services, especially if you can't pay for it. A great worry over the years for the province, for residents, etc., is the spillage, sewer spillage into the river. To what extent are we dealing with it? Have you dealt with it? What's happening to the money that Joburg is paying to Imfoleni for handling some of the sewage? Surely that is money that should have been spent on keeping your wastewater treatment works up to standard. What are we doing, or what are you going to be doing to rectify that situation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the list for Imfoleni would be endless. I do feel that with province having such a big role in the management of Imfoleni, we should have actually gotten a report back from province as well in terms of how it's managed and what they are doing, because this is now a dual function. It's not just Imfoleni by itself. There should have been a feedback from province as well that should have connected with Imfoleni. And I would suggest that we really look at that next time we get around. I think my first question would be, to what extent does Imfoleni interact with the industries responsible for effluent dumping in the Vaal River system? I think that's a very important question we need to ask, and feedback that we need on that matter. In terms of the water and sanitation network infrastructure, does it meet the requirements, and what turnaround plans are there in place? The billing decreased by 41%. How does Imfoleni make up for these huge losses? Because we all know that a huge part of the survival of any municipality results in the amount of funding that they get in through their accounts and billing system, and how do they make up for the losses? Is there actually a turnaround plan, and how does that impact? How does the repair maintenance cost stay the same? Okay, that's another one. I was just concerned because there seems to be not much of a fluctuation. That could have been from the one year to the next. I'm always concerned if we look at the cost that municipalities spend on water trucks versus the cost of the infrastructure to get the water to these settlements. Now, I know there's a lot of the settlements that may not be formalized with a total infrastructure, but if we do go and maybe plan and say, you know, in the next 4 or 5 years, this informal settlement are going to be structured and formalized, we have to look rather at carting bulk water to these settlements at least, and then at the points of the settlements of arrival, there the water can be dispersed. It would be way cheaper to do that than to cart water from water points kilometers away from these infrastructures or these settlements. And Chair, I want to appeal to this, that we really push for this, that there's a bulk water infrastructure that needs to be taken to a point closer to these settlements. We cannot have trucks cart water up and down all day, every single day, especially when it's hot and people use more water than regularly. We have to have the water being taken to the settlements instead of having trucks that we need to pay at millions and billions of rand. Then, yes, I noted that there's nowhere where we get the figures for the Eskom and the rand water debt. I might have missed it. I did go through the presentation again and I could not pick it up. Maybe if Mfuleni could just give us the figures, the actual figures for how much debt is the Eskom and how much is the debt for rand water, and are they actually paying it as per the agreement? And who's overseeing that? Is that done by Mfuleni or is it done by province and by the task team? And then I also picked up on the service level agreements, the delays in signing of the contracts. That is a huge problem. Again, all municipalities, we cannot have such delays on service level agreements. Even if we have province that is assisting in this matter, we cannot have delays on this because it's costing us money if we do not have the spade in the soil per se. We need to sort that out. And what is the kind of delay? Is it a month, 2 months, 3 months? What are we talking? Thank you, Chair. And then I'm also concerned about the lack of the master plan for the water and sanitation infrastructure plan. That is a serious issue. And then obviously the water loss percentage is just completely, it's through the roof. And what is the action plan on that? Does province come in here, or is that actually under the auspice of the municipality at this stage dealing with that? I'm just concerned when we have province getting involved or in being involved in the management, the daily management, and we have the municipality, and then we have contractors or consultants. I don't know how we balance all of this, and it's a concern for me because we get sand that's falling through our fingers, and I don't think there's one person that is organizing all of this and keeping everything on the go. So I think a lot of the issues we've got is because of that. There are too many cooks in the kitchen here, and that is a major concern for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Let me appreciate the reports that have been given. Became lost when you, for instance, you will make an example, length of the tarred road, 1,645 kilometer, gravel road, 1,054, and all those things. And then there was then a period of, I think, reprioritization or whatever it was. So where I became lost is that, for instance, on Monday, the Premier pronounced that where there are dusty streets, they must be tarred. So where I am sitting is that I'm not sure in terms of what is the progress on these untarred roads. And just an addition, with those that are tarred, Mfuleni has been known with swimming pools on the tarred roads. In addressing that also, how far is the municipality, because people have been complaining that they are repairing or buying their tires every week and whatever, with the money that they don't have. So you a little bit confused me when you then decided to rearrange and reprioritize. However, and then the Sebokeng precinct and all those things, whether all those projects have been abandoned or not, to me, I'm not clear. On the question of on the water also, water projects, there are 228 million on roads and stormwater and sanitation, vis-a-vis what is happening now. Because we will see the News Africa flighting challenges of sanitation in the whether it's part of Mfuleni or what, but from where I sit, I don't know the demarcation. But you will see that people are saying even in Christmas, we don't enjoy Christmas because sewer is just running in our pavements. So, which then suggests that the situation is dire. I'm not sure also whether I didn't hear well. We are saying 683 staff establishment. And you then have 62% vacancy rate. If that's the case, what is the impact? Because if it is 62% vacancy rate, it means the municipality is understaffed. I mean, if it is understaffed, then there's an implication of service delivery. Why are we having this, if I heard you correctly? Is there a problem with your organogram, not approved, and what? But if it is not approved, you would not have told us about the 683 staff establishment. And then you are then at 62 on the vacancy rate. What are the challenges? Is there a dispute somewhere? What is it? Is it the reprioritization to say your money at least must not go to people? Then what then happens? Are you outsourcing the functions of this 62% or what? And if so, outsourcing costs more than employing people with this high rate of unemployment. So you tell us, what is the gist of this thing that is happening? Let me also indicate my problem with the water tankers. I think you said you're supposed to have 28 or you have 28, and then the monthly cost of servicing those trucks, let me say that, I mean, with those millions monthly, are those trucks external? Maybe Pinky owning these trucks and then working for the municipality, and then the cost of this. So if an external person is owning these trucks, why don't you look into, I don't know how much does it cost to buy them as a municipality or whatever, but if it is an external, what are the costs if this is done internally? The consultation, I'm not sure whether you, because the HOT and the MSC are outside, do you have the directors here?
We should, but they might be behind us. Let's ask a question.
Okay. On the consultation, for instance, there have been different administrations and sections, 189, what, DC, whatever it is. And then you also mentioned the presidency, what. You are then saying, for instance, if it is an administration with those 1D or whatever it is, isn't it that it gets advertised, gazetted? And during those gazettes, then what is understood that the process of consultation comes in. There was also an administration, some other people being sent there. And then there's this committee, there are these officials that are being sent by CoGTA to different municipalities which are having some challenges. Which in my previous life, Human Settlement and CoGTA would say, what is the progress of them trying to assist the municipalities? And then some will then report the problem of, for instance, their limitations in terms of intervention. Some of the things that they pick up, there has to be a council decision that is being taken. So they then become like its recommendation pending whether the council buys into that or not. So in terms of the level of the deployment, like you say, creating parallel teams, and then deployment of operators or appointment of the fleet manager, are you then saying these teams just descend in the municipality? Smang Mang Mang is now supposed to be a fleet manager, whereas there was someone. And if so, as you are raising them here, you are crying for intervention. So, Honorable Chairperson, when I saw this, is that there are some challenges and we need some, maybe one-on-one, the portfolio and yourselves, in terms of what really is happening with the department on this, to address this. If others are becoming redundant, and these ones that I knew, maybe they're just for a period. We don't know how much period has been taken there. And from where one sits, if there is a team that comes to assist, is that they work together so that when they leave, there's transfer of skills and understanding of what was intended for deploying those people. So we'll need some deeper discussions outside here. You may not be addressing all the things here. I think the key things also, on the, you were detailed in terms of your challenges, and that needs to be discussed by this committee in our endeavor to also assist the department and the municipality. Addition to these challenges that I'm raising and the way forward that we may take, you indicated that there's one transformer that you are using. And if that transformer blast, what it means, it will be dark city there, which will affect the SEZs and others, more ESCOM, ISCO and what, and other businesses that are there. But the strife between the ESCOM and yourselves, and also around water. There was a time where there was no water because of other people that are paying were being punished for that, because it was one size fits all Randwater wanting to be paid. So I think those are the things also that that needs to be addressed. And I'm not sure because there has been some indication of no, let's help and whatever. Yeah, on the challenges, basic services impact. Yeah, the cash flow and attachment of the bank account. You have raised it here. I'm not sure whether the situation as we speak is still like that. If not, how have you come out of this challenge? And then on the CDB, you talk of 13 out of 22 functions. Currently, that 13 out of 22 functions that you're currently rendering are not the competency of the municipality. If we are saying that, which sphere of government is supposed to be doing that, as it has been transferred to yourself? And if it was transferred, what were the conditions? Because what it means is that you are now dipping, taking the money that was supposed to be buying this and do these 12 things. Which are the things also that relevant sphere through SALGA and through our permanent delegates at the NSOP. So I'm I'm the whip of the National Council of Provinces at the legislature, and I interact with our permanent delegates to say, there is this issue. That's why I got to know that the provinces and the municipalities that are contributing towards the pollution of the Vaal River. So these things, we do discuss them. And the question of the funding of the bulk infrastructure, those procurements and working in silos. If working in silos, if the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, then you're bound to have failures and also not succeed. And those are the challenges that have been presented to us, Honorable Chairperson, that you are seeking and crying for the assistance. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, members. I also have a couple things that I want to distribute or contribute rather. The first being, well, okay, I think members have covered the matters, there are quite a few in Mfuleni. But I think one of the biggest things that I keep thinking about is it can become very overwhelming, especially for yourselves, about where do we start, how do we get through it, what do we do? And I think the best thing to do is highlight firstly what we're doing right, and then say of all the things that are going wrong, which are the most manageable in terms of the short term, the medium term, and the long term. Because that also helps us to then say as provincial legislatures, provincial government, this is what's possible right now. Do you need another piece of legislation? Do you need this kind of, et cetera, et cetera? Because if it means going to National Treasury eventually and saying, look, here's a turnaround strategy that we've got, short-term, medium-term, long-term, please can you help us fund this, etc. Same thing with ESCOM. They may not necessarily fully agree to everything, but the fact is that we have to do something, because otherwise we're just like a train that's headed towards a wall. And that doesn't have to be the case. There's a real potential of things that we can do. Even the Vaal SEZ is an opportunity for us for economic development. So if we're already identifying a problem with the bulk services, now we need a plan before we even do the establishment. And I say this as someone who used to chair the economic development portfolio. Those are huge opportunities for your area. Huge job opportunities, huge, just to boost the morale of the area as well. So let's do that. Maybe in the next time when we either come to you, you come to us, let's have identified with yourself, City Bank in the province, what are the short-term, medium, long-term. And then be a little bit more specific. Say, well, this is what we need from the portfolio committee. We need you to help us, like I said, for example, with ESCOM, with National Treasury. Those are ideas. But if you need us to also go out into communities, remember, that's also our role, to try and canvass and say, well, this is our proposed plan. What do you think? Because there's a real disconnect between the people and the anger of the people and what we're doing on this side. And I think more than not, people just want to see that there's a plan. So even if we start saying, right, knocking on doors, like we do this a lot in my political organization, we knock on door to door, but we're asking different questions. And I want to ask questions that are solution orientated now. To the Gogo who was on ENCA and has sewerage running in her house, what does she see needs to happen? Is it a pipe thing? Is it that it's the location of a house, which it's not? But the point I'm making is that we need to really bring them along with us. Right, the billing crisis, I think it's been spoken to. I think we're all panicked by the non-revenue water supply situation. I think that's very important to mention. I also, again, renewable energy, big opportunities, maybe our only opportunity here if ESCOM doesn't want to play ball. Especially where you are. Maybe there's opportunities with the Vaal River. There might be hydropower opportunities. Let's also look into that through yourselves, actually, as a district municipality. But we really do need to think a little bit outside of the box here. You need to start cutting the electricity of the seriously, your serial offenders. I'm not talking about working class people. I'm talking about big companies who are not paying. City of Johannesburg, City of Tshwane did it and called the media because it's not about cutting the lights for one person. It's about showing people you're going to cut the lights. And then all of a sudden everyone starts to pay their accounts because they don't want to be featured on the news as so-and-so who didn't pay. I mean, even garages, I think there was a BP or a Shell or whatever, then Alex who didn't pay, and then they were claiming not to. But the point is they only needed to do that to one or two businesses. And then everyone was like, oh, these guys are serious. Okay, we'll pay. So that's something I also wanted to put forward. Like I said, we need a lot of interventions, but we need a place to start. And that's why I want the short, medium, long term. So it's manageable. We know what are we doing in the next 6 months, next year, next 3 years, etc. Right, on slide 9, in terms of the municipal infrastructure grant, I was a little worried because in the 17-18 financial year, now I know that's well past, but I just want to make a point using it. You have 100% spending, but you only account for, I think it's 83 or 81% of the money. So things like that we need to clear up so that when we go to these different organizations and these different people, we know our story and we're quite clear on that. So even if you look at the 19-20 financial year, it says only achieved 9%. I know that might have been a mistake, but let's clarify, let's clean up all of those things. Let's also just be very clear about what our options are. I think for Sidibeng, as a district municipality, quite a lot of work on your plate, even though that doesn't necessarily, you look at the slide here and you think, oh no, it's not that much. It's quite a lot, especially where you have municipalities that are ailing. I'm very interested in you explaining the kind of technical support that you're providing in terms of the bulk water infrastructure, because that's a big issue all of us spoke to. And in fact, it's something that we are going to have to solve if we're going to bring further economic development there. Because the first question now businesses are asking, apart from safety and security, is bulk infrastructure in terms of electricity and water. So we need good answers on those things. Other than that, look, I think a lot of people have said stuff, and I know that Mfuleni is one of those places we're going to be coming into as well. So I'll leave it at that for now. Over to you guys for some response.
Thank you, Chair. My colleagues will start. We can start with the Chief Director.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe just before you start, maybe colleagues, a handful can start going for lunch and then come back quietly. And those who want to stay in the meeting, you can bring food into the meeting. But just so we can start that process, because lunch is being served. But this is more for my colleagues at the back. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will start with the water and sanitation issues, which I think these are the ones that came most in terms of the questions that were raised. Firstly, Chairperson, I just want to explain the situation that we are having now at the municipality in terms of the National Water Services Act intervention by the Water and Sanitation Minister that was introduced in October. It was actually a cabinet decision in May 2021 and finalized in October of 2021. What is happening there is that we have the municipality, the water and sanitation unit that I'm leading, Metialekwa. We have the department itself, and then we have Rand Water working jointly together there to deal firstly with the pollution. So in terms of what work needs to be done, that has been identified through what was called the CDBN Regional Sewer Scheme. So all the work has been packaged. But over the years, there has been a challenge in terms of funding that. So that kind of funding was coming from the ARBIC funding. So it had challenges and there were delays. So that has not been able to assist in terms of the capacities that we need in terms of new developments and the solutions that we need in terms of curbing the spillages and in terms of upgrading some of the pump stations that we have. We have a lot of pump stations, about 44 in one town, which is where we are spilling most to the river, as well as having sewer ponding within the settlement areas because it cannot be conveyed. So that is the challenge. But at the moment, what is happening is Rand Water has been appointed as the implementing agent. With the teething problems that we had, one of them being I think member talked about the consultation. When we refer to consultation, we're talking about the consultation between the three partners. No, the three partners in the Section 63, not necessarily in terms of the administration that was sent there and the spheres of government. So there has been those issues of teething problems where you would have there's a case that we received, and you'll have the advocacy groups, environmental advocacy groups, sending a case directly to the minister and to the minister and the presidency. And when we try to react, all the resources fund themselves, all the teams, three teams in one place. So that's where we're talking about the consultation that must be improved between ourselves. And also to harmonize the workspace, because labor also is another challenge that we had at the beginning of this, which we need to manage on a continuous basis. When they see something like that, there's already a team established by Rand Water, or there are deployments of people that are coming, then there will be work stoppages and all that. So those things have been affecting us in terms of our response to the challenges on the ground. So, in the main, when we mentioned in the presentation that we would request that some of the budgets, for the Section 63 needs to be given directly to the municipality to be able to respond. It's because the municipality is the first point, and when we have to respond, because we don't have budgets, we would have challenges. And the processes that the department is taking and the processes that Rand Water is taking sometimes take longer to deploy people on the ground. So when, for example, in the past financial year, that is the 2021-2022, we had a challenge with the allocation of budgets. We hoped that the municipality will get some budgets from Section 63, but it didn't. So the water and sanitation unit was totally excluded when it comes to repairs and maintenance work. So we can imagine that affected our response time, even to the water losses that we have there. The other question, I think, related to the City of Johannesburg monthly contributions. Honourable Member, yes, there is that agreement, which at the moment, as Metialekwa and Mfuleni were looking at proposing to change it because it's not working for us. The formula that is used there is linked to the budget which becomes the maintenance budget of the wastewater treatment works. And when the municipality does not have the maintenance budget or adequate maintenance budget for the financial year, it means now the rate will will be low in terms of what the municipality CoG is paying to us. And averagely now they've been paying a flat rate of around 2.5 million per month, which is far less because this does not talk to the volumes that are coming. We are currently having a challenge in terms of approving the developments south of Johannesburg that are supposed to be connecting to the same plant, which would require an additional 16.2 megaliters a day of sewer conveyance treatment capacity at the plant. And those developments are highly dependent on the program that the intervention is working on. The intervention through the program, we have upgrades, we have refurbishments that needs to be happening, but they are more of the medium-term to long-term programs. And those developments will have to be halted up until that capacity becomes available. Because the very same plant that we have, it's a 150 megaliter plant, and currently, on dry weather, it runs almost at 140 megaliters. Sometimes on wet weather, the peak would even surpass that. So there are plans to increase it to 200 megaliter plant a day, which are more long-term, and I think my colleagues in Rainwater will talk to that. There's a whole master schedule that has been developed and agreed on, and it clearly states in terms of the immediate intervention that needs to be done on a short-term basis, the medium and the long-term. The immediate ones, that is where we want to comply with what is required in terms of the effluent that we need, effluent standards that we need, where in the RFQs that have been advertised and appointed by Rainwater to have service providers to come there and repair some of the critical components in the plants. That portion has been done. However, I must say also the issue has always been the pace in terms of what we've seen as the impact there. We know there's a lot that needs to be done, but the impact has not been sufficient. Also on the sewer spillages in the communities, where you would find us most of the time in the media, it will be because of the how we are structured. When as a municipality, we respond first, and when we cannot resolve a problem, we would then send it to the teams that have been appointed by the Department of Water and Sanitation, and they're managing themselves, those teams themselves. Those teams would take those scopes of work and then redesign where it's required and take them through their own bid adjudication committees, and that is where the processes take a little bit long, and we don't respond adequately in terms of our turnaround time. And that portion is what we have raised with the department to try and say at some point we need to have a different approach. The department has agreed that at some point Rainwater will have to do some of the procurement for that on an emergency basis, which some of the reported complaints have already been done in that fashion. The issue about the water losses that we talked about, the non-revenue water as a whole. This is where we're having a bit of a challenge because of our capability in terms of the systems that we are having there to manage our water network. It is not a smart network, but we have gone on tender as the municipality to try and get service providers that can assist us when we implement the measures to try and assist us there. The processes to appoint have taken long, have not been concluded. Hopefully they will be concluded within this quarter. What is happening is that at the moment, the total non-revenue water is hovering around 65%. And the real losses, which are network losses, where we can do something as an operational team. You know, when a pipe is reported and we have to respond, it's about 20% of that. So this is where we are able to also escalate some of the challenges, like where there are main lines, we do call rainwater to assist us there and appoint on their system for RFQs, and that has happened. They've been assisting us. There's a number of occasions that they've assisted us on them. However, the bigger problem becomes where we as a municipality are not able to bill or to collect, because that amounts to almost the additional 45% of that 65%. We find that there's a greater area that is not metered and that is not read, and therefore you have a challenge. You can only average there in terms of your consumptions, because even your network does not allow, because there are no zonal meters that we have installed there. So it is that kind of challenge. With the solution that we want to implement now is to be able to install meters, even for indigents, we will be able to know their consumption, because some of their consumption in terms of the averages and the data that we have are above the 6 kiloliters, way above. When we look at the international standards and the national standards that we have to use, you know, per household and per capita, what needs to be their consumption. But unfortunately, we do not have the capability at the moment to say this is so much. But that is what we are working on. And like I said, it's within this quota that we're hoping that we'll be able, by the end of March, to have appointed and be able to implement that kind of technology, to be able to have that view as to exactly where the losses or the major losses in terms of water are. I think I will leave the others to the colleagues, the others that talk about the rainwater debt. The rainwater debt, in terms of the figures, it's just under 1 billion at the moment. I'm not sure if one of my colleagues do have the exact figure there, but that is where we are standing. And we were actually taken to court for about 1.3 billion when the account was attached. The challenge of water tankers, maybe just to talk to it. The water tankers are a big problem. It was exacerbated by COVID itself, where the Department of Water and Sanitation gave us, donated about 190 JoJo tanks, and we distributed them especially to, initially it was for where we don't have network, and we deployed about 170 of those. And when the service stopped from the department, we had to take over as a municipality, and this is cost that we had not planned for initially. So we took over that service, and we are incurring that cost. The demand there is for about 28, which will be around 6 million a month, but we are now operating with 14. Unfortunately, this 14 is not even adequate for the total of 29 informal settlements that we have there. And maybe I should just mention at this point that currently we are experiencing low pressures from a rainwater side, which have been reported widely in the media as from yesterday. There are areas that have been for almost 8 to 9 days without good pressure, and we had to, we moved the same water tankers to try and get supply to those areas. While we were talking to Rainwater to look on their side, our teams were on site yesterday, and they have established that yes, indeed the pressures are a bit low, and therefore the high level areas are affected by that. So we have sent this morning correspondence to Rainwater to try and intervene there and assist us, because these are some of the reasons that cause people to protest, and we're starting to see some of those over the weekend and up until yesterday. In terms of our own trucks, we as a municipality had 2 trucks, water tankers that we have, that is for potable water. But unfortunately, they were broken, and instead of being repaired, when we had the sheriff confiscating some of our assets, they were also affected, they were taken. So the ones that we're using at the moment, they are just from service providers. Thank you, Chair. I think I will pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourables. I will start on the questions randomly. I'll start by the question that speak to the tarred roads and the untarred roads. When you say a pronouncement was made to say all the roads should be tarred. When you look into that, Mfuleni municipality, in order to fund its projects, it relies mainly on the MIG, which is a municipal infrastructure grant. And remember that we are having a big problem on sewer. And in 2019, a pronouncement in terms of the allocation of this grant was made to say that 70% of this grant should be channeled towards water and sanitation projects, and 30% channeled towards the roads. So if you look into the roads in Mfuleni, I will say, let me make a quick example. Say an allocation is about 200 million per annum. So if you look into 30% of that, it will be talking to 60 million. And if you look into the actual coverage of the area of Mfuleni to repair the roads, it will be taking a very long enough time. I don't know, more than 10 years, if I can estimate, just to get all our roads in order. That will be the first one. Then I will move on to the second one, which was talking to the low percentage ever of expenditure, which was 9%. I think it was in 2018-2019 financial year. In terms of that year, remember that when the prioritization came, it came when the IDP was already approved, and then there were already projects that were already ready to go into implementation. But when it came in as an instruction to say all those projects that are not yet on the ground, cut the money, let it go. Even though the argument was raised to say, but why is the money not going into planning for the sanitation? But it did not see the light, hence the expenditure in that financial year. Obviously not taking into say there are also procurement delays. I'm just going across everything. Then I had another question which was talking into too many processes, like too many cooks in the kitchen. The way I will address that one is to say, look, if you look into our current state where we are, these interventions are welcome, but when they come, they are not all integrated or well coordinated. For instance, there is a good intervention when they come with the cost reimbursement model to say on every certificate that goes through, the team from Treasury and CoGTA, with every certificate, they must come and verify that everything is right, taking into account that on that process, we are having a contractor that is appointed by us. We are also having a consultant that takes the responsibility of the work, and we are also having the CoGTA. So if you look into the value chain is increasing, and then at the end of the day, it becomes the cost reimbursement that must come and say, we are approving now that the certificate must be paid. And also another issue that is a delay currently on our grant is that the monies are transferred now per certificate to say after they have checked that, then they will transfer that money in order to pay. Should there be any delay there, like it has happened in December, that the transfers only happened after January, then it automatically delays the whole process. Then I'm looking into the other one, which is the delays in the SLA process, which is an internal process within the municipality, which should not be. On that one, I think the EXCO and the accounting officer, they have worked around that one. They have created a CAPES group that contains all these people from supply chain, people from user department, to say where is the problem so that it can be addressed spot on, and it sits on every Tuesday. It's just that it's fairly new, but we are hoping that it is going to yield results. Then moving to the issue of a master plan. Yes, the master plan, I think the previous one, which was approved, was in 2012, and that was a problem. And as we speak now, a service provider has been appointed for water and sanitation master plan, as alluded by the presenter, and he's on the advanced stage in terms of that master plan, and that will help on all our projects. I might have missed a few. I'm just checking so that I will be able to respond.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Yeah, let me leave it at that now. Maybe there will be follow-ups. Thanks.
Thanks. Owen, do you want to add?
Thank you, and thanks, Chair. I think from my side, I will just address only one item in relation to the Sebokeng precinct. The reprioritization is not actually affecting the Sebokeng precinct because that process was only undertaken under the municipal infrastructure grant. On the Sebokeng precinct, that is funded through the neighborhood development partnership. The program is not abandoned. Currently, though, I should mention that we do have a service provider that is busy working on the designs of the roads that we're implementing under the Sebokeng precinct. But at the moment, the program is on hold until the new financial year of National Treasury, since we are operating under Schedule 6, where Treasury takes care of the payments to the service provider. So we appoint and we implement. Payments are paid through National Treasury. So that is where we are. So the program is actually being implemented going forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Chair, just to touch on the Eskom debt and Rand Water debt. As of December, we're sitting at 5.8 billion for Eskom, and for Rand Water, we're sitting at 751 million. With regard to the transformers, it's a big challenge for us, Chair. We have 38 big substations, the high voltage substations, whereby we've got 25 transformers that are faulty, which they range from the voltage of 88 kV and so forth. So what we have done on that one, we looked at them, we prioritized them in terms of the customers that we supply. For example, 62% of our customers, it's LPUs. So we don't want to obviously lose the LPUs. So we're trying to prioritize them as such, whereby, for example, companies like CPIs, ArcelorMittal, and so forth, we're trying to make sure that we have 2 transformers there, whereby we need to retrofit some of them and we need to buy some of the transformers. In the last financial year, we bought about 2 new transformers and we refurbished about 4. So there is a plan in terms of getting all the transformers being fixed, even if it's going to take long, but that's the priority at this point in time. With regard to the bank attachment, in November last year, Rainwater attached our account, and we had an agreement with Rainwater where we agreed that we'll do a set-off. We do supply Rainwater with electricity, so the agreement is that instead of Rainwater paying their bill, they will therefore do a set-off and pay the balance thereof in terms of the water. For Eskom, they attached our bank account December, January, which really affected the municipality. Through the intervention of province, through the Premier, we managed to get to an agreement with Eskom to say they release our account, and we will therefore work on a payment agreement plan, which we haven't finalized it. We're still in negotiation in terms of the plan itself. We're hoping that very soon we will have a payment plan that we can therefore, Chair, try to make sure that we honor. Maybe just to mention, in terms of the interest, at this point in time, we pay about 40 million a month to Eskom. That is the interest of this 5.8 billion. If you look at 12 months, it's about 600 million that we pay for the interest. So the municipality does pay Eskom, just that the interest are very high for us. So we're hoping that with the payment plan, we'll be in a position whereby that 40 million, we can pay towards the debt instead of paying the 40 million towards the interest. The other intervention was on the roads, whereby there was an intervention with regard to the resealing of roads in the financial year 21-22, where Department of Transport and Roads, they managed to reseal about 28 kilometers of roads. From the municipal side, in the financial year 21-22, we managed to do 11, and for this financial year, current financial year, we'll be able to do about 10 kilometers. So if you look at the number, Chair, versus what we need to, versus the backlog, our roads have deteriorated so much. We've got 1.6 kilometers of roads that we have to refurbish. But in a financial year, as a municipality, we are only able to do about 10 kilometers of roads. And also in terms of the pothole, currently the pothole for ourselves is just a management sort of, because our roads are very bad. You patch them today, in the next rain, so that's where we are sitting. We need to reseal all of them. That's the challenge that we have there, Chairperson. The other intervention from CoGTA, it's with regard to the meter management for electricity. They're assisting us with online metering, whereby if you look at this 62% that we are applying, since they have intervened in terms of billing, electricity billing, it has improved, and in terms of also the disputes they went very low because now there is an accurate billing when it comes to the electricity. We also have engineers that they are assisting us with in terms of for infrastructure, for all the infrastructure services. The vacancy rate is a big challenge for the municipality. The municipality has a lot of litigations. So what has happened in the last financial year, whereby our priority was to say that we will fill in the basic services vacancies so that we are able to provide that service to our customers. But then there was a court order whereby we had to pay the salaries. We had to pay the salaries in terms of the levels. So the employees had taken the municipality to court with regard to the levels. It's matter that is coming from years ago, but last year they won the case whereby we had to pay the levels. So based on the financial state, the municipality had to then now stop some filling of posts so that we are able to pay for the we are able to comply to that court order, because there was a time frame in terms of by when do we need to make sure that we implement the court order. In terms of the other intervention, obviously it's on the waste management, where GDAT has assisted the municipality with about 30 yellow plant, which they're really assisting the municipality. We have moved from 36% to about 80% collection of waste through those intervention. In terms of the tariffs, we have issue of we can't afford our services because of our tariffs. Waste management, as the municipality, we could not increase the waste tariffs in the last financial year because of we are collecting twice a month. So when we went through IDP consultation, then customers did not agree or were not happy about the increment on the waste management. Also the water tariffs and electricity tariffs, there's still a challenge there, which we are dealing with. For example, whereby some of the LPUs currently are paying direct to Eskom due to the issues that we had previously, where Eskom wanted to switch off the municipality and the LPUs took the municipality and Eskom to court, and it was therefore said that those LPUs must pay direct to Eskom. So it's still a challenge. I think, Chair, we tried to respond to all the questions, and we also took note of the advices from the committee. And I think with the we'll do a proper or maybe a detailed report or response to cover some of the issues that or the inputs that were given by the committee chair. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I just want to respond to the two questions that were posed on the mandates that we indicated in the presentation, that there are some functions that we are performing that are actually eating into our budget, and that is giving us a strain as a district. One example I can give, Madam Chair, is the municipal health services, which we are overseeing whilst it is actually being operated at the local level, meaning the Mfuleni, Midval, and Lesedi are directly implementing the municipal health services, but they're doing it on behalf of the district that we are doing on behalf of national department. So what happens, I will just give example in numbers. Mfuleni will then submit to me and say, in order for me to do this work for you, I need 10 million. And Midval will say 6 million, and Lesedi will also say 6 million. So I'll be sitting with a total expenditure of 22 million in order to roll out the municipal health services. But what I will then receive only 12 million. So it means I'm already having to go extra mile of spending 10 million from my own coffers, which for me to be able to do this function. That is about one example. The other example is for the licensing department. I am running 4 licensing departments on behalf of the Department of Transport, and I am responsible for all operational costs, including staff costs. So it's all my employees, it's all operational costs. I'll spend around 45 million per month to run that operation. I will then collect 100 million for the Department of Transport, but then they will then take 80 million of the 100 million. So I'll be left with 20 million after spending 44 million. So I'm actually running 24 million every month on the expenses that is directly going to the department. I know that SALGA is involved in as far as trying to to intervene between us as a district and the Department of Transport, so that we then revise and review that as at least if we could increase the percentage that it's not 80-20, it be something different, such that our coffers are not actually being used in that space. The biggest challenge is that for the past 12 years, our equitable share, and that is our old source of income, our equitable share is increasing by average of 2.7% per annum, whilst the staff increase, which is our biggest cost driver, is around average of 5%. So every year, we have to increase our staff complement cost at around 5% or so, whilst our income, which is our equitable share, is increasing by a percentage which is less than what we are receiving. So that is one indication that shows why districts are actually in a stress financial situation that we're in. I mean, currently I am technically a bankrupt municipality. I don't want to use that on an official basis, but looking at all total recap of my assets and my cash flow vis-a-vis my expenses and how much I owe, especially Department of Transport, I will not be able to pay all my debts should they decide to actually recover everything that I owe them. So because of that is the situation that we are in. Coming to the second question as to exactly what are we doing as a district to help specifically Mfuleni in the situation that they are in. We are currently in the space of a district development model. And with that, which is introduced space, where we are saying we're going to put together all our plans into one plan. So we're going to have one plan for the entire district. And for that, we will collectively look into how do we source resources and revenue to make sure that we undertake this plan that we have. We have all sector departments involved as we meet almost every month to check ourselves how far are we against the plans that we have. The other things that issue of the master plan that I think Mfuleni has actually indicated, lack of master plans. We are as a district doing the background space of making sure that the plans, both transport integrated plan as well as the water and electricity master plans, are in place, and the funding thereof, we are also doing the background space to try and assist in making sure that such plans are actually put into place. Besides that, we would love to submit, a formal detailed intervention plan that we have for Mfuleni. The reason for that, Chair, is that if you talk to Mfuleni saying that let me help you with this, Maybe they may not see the need, but if we involve other stakeholders in the intervention space, even where they may say no, the yes may come from above to actually make that happen. In as far as what was said earlier, the Section 63 intervention at Mfuleni, it is creating issues around Mfuleni per se. As a Vinkile, I want to stress this part, Chair, that the resources for Mfuleni to undertake some of the expenditure costs in as far as the interventions are concerned, that is still being left to Mfuleni to do that, while the resource and the funding is not reaching Mfuleni in order to actually implement those requests that comes. Issues of leakages and so on and so on. The community still put pressure on Mfuleni to actually assist and intervene in response. And Mfuleni is sitting with no money to do that. And the money is just sitting elsewhere and is not reaching Mfuleni in time for that to happen. I think these are some of the concerns as a district that we have looked into, and we are trying to intervene as well in that space. Thank you, Chair.
I think, Member Diago, you make your comment, then you can go eat, and then we'll do that swap out as well.
Chair, thank you very much. I think it's just two comments that I want to make, and it's in response to the answers that we got just now, and I don't want the committee to forget it. The first one is, and thank you for the answers and the honesty that comes with it. I think we need to remember when we talk turnaround for a municipality like Mfuleni, we must not forget, do that municipality attract new residents and new businesses? Because if it does not, there's no way that any municipality can survive. We see an exodus and if I say your middle class and upper class residents, those are the people that are the taxpayers that invest, and I'm saying, if I say invest larger money in the economy, the local economy there. And if we see a large exodus of those residents who obviously are now sort of fleeing the town because they want something better, because things are just going worse and worse and worse, that is a very bad experience for the municipality, because that is money that's flowing out of the town. The same with businesses. If we cannot give businesses what they need, and the prestige or the climate that goes with it, we're also going to see an exodus of businesses that brings back economy into, and the life of the economy into a local municipality. That is something we need to look at. Another thing, Chair, that I did speak to the Chair of Transport and Logistics about, I raised the matter there, and I think I must raise it here as well, since the gentleman did speak about that, and that is the 80%, 20% of the licensed departments. I have visited and did oversight visit on my own at a few of the licensed departments. There is absolutely no way that they can survive or develop with an 80% payment to province. Never ever, and it's just going from bad to worse. And I think maybe if CoGTA can also intervene here and maybe engage with transport and logistics on that matter and see if we can assist licensed departments in that issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, no, thank you. I agree with that, and I wasn't aware of that, as it's my first time sitting CoGTA, and I haven't sat in transport, so it's quite shocking to me, actually, that transport should do that, knowing that our municipalities, particularly a city bank, is not a metro, and the revenue generation is a completely different process. So let's do this. Member Delanga, you can go eat lunch. You're going to tag out with Member Atkinson and send him back in. Through you, City Bank, I think let's release Mfuleni. You guys can go eat lunch. While we're getting Midval and Lisedi, you can go grab a plate and come back inside. Right, and anyone else who we see is finished eating, let's send them back in, right? Right, so we'll use this as a 5-minute bathroom break, but really it's a 5-minute break to get our Midval and Lisedi set up, and that allows you guys to leave and allows my gentleman over here to start eating at least. If you are comfortable to start, I would like to do so. All right, over to you, sir. Please introduce yourself again for us, and then let's close all the doors.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Vusi Shabalala. I am a director PMU in Midva Local Municipality. I'm here to do the presentation on behalf of our HOD Engineering Services. Chairperson, I would like to also indicate upfront that we prepared the presentation, but I think we also we did not provide as much details considering the presentations that have been here, because of how we understood what was requested from us. In the main, our presentation is focused on the MIG projects that were implemented over the last 5 years. In terms of the focus of the MIG within the municipality in the last 5 years, we were implementing projects under water and sanitation, public facilities and roads. But we have another grant, which is the WSIG grant, which is looking at the water conservation and water demand management strategy for the municipality. The details of that grant and what we are busy with are not part of the presentation. As I've indicated, I think in the main because of how we understood what was required from us. And then on the electricity, we're implementing that using the INEP. So the NTPG has never had any project, the MIG has never had any project as far as the MIG is concerned. So my presentation won't be very long, but it's just mainly focused on the MIG. Can move to the next slide. Oh, okay. Chairperson, what we have there in the slide is an overview in terms of the projects that were implemented by the municipality in the 17-18 financial year. I will just zoom in on the water and sanitation projects, but we've provided all the projects that were prioritized in that financial year. The first project that is there is upgrading of water supply for Sicelo and other areas. This project is actually still ongoing. The municipality is implementing a master plan for the area. We've managed to achieve a number of projects which were completed since 2012. So in the financial year 17-18, we were constructing a bulk line, which was the first phase. We are currently sitting at phase 3 of the same project. So in 17-18, we're doing the bulk line and also refurbishment of a reservoir, a 0.5 megaliter reservoir in Highbury. And then the next project is Mamelo bulk water supply. This project was implemented in partnership with the Department of Rural Development. This project, you'll see it in the next 3 financial years from 17-18, it's still there, but the municipality was only augmenting the project with professional services. The contractor was appointed by Rural Development, but this project has since been handed over to Human Settlement. The other project we have there, it's the provision of gravity sewer reticulation for Dale site in Meyatin. This was also another project which was phased. It was since completed. You will notice that in the next few slides it still appears, but eventually it was completed. Most of the projects that we are implementing in the municipality, we are, due to the budget constraints and also the priorities within the municipality, they are all phased. So you'll see them appearing in the other financial years. And then, as I've indicated, we also have roads projects and also public facilities, which are indicated there. You can move to the next slide. Our total allocation for that year was just over 37.7 million. Can move to the next slide.
Can we get that door closed, please?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
Wait, later.
In the 17-18 financial year, the municipality managed to spend the entire allocation for the MIG for that financial year, so we didn't have any rollover that we had to apply for. We can move to the next slide. No, I'm not in control. I don't know who's in control. Okay, yeah, as I've indicated, most of the projects that we've been implementing, we've been implementing them over a few financial years. So you will see that the picture did not change much on 18-19, except on the roads projects where we were doing different roads compared to the previous financial year. And we also introduced the project for provision of gravity bulk sewer in the area of CoGTA. This is in the area of Sicelo. The municipality is providing bulk sewer services there for the new developments that are coming in the area, which is part of the reblogging of the informal settlements within the municipality. This project, it's providing a bulk sewer services, it's unlocking the bulk sewer services for that area. So it was implemented over the 3 financial years after this financial year, and it has since been completed. The other project, the bulk water and the bulk sewer, is the same projects that the municipality was doing in partnership with rural development in Mamelo, in Valmarina. The allocation in that financial year was around 27 million. So if you look at the Sicelo High Barrier Reservoir and Mains, is the same project that I initially, that was there in the previous financial year. So we're completing the 0.5 reservoir in High Barrier, and then we're also starting the construction of the new 10 megaliter reservoir, which was completed in 2021. The next slide just indicates that there was a rollover in this financial year. The municipality only managed to spend about 81%. There were a number of challenges that were faced in this financial year. In the main, they were around the SMMEs demanding 30%, stopping our projects. This contributed heavy in the municipality not reaching the targets. In 1920, most of the projects were still in the implementation plan. The new projects the project that was introduced in this financial year was the extension to Handle on Clip sewer. So here we are constructing about 15 kilometers of sewer network in Handle on Clip. This project is still ongoing. So it's implemented in phases as a result of budget constraints. The Mamelo project was then taken over in this financial year by Human Settlement, Gauteng Human Settlement. And the project for the CoGTA sewer bulk line was also ongoing. Our allocation on the next slide. Our allocation was just over 31.5 million. And in this financial year, again, if you go to the next slide, we could not also spend our entire allocation. This was as a result of the national shutdown as a result of COVID-19. We only managed to spend about 75% of our allocation. We had a rollover which was then approved. On the next slide, because of the rollover that was coming from previous financial year, our allocation went up to about 61.6 million, and we were continuing with the Handle on Clip project and also the construction of the 10 megaliter reservoir, which we've managed to complete in 2020-2021. And then we also started with the construction of the bulk sewer line to Sicelo, the second phase of the project. And we also managed to also complete the CoGTA bulk sewer project. When we go to the next slide, and we're also back on track in terms of meeting our expenditure targets. So we managed to spend the entire budget that was allocated. the last financial year that is in my presentation is the last financial year, which is 2021-2022. We only had 3 projects in this financial year, which was the Henley project. This is the sewer project, which we started with in 2020. And then we continued with construction of the bulk water line, and also the Lakeside Sports Complex project. If you go to the next slide, we've managed to also meet our expenditure targets as well in the last financial year. And then the next slide is just general comments in terms of the MIG performance in the last 5 years. The municipality has performed fairly okay, except the last the two financial years, 18-19 and 19-20, where we've had challenges with the community unrest and also SMMEs, the 30% issue, and also the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. While members are asking you questions, can I just confirm that the Lesedi municipality is on standby? Just so that the team can get them in here, because I don't see them here. Honourable members, in the meanwhile, while Lesedi is coming forward, let's pose questions to the Midvaal municipality. I know I also felt that I needed a bit more detail, but let's first hear what members think. Let's start with Member Diache, Member Atkinson, or do you want to go first, perhaps Member Atkinson? Then we can, yeah.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Just a question, obviously it's got to do with your pipes, and just as to how updated you are with updating all the leaking pipes and things like that. So I was just going to ask you about your water wastage. So in other words, water that you lose from leaking pipes, and also how much you lose from what we call non-revenue losses, from people tapping in or accessing your water without actually paying you. That's it basically. Thanks. Thank you.
Let's change it up. Let's get Member De Lange, then Member Diache. Otherwise we'll get a bit bored.
Thank you, Chair. I think from my side, I would just like to know what is the percentage of revenue not collected, and also in terms of the wastewater, what is the percentages, and is there anything owed to Eskom or Rand Water? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is really around Member Atkinson did ask around your pipe replacement program, but what I want to know is, to what extent are you engaging with independent power producers, and if you are, what have you achieved so far, and can we look forward to Midvaal at least generating some of their own power in the near future? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if Member Ngube, if you have any comments.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. And thank you for the presentation. Honourable Chairperson, remember you caused other municipalities to come back. I think one question also that you need to put to them in terms of progress or endeavors in terms of the IPPs. Remember, in Swane, Fort is threatening whatever if we're not addressing Eskom. There might be, we have also OR, SEZ, so that we are on board in terms of the impact and threats that our currently might be facing. I arrived in the middle of a presentation, but what I want to understand, when a project you say it's in progress, and then in others you say in construction, and then ongoing. What do you mean? What's the difference of in progress, in construction, ongoing? Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. I think members asked some of what I was thinking. But I'm particularly worried about the chronic underspending of conditional grants. So if you look at what you've presented to us, I know, people would have tried to spend that budget, but when you have the chronic kind of underspending that we're seeing here, I'm just trying to pull up the numbers. I think in the most recent financial year, so 1920 was 75% expenditure, and I think, okay, in the financial year after that was 100%, but I was a little bit worried prior to that because if National Treasury keeps seeing underspending, you sometimes at risk of losing the grant, but you also then at risk of not getting enough money the following time when you have those different projects. But by no means am I advocating for fiscal dumping. I'm advocating for planning. I'm advocating to say, well, we know that there are issues in Midvaal and that we need to intervene. So often I'm going to poke a little bit. We're told by our colleagues on the left how great Midvaal is. But if we're seeing some chronic underspending, it is a worry. And it is a concern. So I just wanted to add that over and above what other members have put forward. Over to you for response.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I will start with the issue of the underspending that we've seen, especially the 75% in the year that we could not have any construction because of the COVID-19, and that had very serious impact. I think one of the big projects that we were starting that year, which was the Handle and Clip project, we could only start. I think there was delays in the procurement. By the time we appointed the service provider, the country had to shut down, and that expenditure we could only spend or do any work within the month of June, which contributed very heavy on that. But if you look at the overall picture, I think we've tried to do fairly well in the other financial years, and it's something which going forward the municipality wants to maintain. And then on the presentation, the statement on progress and ongoing, or on progress or ongoing. That means more or less the same thing. We'll try to clean that up and be consistent. On the issue of groundwater and ESCOM debt, to the best of my knowledge, up to now, I think we were not owing ESCOM and also groundwater. And in terms of the water losses, the municipality is currently sitting at 36% in terms of water losses. And under the WISIC grant, we have a number of projects we're implementing as part of our water conservation and water demand management strategy, which includes aged water pipe replacement. We started with this program in the 13-14 financial year, and to date, under this project, we've managed to replace about 51 kilometers of old asbestos pipe, which contributes very heavy on our water losses. And we've also done a program which we're implementing every financial year on installation of prepaid water meters to indigent households. And in terms of the stats up to now, we've managed to date to replace about 2,186 water meters in Lakeside, Sicelo, Savannah City, using internal funding as well. And we've also done installation of pressure management and control valve installations. So we have about 53 PRVs that we've installed and refurbished since the beginning of the program. And 4 altitude control valves have been installed in reservoirs, and 19 PRV smart controllers and flow loggers have been installed. These are the questions that I've noted, Chairperson. I don't know if I've missed any.
I think Member Ncube just has a follow-up, and then we'll close from there.
Okay, now that it's inconsistency, ongoing in progress in construction, what then, because we are then running short of, if you're saying in progress or ongoing, it doesn't show in terms of the timelines. The grant may be ending July or 2020, whatever, so that we are able then to follow progress. It shouldn't be next day, it's still ongoing. We don't know the timelines in terms of when. But others, they will tell us that not yet completed, maybe the financial year of whatever period is going to cover it. You may not have it now because your preparation says ongoing and whatever, but we will need to understand in terms of if it is ongoing, that grant, when is it envisaged to complete that project? Thank you.
You can respond.
Okay. Yes, Chairperson. Yeah, I think how we've been implementing the projects is, if you look at the pipeline project, for example, the project needs about 60 million or so to complete. So we will then spread that over 3 financial years. So we will have an item to cancel just to lock that project, so that if we have to do it over 3 years, there is no any other project that, or any other priorities that come to change that plan. So when we're saying it's ongoing, it could probably mean that we are still in the first financial year, but the intention is to complete the project after the three financial years that we are implementing it with. For example, the power line project that's connecting the reservoir that we've just completed now. We've started that project last financial year. So we've already returned to council to say we request that on the MIG, over 3 financial years, this amount of budget be set aside for us to be able to complete that line, so that we can commission the line and the reservoir. But we'll clean the presentation and maybe provide those details. Yes.
All right, thank you. Let me take the Lesedi municipality presentation. I think, Midval, I don't think you would need to stay behind. As long as we have the Citibank district, we should be fine. All right, over to Lesedi, thank you. Maybe just introduce yourself for our recording purposes as well.
Thank you, Chairperson, and members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues from different spheres of government, from sister department, colleagues from municipalities. My name is Tamu Holobela. Okay. My name is Tamu Holobela. I'm from the Lesedi local municipality. My inherent position within the municipality, I'm the senior manager responsible for water, sanitation, and solid waste services. I will quickly then start with my presentation. Second slide, next slide, please, because I'm not connected. Okay. Chairperson, I thought, given the stage and the magnitude of the portfolio committee, one then decided that maybe I need to give a little bit of background in terms of Lesedi as a municipality, so that the members of the portfolio committee will be, up to date in terms of what municipality are they dealing with, where is it situated, and so forth. So in terms of the layout of our presentation, we'll give you a little bit of vision of the municipality, the mission, but I won't dwell that much on those issues because maybe some of the members might be well vested on those issues. The key performance areas, those are straight issues, that cuts across, different municipality, the locality and context of the municipality, a little bit in terms of population, and very much, I think, you want to look at access to basic services as well. Then I will talk to the MIG funded project for the past 5 years. The other sources of funding, that funds basically infrastructure. I will conclude conclusion and recommendation. That's the vision of, let's say, the local municipality. I'm not gonna dwell that much in terms of the vision. The mission statement of, let's say, the local municipality. These are key performance areas which cuts across, different municipalities, within the local sphere of government. So in terms of our municipality, in terms of the regional context and the locality, Lesedi along with Midfall and Mfuleni are part of the Sedibeng district district municipality. So yeah, ourselves, Mfuleni and Midfall are neighbors within the district of Sedibeng. So in terms of, just where we are, as the municipality, we've got, the entry highway and the R42 which are transversing our municipality, which places us, strategically, in terms of development attraction. According to, because we're still awaiting the correct or accurate figures from census, which was conducted in 2021. So, but based on the surveys that were done, I think it is IHS market. In 2022, in Lesedi, we had a population of, in 2021, of 126,863 people within the municipality. We've got 13 wards, so we're not that big as a municipality. So, in terms of the population growth rate, you can see that in 2021, there's a dip there, or based on that graph, where, okay, can I just point it out? You can see the dip here in terms of population growth. According to this, if we analyze this, Lesedi and Midfall around 2021, they experienced serious dip in terms of population growth here. Maybe some of the issues might be attributed to COVID and so forth. So yeah, that's the reality. In terms of the general statistics, in terms of access to basic services, you can see that Lesedi here is currently sitting around 99.3% in terms of people who have access to piped water within their household. And in terms of access to electricity here, 85.1% of the population has access to electricity. In terms of refuse removal, let's say here around 87.9, close to 88% of people receive refuse removal services. Okay. So on this part, I will focus more of MIG funded projects from 2017 up to 2022. So during the financial year 2017-2018, our original MIG allocation was sitting around about 36.8 million, which was then further revised down at some stage due to other, pressing, competing issues that Treasury had to deal with. So subsequently, our allocation was reduced at that time to 32.365 million. So on that specific financial year, we managed to spend 100% of that particular financial year's allocation as the municipality. So in 2018-2019, our allocation was 25.9, around 25.9 there. And then it was revised to 22.8, and we managed to spend all the money, that was allocated in terms of the revision. But however, that 88% that we're talking about there in terms of expenditure, we are equating this to the original allocation because our allocation was reduced purely on the basis that we did not meet certain conditions of the grant in as far as expenditure is concerned. In 1920 financial year, we received 26.4 millions. Then that was the revised allocation, and then our expenditure at that time was sitting around 82.4%. Chairperson, during that time, I think that's when COVID started at that time. So most of our infrastructure projects, we had to stop them because that's when we started with this hardcore lockdown regulations at that time during the 1920 financial year. In 2020-2021, where our allocation was 26.294, and during this time, for this difference here, we applied for a rollover, and then it was subsequently granted in this financial year so that it forms part of the 2020-2021 financial year, which increased our revised allocation to 30.264, and then we managed to spend around about 99.95% of that allocation at that time. In 2021-2022, our allocation was 27, and then the revised allocation is that, and then we spent 22.71 of our annual allocation. So just to put this in context, we're talking about percentage allocation per sector. MIG focus mainly on roads, water, sanitation, street lighting, and sports, waste management as well. So here we just indicating that during the past 5 years, in terms of percentage-wise, looking into the total annual allocation, in 17-18, 55% of our allocation was channeled towards roads, 10% towards water, 13% to sanitation, 5% to street lighting, and then 17% to sports. So that's how they are structured. You'll see 2018-19, we had 61% allocated to roads, and 39% of the allocation was channeled to sports. In 1920, around about 54.8% roads, 9.5% was for water, 1.2% in sanitation, street lights 44.2%, and 30.3% was towards sports. In 2020-2021, 97% roads and 3% was channeled towards water. In 21-22 financial year, 76.4% roads, and 23.6% was allocated towards sanitation. Okay, here we'll be, on this slide, we'll be focusing on MIG-funded water, sanitation, and electricity projects, for the past 5 years. That forms the basis of what we term basic services. So in the financial year 2019-2020, because Chairperson, load shedding is a reality, we were worried that every time when we've got power outages, automatically it affects water supply as well. So we strongly feel that for us, we feel like it's more or less like a double punishment to the residents. They will be sitting without water, at the same time they don't have electricity. So we then decided that our pump stations, because they depend too much on the power supply, from the Excom grid, then it will be imperative that in the area of Heidelberg and Amersdale, this Heidelberg pump station is part of Ward 9, and then we've got Amersdale pump station, which is part of Ward 7. This Amersdale one, that's the pump station that is responsible for water supply to the areas like Ratanda, in Heidelberg. This one supplies most of the Heidelberg CBD and the other outlying areas. So we set aside a budget of 2.721 million, and then we completed the installation of 2 backup power supplies in the form of diesel generators on those specific water pump stations. In 2019 to 2021, we installed dry sanitation toilets in rural rural areas within the municipal area. These are areas which are outside the provision of the waterborne sanitation system. So these are areas that are outskirts. Most of them are areas which are in previously privately owned land, farms that were abandoned and so forth. But the reality is whether people stay in that part of the municipality, they still have, they deserve dignity, access to basic form of sanitation. That's what, informed our decision. We managed to install 600 units of dry sanitation, in Lesedi-wide, in different outskirts, areas. So we spent a budget of 9.844 million, and then that project was completed. Chairperson, we also have a challenge, the rate at which these housing developments are moving within our municipal area. So we also need to keep up, with the pace at which the settlements are moving. Some of the challenges that we have encountered during, your stakeholder engagement in terms of IDP consultation, members of the community are complaining, one, about their safety, and that the settlements, the new settlements are dark, which is not safe for, whether it's women, children, even for adult males as well. It's also not safe because it's dark. The platform now becomes conducive for any criminality, around people. So we put it high mast light just to enhance, public lighting and visibility. We spent around about 6.44 millions. So the first part I was just dealing with the MIG funded projects. So the reason that one alluded to allocation per sector, I wanted to show us the committee that how are we structuring our MIG, our limited MIG resources. But maybe, Chairperson, at some stage you might be tempted to ask me why are we channeling most of our financial resources towards roads project. The reason is this particular slide. Water and sanitation also receives another grant in the form of the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. So it's there to augment the MIG in a way. So these are the projects that we have implemented over the years. We started in 2017, with phase 1 of the replacement of the aging asbestos cement water supply infrastructure. These projects were taking place around, Heidelberg. We've started from phase 1 to I think now we are already at phase 7 in the current financial year. So the rationale behind such intervention is just to cap on the water losses. Secondly, to save the scarce water resources. To reduce on water supply interruptions, which if not well, taken care of, sometimes it's got, the potential of erupting unnecessary instability within our municipal area. I'm referring to service delivery protests. So to address some of these issues. And the bigger part of it is just to cut on the water losses. Remember, the water losses equate to the loss of money as well. So these are some of the things that we trying to address in terms of engagement. In 2016-17, through the same WSIG project grant fund, we managed to re-roof the floating roof reservoir in Emmersdale. That project was completed. It was allocated an amount of 4 million and it was completed. We also managed to upgrade sewer outfall lines in Ratanda Extension 8 and Ratanda Extension 2. So that's the total that was allocated to those two specific areas. All projects were completed. We also managed to upgrade and refurbish all sewer pump stations within the city. So our focus was around those areas, Rensburg, Jameson Park, and Devon. So we managed to upgrade this. We set aside an amount of 10 million, which was funded through the WSIG, and those projects were completed. In conclusion, Chairperson, we say the municipality channeled most of its MIG allocation towards the roads infrastructure projects in the past 5 years. The road infrastructure, backlog, honestly, it's huge. And then there are limited fundings, options or sources to fund roads. The new developments adds to the historical roads and stormwater backlogs. Water and sanitation projects are mostly funded through the WSIG. I think I've alluded to that. And then the electricity, whilst the electricity projects are also funded through the INEP and the EEDSM grants. In recommendation, we say there's a need to grow the local municipalities' annual MIG allocation since it only receives below 40 million per annum, which is not sufficient to cover other sectors covered under the MIG framework, i.e. waste management. You can see most of our projects, as one has alluded to, that that sector, the waste management sector, is not covered that much.
Thank you.
I will leave this one to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think future presentations, we need to pick up a bit of the pace, otherwise we're never going to go home.
Okay.
Members, can I see who seeks to make comment? All right, Member Ncube. We'll take you first, Member Delanga, and then I'll come in with a closing remark.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. I think listening to what you're presenting, there are no major challenges. Based on the presentation, there are no challenges or major challenges, except you talk about 40 million or so when you're closing your input. Yeah, let us then hope that the situation on the ground is like that, which the picture is not bad, and I didn't hear in terms of maybe where you are suggesting something except the last paragraph. And I wish you well if that is the case. Let me see. I think, it's Mfuleni which talked about the interest that they are paying towards ESCOM. and they've put a proposal that what they request is that that interest must go towards payment of the debt rather than servicing the interest, because they won't arrive at the real debt if 100 million is it per month? If it is 100 million per month, they won't be able to get to the real, the billions that they're owing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Member Delanga.
Chair, thank you very much. I think Member Nube has covered what I wanted to ask. Just a remark. I'm a bit concerned if when we go on oversight visit, what we see there and what gets reported back to us, and we get here and the picture is so rosy, then it's difficult to put the two together. We don't have enough time to go and get the reports of previous presentations and compare them to what we are presented here with, and that's a problem from my side, most definitely. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I'm uneasy if we sit here and you know, we get presented with a rosy picture like that, and yet I know that this is one of the municipalities that we've got the most problems with. So something is not right, and I would just ask if we could maybe have a rerun on this at a later stage and just get all the ducks in a row with previous presentations, the facts on the ground, and what we get here when we arrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just also want to make a few comments on Lesedi as well, from the notes that I took. If you look at your expenditure, for example, on street lighting, it's a whoppingly low 9.2%. And that's a big concern. You know, firstly, women being unsafe, you're in a more rural, inverted commas, rural part of the province, etc., etc. So that's a worry for me. Even the water expenditure sitting at 22.5%, when we know that water is an issue in the municipality, right? And it's also an agricultural part of the province. So we need to also expand water beyond just opening the taps. Are we having sustainable ways to utilize water in terms of the agricultural elements? I also found the presentation a little bit scarce on some of the specifics. Similar criticism I had for the other one as well, Midval. So you told us what was completed but what was not. So we need to know what's outstanding. What are some of the challenges? And I think for both Midval and Lesedi, I just wrote, you know, even if you give us the map of the area with a bit of like a geography, but beyond that, to get an idea of where the areas are with access to water and where they are not, because that also can assist with city planning and provincial planning as well. In terms of other questions also, what are the implications of the project delays, and what's been done to fast track those projects, because there's quite a few delays. Related to that, what are the steps that you're going to put in place to address some of those constraints? I'm also interested to know around the lack of operation and maintenance of infrastructure after the completion of the MIG projects. How does it look beyond? And I'm also very interested to know some of your justifications and reasoning for requesting more money and a higher budget given the current fund mismanagements. So how would you justify that to Treasury, provincial or national? Because you know, one wants to invest in a positive thing, but if there's already fund mismanagement, you know, it becomes difficult to justify why more money needs to go there. I'm going to leave it at that for now, because I think I asked you quite a few questions. But thank you for the presentation. And then I think, MEC, should we start with you first for response, or would you like to come in after Lesedi? All right, over to you guys in Lesedi, and then we'll come to the MEC after.
Thank you very much. On the issue relating to that, on the presentation itself, we seems to be okay as the municipality. Looks like we don't have challenges. One would then safely say Chairperson Lesedi, it's within the local sphere of government. Any problems that government experience or municipalities experience in general, so there's no way that Lesedi can be immune to that. So the picture that we were giving there, it was basically on the basis of MIG specifically, projects, and not that we don't have problems. We've got serious problems as well. We owe ESCOM, just like most of the other municipality here in Gauteng.
That in your presentation.
Maybe just before you continue, maybe those things you're about to tell us now, but I think you must also come back again when we meet those metros and you can tell us all of those problems as well. Shame poor Midval might also have to come along to do the similar thing. But yeah, please, the information is relevant now, but we'll also do a follow-up.
Okay. I think the other issues that we also put on the table, Chair, is that in terms of projects, the infrastructure projects that the municipality is implementing, at times we do experience problems that will affect, the pace at which the projects move. And subsequently, at times it leads even to us losing even those conditional grants. So yeah, some of the issues, maybe that's what you said, maybe we'll deal with them at a later stage. But the issues that relate to project stoppages, the 30% issues, so we cannot run away from this. The construction mafia is a reality, whether we like it or not. So these things we are experiencing them, hardcore. It's unfortunate that we are directly there. So when they decide to close a site camp, we are there, right in the middle of armed men, just closing the site. So we are there, on hardcore. So yeah, those things we cannot run away from. They are happening in our municipality as well. The areas without water, we welcome the input, Chairperson. I think as we revise, that will make sure that maybe, in a sort of a map, we can indicate those areas that can be done, ma'am. In terms of repairs and maintenance of all this new infrastructure that we'll be putting or that we've put in place, which is funded through this conditional grants. Once we accept assets into our asset register, automatically we need to set budget aside for that. But the reality is, much as we're talking repairs and maintenance, remember from the municipality perspective, we talking about our budget is based on projections. We are offering service and then anticipating that this is how much we're gonna get. But unfortunately, the client that we are dealing with in most cases, I'm referring to community members, they don't pay us. Instead of paying us, they will go and ban our buildings, close the roads, and so forth. So that's the unfortunate part. We are dealing with a difficult client here. It's not like we're talking with the business sector where you just say, no, we'll switch off your electricity, then you'll come running and pay you. You try that with the community is going to protest against you. They will take you on. They will tell you that we are going to shut you down. So that's the unfortunate part when we're dealing with the difficult client, but that's the realities on the ground. So I will leave it at that, Chairperson. I think I have tried to answer most of issues that you were referring to. Thanks.
So I think they must also, in the next round, provide some of that level of detail so that it gives us an understanding of the ESCOM crisis, the water, et cetera, et cetera. So when we make recommendations through you, MEC, we also have a better understanding of the issue. MEC, I know you wanted to make comment before we release these ones from Sedibeng District Municipality as a whole.
I suppose my colleagues from municipalities had it tough before your committee. That's why they wanted to come up with nice reports so that they can have it easy. No. I think the first thing is to appreciate, and I'm sure there's an acknowledgement that we have challenges, bigger challenges, that notwithstanding those challenges, there's progress that municipalities are doing. But I wanted to, because I took a bit of time to quickly go through the budget speech, and I think there are good news from the budget speech, which municipalities must really take advantage of this thing. The first thing is the debt relief that the minister announced insofar as the ESCOM debts are concerned. But linked to that is the debt relief that is meant for municipalities, and it is said there in the statement that what you call it, the notice will be done insofar as the details of that is concerned. But what just I read from that is there will be that particular relief, which will be good news for municipalities. But I look at what the minister refers to as conditions, the issues of measures, the measures that must be there, and the incentives that must be there. So ESCOM should come up with incentive. We should come up with measures as municipalities. And the measures are really based on the fact that this must not be a repeat. In other words, our country must not find itself where it is now. So that you get relieved after 3 years, you have accumulated. But those measures relate to our ability to collect revenue from our communities and our ability to bill our communities correctly, because we need to build that so that people have confidence in ours. And I think at the bottom line is the meters, the smart meter thing that I think the minister, as one part of the solutions, that the point there being we cannot allow a situation where when we relieve people, we're suggesting to them that you can stay without paying. Government will one day come again and relieve you. I think the message should be clear from ourselves that we should proceed with those measures. And I think from a departmental level, we will proceed to support municipalities insofar as those particular measures are concerned, whilst ensuring that ESCOM, in any way, the discussion with ESCOM to build incentive has been. Then one of the issues that we're looking at is that why don't you do away with the, what do you call this, the interest? Somebody says the PFMA will not allow that, but I'm sure you can charge very minimum or suspend, depending on how a municipality behaves. So the point for me is the message that I'm getting from the speech itself is that we shouldn't go out there and say, oh no, communities are going to be relieved. And when we don't put measures in place, we should continue to put those measures, because across municipalities, revenue collection is a big problem. And as I said in the morning, from where a municipality is a business, you collect revenue, in other words, you get money from your residents, you turn that money into services back to those municipalities. Failure to do so means a collapse of municipality. And if we can keep it as basic as that, I'm sure we'll get it right. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks, MEC. I think that helps. I'm also just reading the budget speech here. I think there's some big opportunities for us in Gauteng, also around the installation of some renewables as well, and the tax incentive for SMMEs, etc., that may even work to the benefit of our local municipalities. So I think that's something we need to think more broadly about, especially as the portfolio committee, when our brains are a bit more fresh about how we can support the various municipalities and metros around taking us further into that process. Number one, to be energy reliant, but number two, to actually have less of a debt towards ESCOM in a more sustainable funding process. So I thank you, MEC. I think that's very useful, and I think that's something we need to look at, in fact, have to look at moving forward. With that, I'm going to release Midval and Lisidi and thank the colleagues as well from Citibank. I think you've really covered it, and I know you had the awkwardness of lunch in between, so we really do appreciate your patience and the time that you've spent with us. Thank you very much. I'm now going to move straight to West Rand District Municipality, and if I can get Rand West also on standby just after them. Depending on how long those presentations are, I might even be able to take them together, and then maybe we do Merafong as well. We can do it like that. But let's start with West Rand first. All right, can I just get an indication that Rand West is here? Okay, you're welcome to come forward on either side. And then can I also, in the meanwhile, start getting Merafong ready? Right, West Rand, I'm going to hand over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed.
Just introduce yourself for us. Yeah.
My name is Danny Govender. I'm from the West Rand District Municipality. Yeah, sorry. My name is Danny Govender. I'm from the West Rand District Municipality and, Manager Water and Sanitation. Madam Chair, like you see, the West Rand Municipality consists of Mogale City, West Rand City, and Merafong City. This is just a quick map showing where those municipalities are. Cradle of Humankind is on the border. We've got Shwane, we've got COJ, we've got Northwest as well, and all of them are located in there. And Madam Chair, the West Rand District Municipality is not a water services authority. The three local municipalities within the district are all water services authorities as per the amended legislation by the Department of Water and Sanitation. In line with the powers and functions, the West Rand District Municipality provides an oversight role over our three local municipalities. Our oversight roles that provided by the West Rand District Municipality, and it's not just limited to what I've got on the screen, but very much these are is pertinent to what we're discussing here. We've formed a grant expenditure forum. The forum is chaired by the West Rand District Municipality's executive mayor, and it's a requirement that the LMs, our three LMs, executive mayors, together with their municipal managers, their CFOs, the HODs dealing with expenditure and PMUs, they come to the district municipality and present to the forum expenditure patterns on the grants, because we acknowledge not all the grants are in trouble, but there are a large number of them. And we want to know what are the challenges being experienced, what are the plans, if any, to address those challenges, and also what support is required. Because we believe that we can possibly open doors that they can't open, and we can look at assisting them. At the end of the day, it's the communities of the district municipality that suffer when service delivery is not taking place. We also, Madam Chair, set up a drop forum, and the forum consists of members from the Department of Water and Sanitation, of which 2 members are present in this room. We've got SALGA, provincial and national, as part of the forum. MISA, Tembagladla, as part of the forum. Rand Water, and the 3 local municipalities. There's a lot of excitement about this forum. National SALGA are telling us that they wish this could take place across the entire country. And it's very much, the reason why it's called the Drop Forum is, like you can see there in the first sub-bullet, we're looking at the green drop, we're looking at the blue drop, and we're looking at the no drop. And all those are legislative requirements from the Department of Water and Sanitation. And it's very much green drop, just for information, that's looking at your wastewater treatment facilities and how they are complying with how they're operating their plants, and also what the discharges are looking at. Blue drop is looking at your potable water and how those things are operating and whether it's compliance there. And the no drop is talking about the water conservation demand management and how we are addressing that. And Madam Chair, that's also one of my passions. because across the country we're losing 40% of our water that's unaccounted for. And just to bring it to rands and cents, there's 40 cents out of every rand. We're just throwing it away, but we're still obliged to pay rand water, that 1 rand. So, I mean, we're just compromising the financial stability of the municipality by just leaving that unattended. The intention is to provide support to the local municipalities to comply with legislature requirements pertaining to the 3 drops. It's not to give them the big stick, it's more to come and say, listen, this is what's available. I mean, like I said, MISA is there, they've got engineers on board. Salga, they've got a lot of training facilities for your wastewater treatment plant operators. Rand Water is there to help out with your water conservation demand management, and everyone's passionate about what we are doing to assist with the compliance issues at the local municipalities. Some of the challenges that we are finding, and this is just cross-cutting as well, Madam Chair, the funding that you've heard the whole day, capital and operational lack of funding resources, shortages of skills, technical and operational, drought, water restrictions and how that affects your communities, electricity costs and also availability due to load shedding. Land availability is also a challenge. Aging infrastructure, dedicated water loss divisions, and this is for me across the province and across the country. There are very, very few municipalities that have got specific divisions that are there only focusing on water loss, water conservation and demand management, and that in itself is a specialist field. You need passionate people in there who can go out at night and do work that your other staff are not prepared to do. Telemetry, you're not monitoring your systems, so you don't know whether you've got major big bursts on your water systems and so forth. Equipment, the plumbers out on the ground, they don't have the right equipment, they don't even have the right vehicles, they don't have enough vehicles to go and attend to your failing infrastructure and bursts and things like that. We also would like to propose a regional certified laboratory with fully equipped and things like that, because at the moment we're going out, we're relying on Rand Water, we're relying on private enterprise, and we're paying a premium out there. We have got some facilities at Merafong and Mohali City, but we would like to see a centralized, fully equipped and fully staffed laboratory. And also, Madam Chair, the restoration of powers and functions to the district municipality. There's been a lot of talk about the powers and functions of the various, like one of the things that was mentioned, the Water Service Authority function that was in the pipeline to be devolved through to the local, to the district municipality, and then the thought, and I want to believe it still is the case, we would be the WSAs, and we will then appoint the local municipalities to be the water services providers, and support them, and then make sure that things go correct. Again, flipping that back into dedicated water loss divisions, then we'll have a water conservation demand management section centrally located in the district and provide that service through to local municipalities. Madam Chair, I'm going to pause there. My 3 local municipalities are here to do in-depth presentations of exactly what's going on. And Madam Chair, very much to say that us as a district, we would very much like to be more supportive, more to assist our local municipalities more than we are doing at the moment, but we don't have the resources to do that. So provided with the resources, we will gladly step into like I said, into the Water Services Authority function and operate and maintain that system. Yeah. Madam Chair, in the interest of time, I'm going to stop now. Thank you so much.
So let's do this. Let's take Rand West, if I'm correct. I just want to check yes. Is that okay? Is Rand West ready? This was West Rand District. And then we'll take Rand West. No, but he's not complete. So what he's explained is because they're the district, the detail's going to come in the local municipalities. That's why I'm thinking let's take them all and then let's engage it as a whole, but let's make notes. It might also be a bit faster that way. And then nobody's leaving, so at least we can ask those direct questions. All right, over to Rand West Municipality.
Afternoon, Chair and committee members and MEC. My name is Bongani Nkambule. I'm the Executive Manager Infrastructure in Rand West City Local Municipality. Chair, before I start with my presentation, I just would like to tender an apology for my Executive Mayor and my Municipal Manager and the CFO, because today we had a council meeting that was scheduled prior. Thanks, Chair. And thanks to Danny Govender from the Western District. Going to the presentation, Chair. Quickly, the outline, presentation outline, there's 4 key items that one would want to highlight to the committee. The first one, it talks to the water conservation and demand management. What are we doing as a municipality? And then the 2 bullet points, Chair. It's bulk water and sewer requirements to support mega housing developments and bulk electricity requirements to support mega housing developments. Chair, these 2 bullet points are a critical challenge for the municipality. I'd want to talk more on those. And then the last part would talk to the implementation of infrastructure development programs on water supply and electricity, basically the 5-year projects that we've been implementing as per the request of the portfolio committee. Thanks, Chair. And then in terms of the water conservation and demand management, we've got activities that we have planned or we are planning as a municipality in order to address this challenge. And the first one there is the installation of prepaid water meters to manage the consumption by communities. The second one is the installation of zone water meters to manage the water distribution to communities so that we can also do water balancing. And then also installation of check water meters to manage water supply from rainwater. And also we want to do repairs of water leaks to minimize the water losses. And the 2 bullet points, bottom ones, Chair, is that key to what we want to do as a municipality, we need to reduce water distribution losses, because as per the last financial year, on our closing our books, we are currently sitting at 25% in terms of water, which we need to push towards reducing as a municipality. And then also in terms of electricity, our losses we're sitting at 18%, which we also need to reduce down to 12 to 15% if possible. Chair, so those are activities that we're planning to do as an institution in terms of managing the losses. And then in terms of the activities that we've implemented to date, especially this current financial year, we've managed to secure funding from MIG to do installation of water meters in Finsbury so that we can reduce the water losses in that particular area of our city. And then also, Chair, we've managed to get support from Rainwater through Rainwater Foundation, where we have started now with War on Leaks program to ensure that where there are water leakages, they're assisting us in terms of that. So the project has just recently started. And then thirdly, Chair, we are engaging with DBSA and also CoGTA, because DBSA has approved a funding to assist us in terms of revenue enhancement program, where they'll also assist us in terms of doing meter audits and also address issues of billing, because as a municipality, Chair, as much as we've got distribution losses, we've got also revenue losses in terms of billing that needs to be also attended to and addressed, and also in terms of indigent registration. So that particular program, it's looking at the entire value chain of the revenue losses of the municipality. So we are working with them in terms of that. And then lastly, Chair, in terms of activities, we are working on putting together an audit and a business plan to get more funding to refurbish all our water pump stations to cap the losses, and that would be funded by MIC. So it's an ongoing process that we are doing, Chair. Oh la la. Sorry, Chair. Just that the layout is not facing properly. But what we're trying to highlight here, if I were to talk to it, if I can point, okay. Chair, first things first, it's just that it's not facing properly. But what we wanted to highlight, Chair, on this slide is that we've got 4 mega housing developments in our space. And all these 4 mega housing developments, each one is supposed to give us a minimum of 10,000 units. So basically in our city, we've got 4 cities that are being built on the existing infrastructure that we've got, which is old. So this is one of our pressure points as a municipality. So now we've done a water and sanitation master plan, which has indicated the capacity that we've got and the capacity that we need to accommodate the growing city. So this is where now we need more funding in terms of providing bulk water supply. So this layout, it shows a bulk water supply where from that top part, it's our rainwater connection, where we need to put a new bulk water line that will go all the way to supply this first development here, which is Drooghevel, and then also move to fund, to provide water to also this new development that is on the ground. And also we've got Montrose down there, and we've got Dentlome development, and we've got other developments in that area, Chair, which is Western Mega. So all of these are putting pressure on our water provision in terms of existing bulk, Chair. Apologies for how the slide has been shown there. And then this covers the issues around bulk water. And then in summary, in terms of bulk water, Chair, I wouldn't go to individual items that we've got, but we've got bulk water pipeline A and bulk water pipeline B. And in all of these pipelines, we've got reservoirs that we need to construct. And the total amount that we need is about 844 million in terms of addressing this bulk water shortage to assist the human settlement development. And then this one, Chair, it's just a layout of sewer. I wouldn't go to it much, but all what I want to indicate on it is that we need to build new bulk sewer lines in that red line to support this development and that development and this mega housing development. And also we need to build a new 60 megaliter wastewater treatment plant, Chair, to support these developments that we've got. So in essence, Chair, we are running short of bulk, and our challenge is that houses are being built on our space, and we are afraid that there will be a time whereby houses are built and there wouldn't be bulk to support them. So we need to find ways and means to accelerate that particular bulk provision, Chair. And then this slide, it just shows a high level bulk cost of what we need to fund. But all in all, if you put all what we need in terms of sanitation, looking at the various wastewater treatment plants that we need to build and the bulk sewer lines that we need to build, we're looking at 3.1 billion project estimate, Chair, in terms of what we need to fund the sanitation. And then this last, this one, Chair, is for electricity master plan, where we need to build new substations to support the mega housing developments. I'll just be quick on that. We need to build a substation for Dentlome. We need also to upgrade the Drowell substation. And we also need to upgrade Muhlakeng substation there. And we also need to build a Montrose substation in that particular area. And the total bulk cost for electricity from our bulk electricity master plan, we're looking at 993 million rands, Chair. Then these are the substations that we need to construct to support and construct and upgrade. And then this slide, Chair, now we are looking at the 5-year plan, the projects that we've implemented in the previous 5 years as per the request of the committee. I'll be quick on those. In short, this is a summary of our grants from 2018, 2019, all the way to 2022 to 2023. I wouldn't go to individual figures, Chair, but you would see that on MIG, up until now, we've managed to spend 157 million. On WSIG is 238. And on INEP, also linked with EDSM, is 123 million. And then on HSDG, human settlement, it's about 117 million to date, Chair. And then the next slide, Chair, it's a breakdown for the various financial years, which is 2018, 2019, in terms of the projects that we've implemented. I wouldn't go to each and every one line item, but what is critical for us to highlight is that in all the projects in the previous financial years, Chair, as a municipality, we have managed to complete the projects that we set out to implement in a financial year. And also, on average, we've managed to spend 100% of our MIG expenditure for the past 5 years. So these are the projects that we've been implementing in each financial year, Chair. And this covers then the 2019-20 financial year. Just that I cannot say on top there, but these are the projects that we've been implementing for the various financial years. This is 2021, 21-22, I think. And then, okay. This is the current projects that we are currently having also in terms of implementation of the projects. These are the other projects that we've got, and these are the current projects that we are currently implementing, Chair, which is the most important to us to say. The project of installation of prepaid water meters at Finsbury, we've got 5 million that we've got, and then the project is ongoing. And then refurbishment of Hannes van Niekerk, it's in progress. Site establishment has been done. The installation of sewer networks in Muhlakeng Extension 5, it's in progress. Site establishment is in progress. EDSM project for energy efficient projects. We had 4 million there. We have completed that project now. And then also we've got the Dentlome substation that we are currently working on, and we are moving in terms of that, Chair. So basically, these are the projects that we are having as a municipality. And also in terms of human settlement, we have also started with the bulk sewer lines. We started with bulk water line for 10 million, and we started with the bulk sewer line for 30 million. But these projects in their nature are going to be multi-year projects. So we're going to be implementing these projects for the next 3 financial years based on the amount of money that is required for them. So we are doing them in phases in each financial year based on the funding that we are getting, Chair, as a municipality. In terms of challenges, I'll just run quickly on through them. The main challenge that we've got is that we've got aging water and sanitation infrastructure, which contributes to high distribution losses. And also we've got theft and vandalism of existing infrastructure, especially around copper theft. And also the load shedding is not helping, Chair, because people now are starting to plan around the load shedding to say if the power is going to be off for 2 hours, they go and hit our substations. By the time the power is restored, our protection in our substation, the cables are stolen, then we tend to lose our substation. And this also affects us being able to provide water to some of the areas because we need electricity to pump water. Also, another challenge we've got is the non-payment of municipal services. Also, the community protest against credit control measures taken by the municipality. So sorry, Chair. I think these two, they are interlinked, Chair, because as a municipality, we are facing a challenge of communities that don't want to pay for services. But when we want to implement credit control, then we get community protests, which also now becomes a challenge for the municipality to manage. And then another challenge is the insufficient funding of the OPEX to address distribution losses and also operations and maintenance, because currently our operations and our OPEX is below the 8% that we need to fund our OPEX, which is a challenge from our total revenue income that we're getting as a municipality. And then also, we've got insufficient bulk infrastructure funding to support mega housing developments. Chair, for us as a municipality, this is a major challenge that we are having because houses are being built as we speak, but the rate at which houses are being built and the rate at which we are providing bulk infrastructure, the rate of houses being built is faster than us providing the bulk. So this is one of the major challenges that we've got in our city. But the positiveness is that if we can address the bulk provision, then the city will grow. Thanks, Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have Bravo. on this, or on your presentation?
On my presentation, Madam Chair, I forgot to mention, I apologize for the non-attendance of my executive mayor, and I acknowledge the presence of my municipal manager and the executive manager in the room. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We want your executive manager. Murafong?
Good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity to thank the MEC, his present, and then even the honorables here. And then I'd like to greet everyone here. My name is Douglas Mwashe. I'm the acting PMU manager in the Mirafon City Local Municipality. I'll be doing this presentation.
Acting what?
Project
Acting
manager, PMU. Project Management Unit. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. In my miss here next to me, I've got the Executive Director, Ntate Ezrashange, and then we've got Acting Manager, Water and Sanitation, Mr. Tulani Bongolo. They are here with me to assist me. And then our municipal manager was here, then he had some emergencies, then he left. So I'll be doing the presentation based on the invitation with regards to the MIG, the performance of MIG in the past 5 years, and then even the performance of MIG in the current financial year. Then, okay, let me, okay, go back. Okay, this slide talks about the performance of the MIG in the past 5 years. You can see in 2017-2018 financial year, the performance was quite well. We have achieved 100%. And then this includes even there was this 2 million that was withdrawn. So due to the performance of the previous year before that financial year. And then we go to the next financial year, which is 2018-2019. We can see there our performance was roughly 73%. And then the next financial year, which is 2019-2020, things were not good. Again, we know that there was COVID that disrupted everything. Then you can see that our performance went to 49%. And then we go to the next financial year, which was 2021 financial year. And then there you can see our expenditure has improved to 89%. And then the next financial year was 21-22 financial year. And then in that year, we've managed to go again. It was just like decline that we went to 88%. And then I will highlight, if we can take the next slide, is talking about the rate of expenditure, where I've already touched on that the first slide. And then you can see that there was this 79 million that was allocated to the municipality. So that 79 million, we managed to spend the entire budget. And then this one was project and performance overview. In this slide, you can see that I just want to highlight this point that we had some challenges with the consultants because we didn't have a panel of consultants by that time. There was a delay in procuring the panel of consultants, but our sister municipality, which is Mogale, there was this agreement that we have entered with them. Then we have used their panel of consultants. So those challenges that we didn't procure the consultant on time then was overcome after we had that agreement with our sister municipality. Then at the end of the day, we have reached the 100%. Okay. this slide is just talking about the 40% that we were supposed to meet in that financial year of 40%. We didn't meet it in December, but due to the assistance of our sister municipality, we have managed to spend that 100%. These are the status of the project implemented in that financial year. These projects, I'm not going to dwell too much on them because all of them, actually, they were completed in that financial year. The second slide on 2017-2018 continued with the projects that we implemented in that financial year. There is this project, the Kuzo Multi-Purpose Community Center. That project currently still running. Someone can ask why this project has taken so much long time. There was that geotechnical investigation that was done due to you know that the area that we are in is a dolomitic area. Then when the project was supposed to be handed over, then Council of Geoscience came in and said, no, the investigation that were done were not enough. So we had to do some investigation again on the footprint of that community hall. So fortunately, we've been given a green light by Council of Geoscience that the multi-purpose community hall where it's situated is in a correct place. Then currently, the contractor is attending the snack list, and then in order to complete that project. And then the rest of the project in that current financial year were completed. This one talks to the same one. They were completed. And then the next one is the next financial year. Next financial year, which is 2018-2019, and then there we managed to get 72% of our allocation. Then due to the challenges, we had lot of challenges there. I think most of municipalities, they've highlighted the challenges that we come across, especially when coming to the 30% is a challenge that we go to the ground. When we go to the ground, then we can call it project mafias. Then they stop the project, and then sometimes even they don't allow us to kickstart the project. Then the next challenge that we had, it was the issue of the supply chain. Under supply chain, sometimes the sitting of the finalization of the appointment of the service providers, which is the contractors, sometimes it took long, but the municipality has been addressing that committees can sit on time in order to ensure that they expedite the appointment of the service providers. The same year we had some challenges again in regard with the capacity in the municipality, especially in the PMU section. The PMU section has been running with the capacity of 50%.
Your acronyms, we serve in different committees. We can't have in our heads all these acronyms.
Okay. No, sorry about that. Chair. When I'm talking, I'm saying the project management unit, which is running the capital project. We had a challenge with the capacity due to the rate of vacancies in that department. So that actually affected the expenditure in that financial year. Currently, that time, the department was running that department was running with less than 50% capacity in that financial year. And then these are the project that were undertaken in that 1819. You can see Kutson Road and Stormwater Phase 3. Those projects were completed. I'm not going to dwell too much on this. 2018-2019 projects were completed. And then again, you can still see the Kutso Multipurpose Community Center, which it was stopped due to the issues that I've already highlighted. And then there was this project, informal trading area, that was deferred to the next financial year of 2019-2020. You will see it in the next financial year, then it was completed. Then we go to the next one, which is 2019-2020 financial year. You can see there our expenditure went to 49.3%. As I've already highlighted, the reason for that due to the fact that COVID came in, and then there was a lot that was stopped during that time. Again, we had some challenges with the consultant that failed to their tender document were not ready according to the implementation plan of the municipality. Then we had to push them that at least they can try to align with our implementation plan. This one again talks to the challenges again on the ground, recruitment of laborers, actually due to the fact that there is high unemployment. Everyone, when he sees that there is a container that the contractor, he wants to start with the project, they just run to that site camp, and then everyone is looking for a job. So those are the things that sometimes they delay the implementation of the project. And then the other issues I've already highlighted, the issue of the 30%, but there is an LED department that is dealing with that department, with those SMM issues. So through their interventions, at the end of the day, some other projects get unlocked. Again, after this slide, you'll see the project that were implemented in that financial year. Then most of the projects there, as we speak currently, they are completed. In this slide, I want to go back. I want to touch on that project, informal trading area, that was deferred to the next financial year. You can see here we were busy with the designs, so it was deferred to be starting in the next financial year. So that currently, as we speak, most of this project has been completed. The same challenges. So this is the next financial year. 2020-2021 financial year. Again, we had challenges to meet our 40% during December, but ultimately at the end of the financial year, we have managed to get 87.5. The trend in our municipality for us not to spend actually is due to the fact of these stoppages that persistency occurred in delaying the project. So there are these trends that normally happened in our municipality, that there is this business forums or community disrupting the project. So we had these challenges, then that's why we got to 87.5. Okay. Again, okay, sorry for that, for 2018-20, for that 2019-2020, it was not COVID. I think I've missed that. COVID came in this 2020-2021. So actually in this financial year, at the end of the day, we know that COVID disrupted everything. Then we had some, at the end of the day, we had those challenges, but we have overcome that, and then we managed to reach 87%. And then again, we are repeating the same thing, that recruitment of laborers, and then even the issue of the SMMEs is a challenge there. Okay, and then this thing all again talks to the project management unit, which is understaffing. And then we go to the next, which is 2021 financial year. These are the projects that were implemented in that financial year. Kuzon Road and Stormwater, Phase 4, the project was completed. Phase 5, the project is currently on 98%. You can see that by that financial year, we were doing the designs. And then Kokosi Road and Stormwater Phase 4, we had a challenge with the contractor, and then the contractor had to be terminated. Currently, the consultant is busy with the cost estimations in order for the new contractor to do the pricing. Then Kokosi Road and Stormwater Phase 5, this project is underway. Is currently running, and then is going to be completed in March, end of March. You can see by that time there was these delays. There was these delays from the contractor by not putting out the performance guarantee. Then we had Wedella Road and Stormwater Phase 4. That those projects are completed together with the Phase 5. Informal trading area, this one portion of the Phase 1, then the project actually was completed, and then we were just waiting for the closeout report from the consultant in that financial year. Sludge drying beds, this project actually is 98% completed, and then we have terminated the contractor due to the poor performance. Sometimes this contractor, they came as a joint venture. At the end of the day, those partners, they had some disagreement, and then at the end of the day, they don't manage to complete the project. But we have terminated the contractor. We are about 98%. We are in the process of getting another contractor to complete the project with the retention money. And then we have got street light. This project, street light Merafon Phase 4. This one is completed. Access Road, Carltonville, even this one is completed. Stage 1, Kuzo North Water and Sewer Reticulation Stage 1. I just want to highlight to these three projects. This three project is addressing the collapse lines that has been caused by sinkhole formations. So there was this sinkhole formation that collapses our infrastructure. So the Stage 1 currently is on 98%. It's almost done. The contractor is attending some snack list. Stage 2 again is 98%. The contractor is attending snack list. And then Phase 3, again, the contractor actually has been appointed in this current financial year. So we planned to have the contractor in that 2021 financial year, but at the end of the day, the contractor was appointed this current financial year. Again, in that financial year, we didn't reach the 40%, and then there was this penalty that was imposed to us of 30 million was reduced to our allocation. But at the end of the day, we have managed to reach 87%. This slide actually it talks about those delays from the supply chain. There was this procurement plan that was in place, but due to the rate of, I can say the rate of the sittings to finalize the appointment, and even the issue of that preferential procurement regulation that was ruled unconstitutional by the court has caused the delays. Again, this one again talks to those delays that was caused by those regulations by that time. Again, here in this slide, the same thing, recruitment. Each and every project that we are studying, Madam Chair, each and every project that we are studying, we've got this trend that community, they will just run to site and close the site, and then even the local SMMEs looking for that 30%. So this has been, when I was listening to other presentations, I see is a trend that it affects a lot of the municipalities. There was this position I like to, we wanted to try to address this issue of people going to site, stopping the project, and then we had to appoint OHS and community liaison officer. The position was vacant for a long time, so finally the position was occupied, and then this engagement with the community is now being addressed. And then you can see that the challenge again is the issue of the project management units vacancies, rate of vacancies. You can see that 2 technicians, they are running close to 25 projects. So which I think is not good. The monitoring of the project is a challenge. These are the projects that we have done in that financial year. I've touched on Kutsun Road and Stormwater is completed. Phase 5, I've touched on it, is still under construction. Phase 6 again is under construction. Phase 6, I'd like to touch on this project. Phase 6, the contractor 2 weeks back, he was busy with the box cutting. Almost 40% of box cutting of a road. Then there was this collapse, there was this sinkhole that has formed in the footprint of that road. So currently there are geotechnical engineers that are investigating the cause root of that sinkhole. And then we go to CoGTA. I've touched on that contract has been terminated, and then currently we are in process of, the consultant is in the process of doing the cost estimation in order to get the new contract. CoGTA phase 5, I spoke about it. Phase 6, the project was launched. And then this project actually in the previous financial year, it was only the planning. Wedela phase 4 project has been completed, phase 5 has completed, and then phase 6, the contractor is on site this current financial year. So in the last financial year, it was only the planning and designs. Again, in the same financial year, and then you can see that those projects 2021 for Kutsun stage 1, stage 2, And then the contractor actually, as I mentioned, that currently they are on 98%. And then this one, stage 3, the consultant has been on site this current financial year. That previous financial year, it was only the designs. This one is a project that are currently implemented in this current financial year. I've already highlighted to this project the status. You can see the Kuzung is currently on 73%, and then phase 6, they are roughly on 10, they've started with the boss cutting. They are almost 10%. So I'm not going to dwell one-on-one on this project, but these are the projects that we are currently running. And then I need to go to this slide. These are the projects that we are currently running. It's just there is some delays that we have encountered. We didn't reach the 40% of our allocation in this current financial year. So there are mitigation factors that we are trying to implement in order to try to expedite our expenditure in order to reach the full allocation, to spend the full allocation in this current financial year. So these are the projects.
Chairperson, when you come to these projects, it's in words we can't even see, and there are consultation issues there. And you're saying we're not going to deal with them. And that's what you want to know, because most of, as you say, most of the projects are being stopped. And then there, you have made the words to be so thin so that you don't see what are these challenges that makes the people to stop or contractors to be stopped.
Also, just
that's what you want to see, to know.
and just for my benefit, if I can get the slide number because I'm still catching up. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair. My apology for that font was just small there. We didn't do it deliberately so. I wish maybe I can request, maybe if they can just extend the font there, that it can be visible. This project
What slide number is this?
Sorry?
Which slide are you on? The number?
This is 41,
Okay.
slide number 41. Let's start with slide number 41.
But yeah, I don't think we have this presentation, but anyway. 38. Yeah, because 41 is the last one. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. We do have it here, but maybe speak to it in detail, even if we can't see it.
Okay. No, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid, Madam Chair. Street light mirror from phase 2, phase 6. This project actually, the tender closes in December, and then we have received the pre-evaluation report from the consultant. The committees are meant to set this in March in order to finalize the appointment. Development of new Kokosi Cemetery. A project actually was launched last week, Tuesday, and then the contractor is in process of doing the site establishment. Refurbishment of Wedela Stadium. This project actually, we had some challenges in this project. There was these designs that were done, and then after the design were completed, DSEC, Department of Sports and Recreational Arts and Culture, actually they came forward and said to us that they want to review the designs. Then we had those delays, and then due to the fact that the funds are ring-fenced, the municipality took a decision to amend the appointment of the consultant to a turnkey. So the meeting is scheduled this week with the consultant in order to implement the project on a turnkey basis, in order to ensure that we spend that 10 million within this current financial year. This one is a project, INEP project. Unfortunately, the ED is out. This is the acting ED infrastructure, but is the manager in that department of electrical department. This one, we've got Forkville. We've got Forkville 60 NVA. This project will be implemented by ESCOM. And then now we are just waiting for budget code from ESCOM. Then we can pay that, and then they can go to site and complete the project. The next project is Bluva's Freaky substation, and then change control Bluva substation. Again, this project will be implemented by the municipality, but there is budget code that we are waiting from ESCOM, then that we can start implementing the project. What happened here, the consultant is already in process. They've already done the PDR, preliminary design report, is almost done. Then it will be reviewed again by ESCOM in order to check if it meets the standard of ESCOM. And then this is WISIC projects. We have got replacement of Kutson Reservoir. The reservoir is big enough, it's 30 megaliters. This project actually is 99% complete. The only thing that is outstanding in that, it was installation of the mini sub from ESCOM. We're just waiting for ESCOM to come and install the mini sub, and then we can commission the reservoir. And then the next project is upgrading of and rehabilitation of Wedella wastewater treatment works. Let me thank Madam Chair that will take me back, that I must go through this project one by one. This project actually, it was funded, the first phase was funded 2 years back, and then we didn't have budget to complete the project. At the end of the day, there was illegal occupants in the project, which is illegal miners, that vandalized everything. When we had funds to complete the project, we found that it was difficult for us to access the site because we found those illegal miners armed, taking over the site. So it took us more than from July until November for us to get to site. So we had an opportunity to access the site around November. But everything, the status of the wastewater treatment works, before we started the phase one, now is worse than that. So everything has been vandalized in that. And then the other one is structural rehabilitation of W7 reservoir. Most of our reservoirs in Merafong, they are not working. They've been decommissioned. Reason being due to the condition of the ground. The dolomite, due to some cracks around those reservoirs. So there are some investigations that were done, but this project, we have done the so-called curtain grouting around next to the reservoir to address the sinkhole that were close to that. And then now we'll be addressing the cracks around that reservoir. So this project actually, The tender was out in December. It closes on the 22nd of December. And then we have received the evaluation report from the consultant. And then the committees will be sitting to finalize the appointments. The next project, we call it COVID-19 provision, WISIC 6B. This project actually was to address, to assist the informal settlement, the water tankering, and then even to put some JoJo tanks in order for those guys to access the water easily. But unfortunately, the contract between municipality and DWS ended end of January. So, and then the expenditure was very low in that regard. So we wanted to talk to DWS, at least if they can extend this project, because we don't have funds again to continue running this project to provide those water to our community. This is mining town allocation funds. This project actually, Kutzon South Extension 5 outfall sewer. The contractor is on site. We don't have any challenge there. We had some challenges again with the same business forums. Consultants were appointed on a turnkey, but when they come with the contractors, the preferred contractors, then they had to be stopped. People from the local must be them, that they must be implementing that project. Fortunately, there was local companies that were appointed. Project is currently running very smooth. And then Kutzon South installation of bulk electricity. Again, this project is running quite well. Anticipation completion date is end of April. And then another project is Kutzon South installation of alternative bulk water supply. This project was meant to, there is this line that is feeding Kutzon. So we don't have any alternative line. If this line can collapse, then the residents of the Kutzon South, they won't have water. So that's why we brought in this project. But unfortunately, we had to terminate the consultant due to the poor performance. So we are in the process of getting another consultant to implement this project. Kutzon South installation or extension 5 and 6, internal roads and stormwater. This project again was delayed by, actually money was gazetted late. The business plan talks to 77 million, but at the end of the day, we have received 50 million. Our allocation was 50 million. We disputed that, and then finally, our remaining 67 million was gazetted around November. So those were delays that were encountered again with the same issue that I've highlighted with the local SMMEs. This project, CoGTA Extension 6-7, completion of sewer networks. Again, this project is almost done. There is no challenges there. CoGTA Extension 7 East Outfall Sewer with the wastewater treatment works. This project currently is on 45%, and then we are anticipating to complete this project on before the end of this current financial year. This is the summary of our grants. You can see under MIG, we are on 29% currently, and then INEP, we are on 41%. WISIC, we are on 3%. You understand that I've mentioned the reason why there was no movement due to the challenges that we have faced in Wedela wastewater treatment works. And then water service infrastructure with Schedule 6 is that one of water tankering that I've mentioned, the contract between municipality and Department of Water and Sanitation has ended end of January. So we are busy in the process of negotiating with them that the project can be extended. Mining ton allocation, we are on 16.69. I've already highlighted the challenge of the Gazette, a gazetted fund, that there was a mistake in gazetting the fund. Instead of gazetting 77 million, then they gazetted 60 million. But after they've managed to go back and rectify that, we just received a letter around November that the 67 million has been gazetted. Then overall, our expenditure in all grants, you can see that we are not in a good place. We are on 23%. And then, as I've already mentioned that you can see our ME expenditure, we are currently on 20.8%. And then with that green, you can see that 3 consultants that were appointed on a conventional method, their assignment was now amended to a turnkey in order to speed up the process of implementing the projects. These are the challenges that we are facing. I've already touched on interference from business forums, and then that causing the delay. And then I've already touched on the capacity issues in that department of PMU, Project Management Unit, even the entire municipality. The municipality is running with staffing of less than 50%. And then the issue of aging infrastructure, again, that does not comply with the condition, the dolomitic condition, that leads to pipe burst and sewer spillages that contribute to the formation of the sinkholes. And then the other thing is the challenge that we have is these illegal miners that damages our bulk infrastructure, our water line. In water, they are using water to wash those minerals of them. Thefts and cables and vandalism of substations, even it affecting our municipality. If this thing happens every now and then it affects the operation of the wastewater treatment works. And then the other challenge again is low collection of revenue that leads to financial constraint of the municipality. Those are the challenges. My colleagues can add if they want to add, but let me thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we have a different version of your presentation, which is what was causing the conversation here. I think we have a previous version, but it's fine. We'll get the most updated. I think because it was such a big bulk of presentations, when it was downloaded, obviously we have to then upload it to our GPL SharePoint. I think that's where we maybe got lost along the way. So up to, I think, 21, 22 financial year, it's the same, and then after that it gets a little bit different. So particularly interested in those challenges, but we'll get them for you. Members, I'm begging your indulgence to take Mohale, so we get a fully rounded picture of West Rand, and then we engage. I know we're very tired. After that, we can take a comfort break. But let's just get that in its entirety, and then we have a fuller picture. Can I get colleagues from Mohale City to also present now? And then I hope we do have the most updated version of that. I'll have a quick discussion with our PLO around it. Let's pick up the pace on the presentations, I agree. We no need for vision, mission, none of those things. Let's get straight into it. I think also by now we also have a good idea of what the issues are in West Rand. So maybe to be more particular to the issues within Mohale specifically.
Then you can do yours.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members and colleagues. I'm Andre Botes. I'm the Acting Executive Manager, Infrastructure Services. I'm just going to take you briefly, as per your request, through our presentation on the infrastructure side. I mean, we know where Mogale City is. I don't need to go through it. Just quick overview on water conservation, demand management and energy services, what I'm going to highlight, although quite a lot of the matters was already discussed, which is similarity across the board from the metros and municipalities, the water networks, the scientific services, wastewater treatment challenges and then projects. But then on energy services, I also want to touch briefly on our supply and demand challenges and projects and plans. Just for us, and so we sit in our area with 3 treatment works. As you can see, the design capacity, Mogale's works now just recently upgraded a little, and I mean, we sit there with 3.5 megalitres. That's to be commissioned next month, the expansion part. Percy Stewart is our other one, treatment works, 37 megalitres, and Flip Human is 50. There we sit with the current operating capacity. There is challenges in terms of the operating capacities. That's part of our WSIG projects, where we also try to improve on our operating capacities. The actual capacities currently that we sit with today, and so there we see on the last part of that table itself. So, you know, as you can see, you know, the Flip Human, our colleague from West Rand District Municipality has highlighted, you know, the green drop status. So all of these, you know, from Mogale City, you do has effect on our green drop status in itself. So then, just quickly on the water and wastewater networks, there's just a broad overview of what we sit with. We sit with 23 reservoirs, water towers. Our capacity there, 121 megalitres. Our water reticulation system, 2,200 meters. Pump stations, sewer reticulation is 1,600 kilometers, and then sewer pump stations. So it's quite a lot in our terms, and I mean, quite a lot of these water reticulation networks is also contributing factors towards aging infrastructure, where we sit with huge water losses and water pipe replacements. Just on the demand management, just a quick overview. You know, we sit there with 22 Rand water connections in our feeding into our system. 46,000 odd domestic water meters and 26,000 odd business and other water meters. I will touch on the domestic water meters as well, and so. Here you can see then, you know, our prepaid water meters. We currently sit with over 32,000 of them. Quite a lot of them is non-functional. We do not receive revenue from those meters, prepaid meters. We are busy with a conversion to conventional meters. It has an effect on our revenue collection in terms of water and water losses. On the laboratory, just quickly, I want to summarize. The colleagues have highlighted, you know, we are the only local municipality in the West Rand District Municipality that do have a laboratory. It's not all fully accredited currently. You know, we have got our own challenges to that, but I mean, there is work in progress in terms of that. On our water projects and areas itself, you know, our day-to-day activities, I just want to point out there's 2 or 3 important things. So, you know, chemical toilet services to households and water tanker delivery to households. You know, it's costing us 55 million for the chemical toilets and 72 million per annum, you know, for the water tankering delivery. It's quite a substantial dent in our operational budget annually. You know, so this in itself makes it for us really pressing in terms of our finance. Emergency water delivery to communities as and when required. I mean, recently in this January period, that is also a contributing factor that has catch up big time with us in terms of unplanned expenditures. water quality and wastewater quality monitoring of industries weekly. We are doing that. Water quality monitoring also, of course, we do have our facilities there in terms of the laboratory. Chairperson, bulk water purchases and revenue, and I want to flag this as a critical point for us here today. In terms of, what volume of water we received from Rand Water and Joburg Water, our revenue sales, the non-revenue part, water volume accounted for municipal buildings, indigenous tankered water and informal settlements. And then non-revenue unaccounted for. So in all terms, you see our current water losses is standing at 33%. But that's now mainly unaccounted for water. But then if you add, areas like your municipal buildings, your indigenous, your water tanker to informal settlements, you see there it's about another third quickly, or 30%. That can be added to this expenses of us in terms of water demand. Oh, sorry, there's something that I pressed. Oh, sorry. So it does have an effect on us, and so in terms of our water conservation and demand management side. So I think it's important that I just want to flag it here for the committee also today. On our water quality management, I think, we have touched on it, or have touched on it specifically in terms of our functionality, where we sit with our laboratories that we do have, or laboratory. Sure, what's happening here?
Maybe our technical team can just intervene. I don't know, members, maybe I'm struggling with a later link or an earlier link, but we don't have the most updated versions of these presentations.
Yeah.
Technical team? Okay, there we are. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Yes, there was a little bit of an extra update and so on this, but I mean, we have made the presentation available, Chairperson, as well, and so then. I can just move on the water quality management. I think I have touched and I have spoken about this. Just quickly, a quick overview on the current 22-23 financial year. The projects, quite a lot of these, as you will see, I'm not going to go in detail to them. Most of them, they funded through the WSIG program, as well as Department of Human Settlements. There's one project that's funded through a public partnerships, private partnership. But then, under the current financial year, there's no IUDG funding allocated to water conservation and to demand management projects. Which is something that we have also discussed and highlighted on. Just a little bit on our future plans in terms of our master planning and so. For us to increase storage capacity and speak to demand. There is a couple of projects that we need to construct, that we need to provide. We need funding for it. The Kenmare reservoir upgrade itself, it's an urgent project where we sit with serious water loss, which is water leaks, which is also contributing towards our water losses program. So on this itself, and so we do not put in any estimates on it, because if you add, I had a report on it, and so if you add all our projects together, and so it's in excess on the water conservation and demand management, it's in excess of 1.8 billion rand. Just on the energy services side, if I going to lastly touch on the energy services side, we are currently approaching a capacity to increase our capacity, and so we are approaching our full capacity at delivering the services to our communities there, and these are just some of the quick projects which we envisage as part of our master plan to include for funding allocations, for funding business cases. So here is a couple of them that we want to highlight. Most of them also, you know, it's supporting housing developments. And I mean, housing developments is a moving target also for us, as our other colleagues have mentioned to it. And I mean, it's putting serious constraints on our current supply network. Just briefly here, I think, you know, I just want to highlight typically some of the things that we find. And so in terms of vandalism, you know, on a vandalism side, what negative impact it has on our ability to render the services, what we're supposed to do. You know, when I go to the last slide, actually on the maintenance projects itself, and so it's something there. On our operations and maintenance budgets that we do have, we find ourselves in a position where quite a substantial amount of that money that is actually supposed to be going towards maintenance, it's actually going towards vandalism. And vandalism is really a big part of the future of where we're going to in terms of how we're going to address vandalism and the reducing on these things. Just quickly on the last, that's just the last section that I want to highlight here. Some of our critical immediately needs that we have now in terms of our backbone or our HV networks, our 33 kV substations where we need upgrades and serious maintenance works to all the respective areas. Chairperson, I think, you know, from my side, on the technical side, that is all. I'm not sure, you know, there is a presentation from our finance which is covering all the 5 years projects in itself. Maybe we can then just add that presentation also for my colleague Paul then to quickly go through them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if this presentation was shared with members, but it was submitted on time. This is according to the brief that was given to give performance of the IUDG for the 5-year period. And the allocation that was given in 18-19 was 118 million, 2019 120 million, 2021 financial year another 118 million, and in 21-22 142 million, and 22-23
Tech team, can we just make sure the presentation is flighted, because we don't know if we have access to the actual presentation as it stands. So it's going to be very difficult for us to interact with it if we can't see it up.
I don't know who Marcia is, but the presentation was sent to Marcia.
Whose laptop are we using to screen?
Excuse me?
Whose laptop are we using to screen?
No. I thought they would be projecting because it was submitted yesterday already, Chair.
No, we can't continue without a presentation being screened and one we haven't received. Let's make sure it's up and then, because yeah, it's very difficult for members, especially when they're tired. Can I, okay. Yeah, can we, I think Jabu and Vuisile, if we can just cross-check with the municipality, and let's have that up. Are there something? I think this might be it. If I can just get confirmation this is the right one, then we can continue.
Yes.
All right, perfect, thanks.
Scroll for me. Also, in terms of the background, we're looking at the IUDG in Mogale City, the allocation that was given to the municipality for the last 5 years, and the infrastructure development programs in the last 5 years, and as well as the challenges and the remedial actions that the municipality is undertaking. So here it is just a brief background that Mogale City submitted its application in July of 2018, and with the help of National CoGTA, the capital expenditure framework was developed and approved in 2019. And for the first 5 years, as per the request of the presentation, the period we received the funding in 1920, and therefore that's when we started using IUDG, and for the prior year, which is 18-19, it was still MIG, but we have also included that in our presentation. You can move on. In terms of the allocation per financial year, as already indicated, in 2018-19 we received 118 million, and this was MIG. And for the remaining 4 years, it's IUDG with 120 million in 2019-20, 118 in 2021. And then 142 million in 21-22, and in 22-23, 156 million. In terms of the expenditure in the financial year of 18-19, we are projecting that we have been allocated these amounts, and they have been allocated to these different categories ranging from water and sanitations and to other projects in the municipality, infrastructure programs like cemeteries and...
Ma'am, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Just had a quick discussion with members. This is the presentation we do have. So we're going to ask you also, because I know I don't want to hold you here for too long, just to take us through right at the end. You've got your challenges and recommendations kind of stuff. If we can go there, that will help us. Because it was the first presentation we didn't have. This one we have gone through. Thank you.
So in terms of the challenges, a whole lot of colleagues were alluding to the same challenges that seem to be running or cutting across all municipalities. The disruption of the work caused by local business forum, and you will understand that these local business forums, some of them are not even formally established. It's just SMMEs that are frustrated and are halting some of the projects that are being implemented by the municipality. Of course, we also have the delays in the procurement of service providers for the new projects, and then there is also slow progress on site, and of course COVID-19, because we're looking at the 5 years, also impacted on the non-achievement of some of the projects, and the contractors experiencing cash flow problems and unable to pay laborers and subcontractors on time. But in terms of the remedial actions that we have identified or are working on as a municipality, we have developed or established a project steering committee which will deal with those disruptions that are caused by the local business forums, and some of these issues are being reported to the SAPS because they are more criminal in nature. And in terms of the delays in the SCM, the supply chain management is fast-tracking the process of appointing the service providers, and the slow progress on site. Intervention meetings have been held with poor-performing service providers. Contractors are urged to correct the defects and put measures in place in order to accelerate progress. And in terms of COVID-19, that really delayed some of the projects. An extension has been granted to some of the service providers who are implementing those projects. And the municipality is also in the process of processing invoices within the 30 days to ensure that we are adhering to the legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, this was the entirety of the West Rand. So we got the Rand West District Municipality, Merafong, we got West Rand District Municipality, Rand West City, Merafong, Mohale, and there was one more I think I forgot. I'll just... West Rand, yeah, I think I got them all actually. Okay, great. Honourable members, let us engage the presentation. Questions, clarities, etc. What I have committed to with the team is next time with CoGTA, what we'll do is we'll swap it around. So we'll allow you guys to start. Those who went last will go first, and then we'll make the metros wait and go through the process. Did Rand West not, did I miss Rand West? Hold on, wait. I thought we got the Rand West, did I skip over? Oh, they did present. They did. Okay. Yeah, correct. The second presentation. All right, let me note hands, and then like I say, in the next meeting, we'll start with you guys, just to make it more fair as well. Member Diago, we'll start with you, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to deal with all the municipalities at the same because I think all the issues are the same, and mine are more suggestions than necessarily questions on the presentation. And I want to start with, I'm not sure to what extent the smaller municipalities use a GIS system, a geographic information system. And there's a reason why I asked that. And if the municipalities, the smaller municipalities, do not have access to that, whether the provincial government has a system, a GIS system. And the value in a GIS system, it can really isolate and find your missing customers in terms of your revenue value chain. Previously, I used the exercise in the city of Johannesburg where you can physically map, or not physically, you can use the system to map, for instance, all your water meters. And you can see it on your plot, on your city map, where you have water meters. Then you can map to see which water meters are vending. And you can also look at the usage thereof. So you can first of all now determine where you have water meters, or where you have stands without water meters, and I'm using waters and electricity, it could be used for any one of the services. But you can also see which ones are not vending enough, or which ones are vending too much. And in doing that, isolate your missing customers and also the default customers. So that is really just a suggestion, and I think if you can have that approach, if you can have that tool, it'll go a long way in finding missing customers, but also use it as a matter of, or instrument for leak detection. Chair, I'm really concerned that we are so far down the line and we still, every single municipality have the same problem of the 30%. Surely at some point, from a national government perspective, they made the mistake by not clarifying exactly what 30% means, and because of that, municipalities are suffering. Either they need to revisit that policy, or they should correct the policy as it was originally intended. I'm not going to go into the details of it, but Chair, through you, we need to appeal to the MEC that this matter be later, because it's not, the way it's being interpreted is not the way it was intended. Delays in procurement, I always find that quite sad that we deal with it. The moment we have a project in mind, we should start with a process of planning. But what happens is we get and before the date, the commencement of the new budget, or the implementation of the new budget year. So there's a lot of the planning that can be done before the 1st of June when municipal budgets take effect. And I used that example previously, and we tried it in Johannesburg, and it worked beautifully. And the first month of the 2019 financial year, the infrastructure department in the city of Johannesburg spent 30% of the allocated budget. Now that is enormous, and it's all because of pre-planning. And that's not to say that you're spending money that you didn't have, but it's getting all your documentation in order so that you don't need to go through a lengthy procurement process after the 1st of July, but you can start the process without doing anything wrong. You can start a planning process before the time, because 6 months into a financial year and you've only spent 29% of your budget or 21% of your budget, then you have done something wrong in the planning phase, and it has nothing to do with COVID. Because COVID, in effect, for real lockdown for municipal services lasted 3 months. It wasn't 6 months or 60% worth of underspending. And it all then comes back to project management. We have the same problem with the infrastructure department in Gauteng as we have in every other government department. It's the lack of qualified project managers. We cannot implement a project where you have 2 project managers for 25 projects. And logically, it doesn't make sense. It cannot work like that. So unless you can manage a project, you must not implement it. Else you will end up with a situation where you need to cancel a contract because contractors are not delivering. And this is not isolated to smaller municipalities. We see the same thing happening in big government departments. So please get your ducks in. It's a lot easier, I think, in a small municipality. And I'm glad Midval is not here, because I always used to say they're much easier to run a municipality with 30,000 voters than 6 million, and they used to get very upset with me. But
Although we're glad you acknowledge that it's a much smaller area to run.
It is a lot easier, so therefore you shouldn't be making mistakes like what you're seeing. It's just the way it is. Remember, Chair, I was running a big metro, so I'm using that excuse myself. So, but yeah, it is just there. We need to just manage our project. Thank you very much.
All right, Member De Lange, do you have anything?
Chair, thank you very much. I can only support what my colleague has just stated. It came up, and what is disturbing is when I listened to Merafong just now and looked at their presentation, they kept referring to a panel of consultants and a panel of consultants, and every time the gentleman say panel of consultants, I saw money going down the drain, because a panel of consultants cost money. It does cost money, and we lose a lot of money, and we saw there how many of the contractors as well, and that is the other issue that all the municipalities and some of the metros would also have. But I mean, it's something that we've been talking about for many years, and I'm referring now when I was still a councillor. We used to say, if a contractor did not prove himself on previous occasions, you cannot employ him, the risks are too big. Because they cost us money, they disappear with money, and then they're nowhere to be seen, and then there's litigations, and it's backwards and forwards, and at the end of the day, you end up here, and we all cross with you. Because I was at some point, I felt I had to go out to just get some air, because I was cross. I was cross because when I look at these smaller municipalities, and if I say smaller municipalities, I'm actually going to define it now to the West Rand. The West Rand is a typical example of shoddy management. I say it, I was there, I dealt with it for many years, and I'm sitting here now, we see the same thing, we see the municipalities come here, we get cross, we make suggestions, they go back, we come back, and we're exactly where we are. In fact, we're worse off. Now we've got COVID to blame as well. I want to remind, and that's exactly what it is. COVID was locked down for 3 months. That was it. The rest of the time, it was business as usual. So if a municipality would come here and say they only spent 80%, we could understand. But if I look at the percentages, and it says 45%, 52%, 33%, 24%, 23%, I'm telling you, I don't believe that. I do not buy that. And I get cross because we get the presentations only like a day before the time, some of them even here. Now I have to sit here and I have to participate, and I have to understand what you're saying to me, and all I'm seeing is, I don't know if anyone was prepared for this. This is not the way we are supposed to run things. Not the municipalities, and neither us, and we have to work together. That's what we're here for, is to work together. So I'm seriously concerned about that. I'm not going to go into much detail now. Unfortunately, we have a lot of energy when the day starts, and thereon it actually starts to dwindle. I look at, and I do want to ask Rand West City. That's the one thing I particularly want to ask them. And my apologies, they were first after West Rand District. I actually wrote it down. What are the plans? And they did not make mention of Eskom debts or Rand water debts. And these are the things that we are interested in. What are the debts and what are the plans to get out of the debts? What is the status of the water pipeline infrastructure? One thing I'm particularly concerned about in Rand West City is the road infrastructure. Good heavens. That is a disaster of note, and I do understand and I believe that roads infrastructure from province is going to assist in some way to start with municipalities to get the road infrastructures back on track. But my first suggestion was that we do not hand the money over to the municipalities. Why? Because then it's going to be gone. We're going to sit here and we're going to hear that the money is gone. I don't want to be there. That is only, and then province must run that. But I'm concerned about Rand West City. It's a town where people drive through from Pretoria, from Roodepoort, from wherever, if they want to go that side, Free State or Northwest or whatever. That place is falling apart and it looks absolutely awful. The grass is not cut. The whole place is just so derelict. I want to know, is there a turnaround plan? Does the municipality have any pride to say we're going to fix this town? You will see next year this time you will see there's a difference. Do you have that plan? Please tell me. Please give me some good news. I can't sing that song, Give Me Good News. Then I'm really going to ruin the day. Mogale City, I think I'm just concerned because I know that the prepaid meters was a project that was driven for a very, very long time to get prepaid meters in everywhere because people do not pay their water and electricity, or their water and electricity. I do not understand if we say we're now going back to conventional meters. Do I misunderstand the kind of meter perhaps, or is it really, are we going back to normal meters? And why would that be a plan? Maybe I've just misunderstood it there for a moment. And then obviously also a huge concern is the 33%, and then that's a water loss, and then obviously the 30% which is provided to the settlements, but we all know that that is a standard issue in all the municipalities where we assist. But water losses, I think at all the municipalities, that is still for me, for a water scarce province and country, I'm concerned about that, and yet you still see people applying for water parks. There's another application now for another water park, I think in Lanseria. Why are we even entertaining that? Why do we want water parks? We can't have water parks if we don't have water. For goodness sake, we should not even have that. It should not be on the books. And there I plead, please, no water parks. We cannot afford water to go for people going down slides. It's just, it doesn't make sense. I think at this stage, Madam Chair, I'm going to stand with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mube.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentations. With the West Rand, yes, they told about the blue drops and those 2 drops. However, I think the key thing that you have mentioned is the shortage of skills, technical and operational. On this one, I know the AG has been complaining about excessive utilization of the consultants. It might not be your municipality, but maybe part of it is yourself, your municipality. But also on all the presentations, you will have the panel of consultants, of which it has been resolve from Polokwane 2007 to cut on the utilization of the consultants. You may say those are special skills. We don't know. However, if they're special skills, you have made mention of being let down by the same panel of experts. So then what it means that it is not, they are not there just for special expertise. So you will explain in terms of what kind of this panel of experts. It might not be Western, but from the three, there are consultants. And the question of so the shortage of skills is a key thing. So we are based in the West Rand, and one is assuming that we are not far from the mining houses. And if so, is there any public-private partnership with the mining? Because they have engineers, they have all sorts of skills. So do you have any partnership with them? Which then may establish then that relationship with them. And then the electricity costs, which is before, no, NESA every year declares the increase. Is that kind of cost that is affecting your people, or there are extra costs of electricity that is affecting the municipality? But also maybe the question of the unemployment. I don't know what level is the unemployment. Land availability. I will also link that with also the triple P, because you have with other mining houses, they would say we have land, we can release it to government. Then bureaucracy at the end makes that land not to be available. So I know 12 years back or 13 years back, when the former Premier Mgonyane used to talk about the West Rand, Morafong, and Rand West, the question of relocation of those areas that are in Dolomic areas. And at that time, she will mention that land has been found so that you shift the people that are in Dolomic and whatever. So I don't know what happened with that. So you talk of the land availability, but one, if we have a relationship with the mining houses, the question of they might be having land that they don't know what to do with it, in terms of engaging with them. The other one is okay, let me go to, you're saying you need to be provided with the resources. Maybe that sentence is pregnant. You need to be provided with resources. Are those resources meaning funding, or define what do you mean by you need to be provided with the resources? With the Rand West, challenges of water conservation, and then prepaid meters. You are determined to say prepaid. What I will ask is that, are you moving with the community with those prepaid meters that you are talking about? You kept on raising prepaid. So are you moving with the community so that the municipality doesn't do this prepaid and find that the community is rejecting it, and it will be wasteful expenditure if we are not moving with the community. Which includes the water meters. Are you with them so that they understand that if it is water meter, I have to use this. If I finish this, then it means I don't have it access, and what next to happen? The billing system, it used to be a problem of Joburg Metro. Long time, still a problem. Now Tshwane has the same problem, billing system. Now it's now affecting the Rand West. What is the cause? Are people not allowing you to read the meters? Or you have wrong people that just estimate and people challenge that? So what leads yourself to have billing system problem? The water losses, I think it affects the three, not even all these municipalities that we have been having, and of which 2 years back, Rand Water raised the issue of the loss of water, leak, and whatever, pipes being broken and not fixing that pipe, and the water just keep on spilling over. So what are the measures then in terms of this water losses? Because it has been our song, let me say in Gauteng, water loss, and Rand Water has been saying that. Are there, when we engage with Rand Water, like in the blue what? Blue drops, yeah, are they able to help you in capping? Well, they will say, no, you need to talk to the community, but what more should you do? Because you can't be with this all the houses and monitor them. The other one is the building partnership with 9 houses. It's never raised it. Building of new sewer pipes or so, and no bulk infrastructure. Okay, new houses, many houses being built without the bulk infrastructure. When the concept of human settlement was arrived at, it was a question of if the minister or MEC of human settlement wants to build houses, there must be an involvement of the municipality because there has to be bulk infrastructure. There has to be involvement of sports, arts and culture, so that because there's going to be libraries, there's going to be grounds and stadium and all those things. There has to be schools, so education has to be there. But then that integration, we've lost it. Now, the mega projects are being done without the bulk infrastructure. What makes people to hijack those flats or houses is because of that. What they see 10 years, 5 years passes without people being allocated, and people refuse to go there without water, without electricity. Or others will say, no, allocate us. When they're inside, they say, we have a problem. We've been allocated these flats without bulk infrastructure. So I think from your level, MEC, with this time from now till next year or beyond, we need to go back to that joint planning, tracking because what happens also with the municipalities, they argue that when you build all these mega projects or these houses, you never consulted with us. We don't have budget for bulk infrastructure, so we're not part of that. And then people don't care which level of government has done that. It's government is one, according to them. the reservoir that you need to construct, you're talking about 800 million. So if you thinking about that, where do you think this 800 million will come from? Do you want an addition to what you have been given as a grant from the National Treasury or what? Or the investors also maybe they can give us something so that you are able then to have it. Otherwise, you'll have just this dream which is unachievable. We need to build new substations. Also, if you think about building those new substations, that means there has to be budget. So, what is your period, timeline that you are looking at in terms of building those new substations? The street lights, high mast and all those things are the things that are next to the people's hearts. Worse now that you are being attacked by frequent load shedding, the crime is on a rapid course. So that's where lies the problem of any type of social ills if there are no street lights. But also, we're also aware also this anarchist of destroying, the street lights are there and people just mow down all the poles. They're down, they've been put yesterday, before the end of the week they are all down. Or the globes are not there, or the copper inside the poles, it's gone. So the question of also the security cluster, they might not be in all streets, but the community also can do wonders if you involve them to say, be the eyes and ears, because these street lights are helping you. So whoever that is doing that might be the children here or the brothers that are staying with. On the Morafo, acting, you see, we normally call when it's key positions that you're in, the two of you, but you're both acting. I don't know for how long, but the way the information is here, it means you've long been acting in that position. So the question is, how long have you been acting? I know public sector, that the resolutions in the bargaining council is that you can't act more than 6 months. You're creating a legitimate expectation. And, or in other terminology, we will say it's Hollywood. So other than yourself, how many are in the acting positions? And in a position of authority as you are. I think what cuts across is the business mafia. I won't say business forums. Are these business mafias which they've developed legitimacy, stopping all projects, even the provincial projects, national projects, they do the same thing. And most of them, they just demand 80% without them offering anything constructive to the projects, which is me, free. And I don't think that was intended for the 30%. It's a business, people, small businesses in that area that the project is being implemented that are supposed to okay, I'm fine.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ngube. I'm sorry to suppress you. What we will do is we will get everybody back in the room again, and hopefully all of us will be a bit more fresh in our discussions. I think everybody's covered it. I think I was just going to ask about dealing with contractual disputes and the timeliness completion of those MIG projects, because so often, you know, you start with what is a timeline, you don't get to where you need to be, you need to ask for more money, etc., etc. And that's linked very much actually to what Member Ncube was talking about, some of these business forums and contractors holding us at ransom. Let's quickly get that response, and then I'm going to pick up the pace of that meeting and release you as well. Over to you. Let's start with the district, and then if it's necessary to go, maybe it won't be, but if it is, let's take it from there.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I know a couple of comments were there. They were just comments, and I appreciate that, and I agree with a lot of what you said. In actual fact, I've practiced some of them as well. And sorry, again, I'm passionate about water conservation, demand management. And yes, we use the GIS system to monitor your consumptions in your house. And you can also find out illegal connections. And you go and suddenly find your consumption has been 30 kiloliters per day, and now you've gone to 10 kiloliters a day, your alarm bell should be ringing. There could be valid reasons that maybe half the house has moved off and what, but you're sending the people in the right direction to look at those things. And your electricity and your water must talk to each other. So yes, I've done those things, and yes, there's a lot of wisdom in doing that. Insofar as the drops, it's a blue drop which talks to your quality of your tap water and making sure that that's of an acceptable standard. There's a green drop which talks about your wastewater treatment works and your effluent and how that gets treated and discharged, and the quality of people that's undertaking that. And then there's the no drop, which is talking to water conservation, demand management, and all those are legislated by Department of Water and Sanitation and monitored there. This question was asked on skills, on technical, being let down, and yes, it's very much we rely on consultants, and the perception is that those are specialists, but generally not the case. And remember, I'm talking from a district level. These guys have got a lot more hands-on experience, but from a technical perspective, we appoint them to manage projects. It's because we don't have the skills internally. You don't have the engineers, the roads engineers, the water engineers, and all that to manage those things and to design projects and to supervise projects. So we're at the mercy of engineering and electrical and consultants and things that to help you out, and we let them down. They often let us down, but not we had a conversation during lunchtime with my colleagues, and they do let us down. And we are relying on them to this thing. And I personally, I've reported engineers through to Engineering Council of South Africa because they've not performed. And I think that's where we must be going more and more often, and we must voice our opinion on those things. Public-private partnerships, yes, ma'am, there are public-private partnerships. A perfect one is the Premier in the State of the Province address spoke about Merafong and the solar panels. The land is donated by mining houses. So there are those interactions, yes, maybe not as many as they should be, but it is something that is being pursued. I know even my executive manager, he's in that passionate about forming those relationships with the mining houses. Electricity cost, Madam Chair, there is a lot of unemployment in the district area. It's primarily, okay, the economic climate is one, but the big one is mining houses closing down. That's resulting in a lot of unemployment, and unemployment means not only electricity costs. I mean, you can't put food on the table, right? And that's got a bigger connotation, and your good people who are not normally, what should I say, bad people, but because they got their children suffering and haven't got food, they're turning to illegal ways of getting additional resources and monies to put food on the table. So one of the places where one of the first things they're going to cut is paying your electricity, your water bills, and things like that. And unfortunately, the municipalities need to be a little bit more forceful in how they recoup the money. But also bear in mind there's a humanitarian section behind that as well. And it needs to be looked at not collectively, but individually, to see where they, and it needs to be done on a continuous basis. Because personally, if I'm sitting in a bad situation now, and my municipality is being lenient towards me, and when I do find employment, I'm not going to go to the municipality and say, hey, listen, bill me now, because that money is going to go elsewhere to a holiday or whatever. So we need to be more conscious and continuously do that. Land availability, most of Merofong is sitting under dolomite. Most of Rand West is sitting under dolomite. And so you can't find suitable land to relocate people, right? And Merofong was talking about reservoirs collapsing and pipelines and things like collapsing. It's costing them hundreds of millions of rands to rectify the situation. And I do know for a fact, they're getting water directly off Rand Water's system. Right, and the normal practice is Rand Water will supply you in bulk, you then store the water and you distribute it. Most of their reticulation network is feeding directly off bulk water supply, which is not a good way because then there's no storage for the municipality for emergency work. Resources, ma'am, you spoke about, yes, funding, also warm bodies. We as a district, we'd like to have, to support our local municipalities with those kind of things, where if they're battling in a certain area, we must have the warm bodies inside of us who can go to the municipalities and assist them. It's very much similar to what MISA is doing. Right, and even SAICI is doing those things, providing the warm bodies, but from a district perspective and from our overall oversight, it is good for us to be intimately involved. Even if they say, listen, I mean, one of the big things that came out with COVID is tankering water to informal settlements and things like that. And it would have been good if we had funding internally so we could assist the local municipalities to do those things. Madam Chair, I think I've covered whatever was put across for the district, and thank you very much.
Let's move to Rand West, if there is anything.
Thanks, Chair. From Rand West, Chair, there's a couple of questions that one is noted. I'll try to go to one of them, one by one, quickly. The first question was around the ESCOM debt, Chair. And currently, our ESCOM debt is sitting at 831 million, and our Rand Water debt is sitting at 295 million. But specifically talking to our ESCOM debt, recently, ESCOM has attached our account, which we had to deal with in the past 3, if not 4 months. But we've managed to address that issue. But also in us addressing that issue, we had to come to an agreement with ESCOM, a payment arrangement, which meant that every week we have to pay ESCOM 15 million from our coffers. And that, it has affected our ops and maintenance budgets and also compromised some of our service providers that are giving us other services because now the focus is on ESCOM. But I wouldn't want to talk to that because it might disturb the whole discussion. But the positive that we derived currently with that arrangement with ESCOM, we have managed in the past 3 months to reduce the debt by plus minus 125 million. But to be quite honest, ESCOM is not a bank. And the interest that they're charging us, sometimes it feels as though they are a bank. But I wouldn't want to talk to that much. But it's a huge concern for us, Chair. That's one part in terms of ESCOM. There's a growing concern. The member of the committee indicated that our roads are bad. Indeed, our roads are bad. But the reason behind is that for the past, I can say for the past 4 years, if not 5, we've been investing more money, especially MIG. If we wanted to give a split, 70% of our money was going straight to constructing new roads and rehabilitating the existing roads. To a point that MIG themselves, they indicated to us to say, we've put more investment on roads. We need to now also focus on water and sanitation. And you'll see that currently our split in terms of roads, it has reduced. But the impact or the challenge of that is that we've got a huge backlog of roads. And we had to balance it with water and sanitation requirements while we haven't even completed the backlog that we are currently having. And hence now some of our roads, especially our main roads, are starting to give us problems. And also the current rainy seasons that we are having are not also assisting because our roads are getting damaged at a rate that we were not expecting. And that now means we need to invest more on our roads infrastructure. But also it's challenging for us to do that as much as we would have liked because we still have Water and ESCOM to make sure that we prioritize over and above other services that we need to render as a municipality. So yes, we take note of the challenge in terms of our roads and we'll turn things around. We'll focus on those roads. And also there's a concern about the grass that's not been cut. We'll deal with that. We also have issues of plant and equipment, but one cannot also raise such things because it will be like we are just raising problems, Chair. We're just managing what we're communicating also. That's that. And then there's another question that was raised, Chair, around the issue of bulk infrastructure. It's a good question. Who's going to fund this bulk infrastructure? But I think that question is coming at a point whereby, for example, we've got Tentlome housing development. They connected in one of our reservoirs based on the spare capacity that we had at the time for them to start phase 1. They only built, 2,000 units, and they're going to, when it's completed, they're going to build something like, let's say 15,000 units. So the challenge that we are facing now is that already houses are being built on the ground. And we don't want a situation whereby when those houses are fully built and people are vandalizing them because they cannot be handed over, then the question will be raised to the municipality to say, where was the municipality? And as a municipality, hence for our side, it was important that we highlight what came out from our master plan in terms of water and sanitation and electricity. Because if we don't have a plan like that, we won't even know the extent of the challenge that we're having. But currently as a municipality, we know and we understand the extent of the challenge. But in terms of funding, that's where we need support from national, from provincial. And also we are engaging with DBSA to say, how can they assist us, Chair? So where we can get the money, it will help us because at the end of the day, our communities need these houses and we cannot stop them. But we also cannot be reckless to allow a situation that's going to cause us more problems in the future. Because there's government money that has been invested in these housing developments, Chair. So it becomes a bit of a tricky one for us to say, what do we do? Do we stop them or do we find money to continue? So that's where we are as a municipality. Hence, for us, it's a point that is critical so that we can get support in terms of that. I think, let me just check. Okay, there's also a question to say, we need substations. How long will it take us to build those substations? To build a substation, Chair, if I can just take a moment and talk to this issue. When we started to finalize our master plan, especially on electricity, the issue was the money, the budget, the funding. But now the issue is starting to move from the funding to the time, because to build a 40 MVA substation, it cannot take less than a year. You're sitting with 2 years. Even if you were to have all the money that you've got, the lead times cannot change. So now the issue that I'm worried about is that the more we're delaying to answer the issue of bulk funding, we're going to have an issue with time now to deliver these services. To build a treatment plant, from planning to handing it over, you cannot do that within less than 3 years. So that to us is a big concern, and that's one thing that is worrying us as a municipality, over and above the ESCOM issues, the water issues that you are faced with, Chair. So I think those are the things that I could just say from what I've noted, Chair. The last question was the issue of the prepaid water meters. to say, did we engage our communities? Yes, we did engage our communities, and we regularly do that, especially through our IDP processes. But, Chair, you'd understand the type of customer we're dealing with. If you don't have a prepaid meter, you would say, yeah, you're estimating. And then you put a prepaid meter, then it says, yeah, the conventional meter was better. This one is chowing our money as fast. And that's the kind of things that we are dealing with as a municipality. But we cannot always cry foul. For us as technocrats, we need to provide solutions and sound solutions to our community. So basically, we are saying our focus is on delivery, eyes on the ball. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Let's get Merafong, and again, let's do high-level responses.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the responses that have been done by our colleagues, because our challenges are more or less the same. I think Mr. Govender actually covered the whole district-wide challenges. I'll just speak to issues that are specific to the questions that came to Merafong that are a concern for us. Is there's this question of land availability in terms of our area, especially Merafong. And in all these different forums, there is that insinuation that there is land that is available. But if you look at it, it's land that is actually owned by, I don't know what it's a parastate, the town planners will know even better, I think Danny will also know, the Far West Rand Dolomatic Association. They actually own condemned land. So that is land that is just there, that you can't build on it because it's been condemned because of dolomite. So you can do certain things on the surface, but it's actually not land that you can actually develop. So we've got a lot of those pockets. So the mines always use that statement to say, no, we've got land that we can give you, but it's actually not true. And then Mongani talked about the lead times for the bulk. That's our concern as well, because we've got 3 mega projects in Merafong. We've got the Elijah Bahai, we've got the Extension 8 that is going to start in the next financial year. We've got the one that is already on the ground in Falkville, Hotoville, and all of those are putting strain on our bulk infrastructure. And the lead times that we have for building a substation, Eskom is talking about 36 months as we speak now. And in terms of our planning in Merafong, we were also compromised by Eskom in the sense of they cancelled the projects. The projects were applied for 3-4 years ago, and when they were at budget quote stage, then the issue of the debt, they put that into play to cancel the project or to delay the project, because now we had to get into all these payment arrangements. We're sitting in the same situation with Rand West, where we are now paying Eskom weekly. But for the last 10 months, we have been keeping to our payment arrangements, but it is draining us, in terms of operations, because we have to pay Eskom weekly, to keep up with this payment arrangement. So while we are having this challenge of actually recovering from our customers or communities, I think all the other things were covered by my colleagues, but I think just to highlight this one, because it affects Merafong more than our other colleagues. We all talk about it, it becomes a buzzword, the sinkholes. Chairperson, it is bad. In the last week, we've had 3 new sinkholes in Kutsong. Kutsong is falling apart. I mean, Madam Chair, I don't know, I will say it, I mean, bluntly, it's not a joke. You know, I mean, we've got communities that we have to move. There's a school that's been closed because there's a sinkhole in the school. I mean, there are communities that are now being relocated, and they're not necessarily happy about it, but we have to, at some point, force them via the disaster management teams to remove them for their own safety. But people don't want to leave their properties. And, but we've got that responsibility, I mean, in terms of safety. So it's, the sinkhole issues is becoming a very real danger in Merafong. I think what we need to do in the different forums, Madam Chair, I think it will be communicated properly, you know, in detail, where it's got all the town planning issues involved. Because here we're just bringing a presentation in terms of the projects in MIG. I think lastly, Chair, there was a question about the acting issue. Well, I'll be honest here. We've got a problem. I mean, it's a problem. I mean, we've got the acting municipal manager, we've got the acting CFO. I'm the acting executive director. We've got the acting manager water and sanitation. Got the acting manager PMU. So yeah, that's where we are. And all of us have got no support staff underneath. You understand? I mean, he's the acting PMU manager, and he had his job that he was doing. So he's actually supposed now to double clutch. So yeah, you asked the question, I'm answering. So I'm not going to qualify it. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Am I right to say we have Mokhale left? Yeah, over to you guys.
I think all the questions has been asked, as far as I know. There was one specific one that was asked in terms of the prepaid water meters in the context of Mogale City. Yes, we are converting them back to conventional meters. Why? Because we find quite a number of these prepaid meters which we have installed. There's problems with it. In terms of, on the display, it will show there's maybe 10 kiloliters of water available to you. But when we check against our billing system, you find that these customers for the past 6 months have not paid for any water at all. Why? Because, you know, it keep on showing their 10 kiloliters, and then there's no need for them to go and top up their water. And I mean, now we have engaged into, you know, between ourselves and our revenue section to identify these customers so that we can go to those meters so that we can start changing them. And so, you know, so we give them an opportunity to say that come and report those things to us. Alternatively, we're going to convert you back to your conventional meters. And I think, you know, for us, that's one of the things where I've mentioned that this is one of the areas where we found that quite a lot of our water is not accounted for, but it's due to the prepaid meters that was installed that is not functioning the way it should be functioning. Chairperson, I think, you know, that covers all of the questions. I'm not sure if there's specific others that was outstanding.
All right, I think we've covered the whole of the West Rand. Is there anyone I forgot? Of course, the MEC. But is there anyone else in your team I might have forgotten? All right, over to you, MEC.
Thank you very much. I think with regard to Merafong sinkholes, we had a discussion with the minister, and we agreed that amongst the things that we're going to do there is to set up a permanent disaster management structure for the period in time until we get to deal with the whole question of sinkholes. But I think the universe won't forgive us if we're not going to relocate those people there. I think we can't negotiate. It's unsafe. They cannot stay there. We've got to find a way of relocating them or evacuating them as it is. Because you don't want to wake up one morning and all the houses are gone. It's a disaster, and then people will now believe it that this thing could have happened. So we are going to do that. I think for me it's a question of how we communicate, how we engage those people, and all of those kind of things. So we are aware of that. On the question of the acting, I think the first thing with Marafong also, were concerned because the audit outcome of Marafong is not satisfying. I think they got a disclaimer. It's a big problem. What we did was to second an acting MM from our department, and our mandate is very clear. By the time he leaves that municipality, there must be a municipal manager. All other posts of senior managers until the management, the middle managers must be filled. Because I think there's a problem of priority there. People who prioritize general workers than to prioritize the real issues that they need to focus on. And you can't, a municipality like Marafong, they want to appoint about 40 general workers or something like that. You can't. You simply cannot do that. And I don't think we are going to allow that as the department. If there are areas we are going to intervene, it is areas such as that we are going to intervene. I wanted to say that in the presence of the mayor, of course, today, because we cannot allow those kind of things to happen. But committee, we can assure you, come April, we would have a municipal manager there and other layers that have been acting for far too long being fulfilled, so that we can sort out, amongst others, the issues that relate to the audit outcome. Because if you go deeper on the audit outcome, you'll see there's lack of internal systems. In a way, management has collapsed. We've got to work with them to ensure that we rectify some of those issues that are there. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, MEC. I think that really assists. Also, we're going to continue these conversations at a later stage. So even though we may not have covered everything, because I know members and I know everyone's tired, in the next meeting we'll start, we'll work backwards almost, so that everybody can get a fair interaction with the portfolio committee, but also so that we can do the best kind of type of holding each other to account. So with your permission, MEC, we can release the whole of the West Rand, and then we can move very quickly. We've already had discussions with Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, that's MISA, and Rand Water. They're going to do a very high-level presentation, and we will be inviting MISA at following meetings, because you're going to see they have some very good insights into the municipalities, but I know time is tight. So with that, I'm going to thank you guys from the West Rand as colleagues, and then I'm going to invite MISA to come forward, and they can go straight through into their presentation, which is excellent, and I hope Rand Water is also on standby for that presentation afterwards as well, and then members will interact. And it's okay if you're a bit tired. We've got everything here, and I've already said to Jabu we'd like to invite MISA to some of our interactions with specific municipalities and metros, because some of the stuff you've got there is very key. All right, thank you very much. MISA, can we get the controller for the gentleman, please? Tech team. All right,
Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, MISA is ready. Let's allow them to present to us. Colleagues, let's settle in. I want to like start
My
doing a
name is
round of
Temba
mantras.
Dlada from MISA.
Yeah. Member
I'm going to do a
acting
high-level
HOD, let's come back.
presentation as requested. The focus of the presentation is on reflecting, just a reflection on the implementation of infrastructure development programs, focusing on conditional grants in municipalities. So that's what the presentation entails. I would have loved to spend a bit of time on this part of the presentation. I'm not sure why it's showing half there, but what that slide is simply saying is it's important for us to take note of those invisible factors that are impacting on service delivery in municipalities, because most of the time we react based on what comes on the surface, which are referred to as events. For example, if there's infrastructure failure or there's infrastructure service delivery interruptions and so forth. But whereas there are underlying factors that are causing that. And I'm glad that the type of questions that were asked by the Portfolio Committee today begins to talk to underlying factors. And basically that's what that slide is saying. I'm not going to dwell on it in the interest of time. And this is just for your reading. Most of us in the room do know what are the functions of MISA, but I thought it's important just to highlight that the functions of MISA relate to infrastructure planning support to municipalities, implementation of infrastructure projects, as well as operations and maintenance, support to municipalities, and also capacity building for municipalities to be able to plan, deliver, and undertake operations and maintenance, and also any other related functions or ancillary functions of those that are listed above. And again, I'm not sure why is the slide not showing at the top, but this is our operational model to say how do we operate as MESA, where we say we've got professionals that are assisting municipalities, but we also have got learners or young graduates that we're involving in support to municipalities. And sure. Chair, it's going to be disturbing to continue with a presentation that doesn't show in full. I'm not sure what the problem is, especially on this one. I'm not sure with others if it's still the same.
We do have your presentation.
You do have?
So because
Okay.
we have it and I've also perused it, I think we might be okay. If
Okay.
members have a real challenge, tell me, but it is here.
All right, no, that's fine. So this is how we're structured. But what's important on this slide, besides indicating our technical support team, what's important with this slide is that it should be noted that our focus on support to municipalities is to the local municipalities and the district municipalities. But when it comes to metros, we do it as when required on ad hoc basis. And many times it would be when there's a directive from the minister for us to investigate and give a report and provide support in areas where it is necessary. For example, in Swane, with regard to the Rooival and the water treatment works, and also in Temba, in Hammanskraal. So we provide support to metros as when it is required. These are just abbreviations that are used in the presentation. What we're requested to do was just to give a reflection of the municipal performance on all grants per municipality. So in the interest of time, perhaps what I can indicate is that we've got all the 5 financial years indicated for the various grants that each of the municipalities are receiving, and the total of each financial year that the municipality is receiving, as well as the expenditure. We're using the terminology of the provincial treasury when they refer to the audited outcome. Basically, it is expenditure from the budget that the municipalities have. So this one focuses, that's why I said it's going to be a problem, but I'll have to assume now.
Maybe just speak to those ones verbally, because we've got the detail on the laptop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you might also need your laptop to see it.
Yeah, I think so.
Because it
Let
is
me
quite
do
small
that. Just a second. Because I need to know which municipality am I referring to. Okay. This is better. All right. The first municipality that is showing on the screen is the city of Ekurhuleni. What this slide does, all this information is summarized in this graph that you hear. Basically, with all the slides that I'm going to be presenting, just for you to follow the rationale. If you look in 2017-18, we are focusing on the expenditure, or what the Provincial Treasury refers to as the audited outcome for each financial year. For example, if you look at 2017-18, the municipality spent 82%. And again, this is how you'll see it on this graph. So the same, if you look at all the totals in all the financial years, these are the totals that are shown here. So this graph, it's telling a story about the city of Ekurhuleni in as far as all their grants over the past 5 years. What it is saying is that the municipality started at 82%, as you can see that. And over some time, there was improvement up to close to like 98%. This is where the municipality performed. But as time went on, there was a reduction and a reduction. So there's been a decline. And it's very important, therefore, to look as to what it is that is causing the decline in Ekurhuleni. And in overall, if you look at all the grants again, you'll see that the Ekurhuleni, of all the grants that are listed there, they've received 13.3 billion over the past 5 years. And of those, they've spent which is 12 billion, which amounts to 90% over the past 5 years. So this is what the story that these presentations are giving. And this is just the summary that is provided per slide. So, as I indicated, the focus will just be focusing on this in the interest of time, Chair, if you'd allow. This one now, the next one is the city of Joburg. Again, the city of Joburg started very well, but had those fluctuations. And in the last financial year, the city of Joburg spent about 78% of all the grants that they are having. And again, if you look at the total amounts that were budgeted over the 5 years for all the grants, it's 12 billion, and of which they've spent 87% of that over time. So the summary is just an analysis which looks into which grants is the municipality, what is the highest amount that the municipality is receiving and how are they performing. For example, in the city of Joburg, the highest grant that they're receiving is on USDG, and this is how they've spent. And the second highest is that one of the transport network grant, and which is 67, and so forth. So this is the story that this presentation is telling. And then this is followed by the city of Tshwane. The graph could not fit there, but again, with the city of Tshwane, you'll see that in 2017, there were around 90 or 80 something percent, but then over time they increased, but then they went to a decline, and they are from 2021 picking up. Again, they've received a total of 10.5 billion and spent 88% as well. And then the following one is the city of, no, it's not the city of, this one is Medval, okay? With Medval, again, they started off very well, but in the next 2 financial years, they had a decline but picked up, but again, they are declining, okay? As of this financial year, as you can see, they are at 89% as of the past financial year. So that means there are challenges that need to be looked at. And of course, the colleague who was presenting today did speak to that. And again, you notice that the grant with the highest amount for the municipality, it is the MIG, which is generally the case with all the local municipalities. And the next one is Mfuleni. I think we've discussed at length with Mfuleni. They started off very well because in 2017-18, this is, in terms of the total grants that they have, this is the percentage that they had spent. But from there, then from 2018-19, that's where then they experienced very serious challenges. But then, again, it's important to note that with Mfuleni, under the budgeted amounts, you'll notice that these were not necessarily the initially allocated amounts. These were revised amounts because of the stopping of allocation resulting from under expenditure. So out of those revised amounts, still the municipality could not spend the 100%, okay? Especially in the last 2 financial years where those amounts were revised. Okay. Then the next one is Lisedi. Lisedi, when you analyze all the performance of all the grants that they have received, in general, they started off not that good, but over time they had a slump, but then began to pick up, as you can see from all these totals here. As I indicated, this graph is just a demonstration of these totals here for the various grants that the municipality has had. Again, they received a total of 455 million over the past 5 years and spent 83%. Again, MIG is the highest amount that they have been receiving, and this is their percentage over that time. And yeah, I think that's all I wanted to mention with that. So there is improvement generally when you look at all the grants that they have received from the figures that we have had. Then the next one is Mirafong. Again, Mirafong, if you look into all the grants that they received over the past 5 years, they started off fairly well but had a sharp decline, and then began to pick up. Again, Mirafong is one of those municipalities who had their allocation reduced or their budget reduced. But even still, when their budgets were reduced, still they could not fully utilize their allocation. Okay? But you will notice that overall, they've got some pockets of good spending. For example, the MDG there, where it shows 100%, but it's not the grant that they have received for every year. I think they started receiving that in 2019-20, right through to the current financial year. But if you look at their expenditure, they've been spending 100% on that. So that's the only grant where there are pockets of high performance. And then the next one is Rand West City. Rand West City have been performing very well, as you can see from the graph there, but in total, they had a slump in 2021, but they are picking up again. As you can see in the last financial year, the total spent on all their grants is 92%. That's where they are. And it's important to indicate that over the past 5 years, like they indicated, they are the only municipality in Gauteng, among those that are receiving MIG, who have performed excellently on the MIG. And their performance has been quite commendable, as well as on INEP. They've been performing very well. So on MIG and INEP, they've been performing 100% over the past years. And then the next one, which is I think the last one, is Mogale. Again, Mogale, if you look into all their totals, this is what this graph is representing, where they started at 91% and had an increase in the following year, but and also remained somewhere high there, but also they had a slump. And you'll notice that most of the municipalities in 2021, that's where they had a lot of decline in terms of their performance. But they are picking up. Yes, COVID could be a contributing factor, but picking up from there, as you can see now, Mogale, in the last financial year, looking at all their grants, they're at 98%. Then, what then we are presenting in this slide is just an overview of the grant performance, just the highlights. What we are noticing is that over the past 5 years, municipalities have not been able to fully spend all their allocations. That is very clear. However, there are isolated cases of excellence or good performance which have been noted, especially on INEP and NDPG for Mohale City, INEP and Sports and Recreation and Arts in Randwest City, MDG in Mirafong, as well as in the Energy Efficiency Grant at Mfuleni, and the Financial Management Grant and EPWP at Medval, as well as EPWP at Egoruleni. So these are pockets of excellence in terms of expenditure. And also what is important to note that if we use a threshold of 90% of their total expenditure over the past 5 years, you'll notice that Mohale spent 95% over the past 5 years, Randwest spent 95, Medval 91, City of Egoruleni 90. So these are municipalities that spent more than 90% or more than 90% of all their grants in the past financial year. And as I indicated, that Randwest, in terms of the MIG, they did very well. And Mohale, in terms of INEP and Randwest City, also they maintained 100% expenditure. Now, major challenges, again, the display is not showing all there, but late implementation of projects due to poor planning. And by that we mean appointment of consultants and contractors in the same year of implementation. It can't work like that. It's just not impractical to can spend grants with that kind of an approach. Reactive implementation of infrastructure projects. You know, there's no clear framework or guide which is informed by infrastructure master plans and asset management plans as well. So it's more of your reactive kind of planning, depending where are the pressure points that they're experiencing. So they're not guided by master plans, and that becomes very, very critical. Delays in the appointment of or procurement of service providers, I think that has been highlighted. Interruptions by so-called business forums, I think that has been highlighted, as well as lack of technical capacity, particularly on project management and contract management. And then lastly, what we are recommending to the portfolio committee then is a need to institutionalize the planning process. If this can be structured in such a way that there are clear timeframes and there are specific tools that are used to institutionalize planning, so that come the year of implementation of projects, there's no planning that is done. It's actually implementation that takes place. And the negative impacts, impact caused by the delays in the procurement of service providers. Actually, when we're doing an assessment, we realize that overall in Gauteng, the number one, let me not say number one, but one of the main causes of poor expenditure is around procurement. And I think it's an area that requires attention. The technical capacity is an issue again, and as MISA, we are proposing an integrated approach to dealing with municipal capacity through what we call the municipal capacity development plans, which doesn't look into the technical aspect only, but looks into all other components that are contributing to service delivery. By that I mean capacity in terms of governance and administration, capacity in terms of financial management, capacity in terms of technical services in municipalities. So that integrated kind of an approach of having clear priorities as to which capacity gaps need to be addressed in order to improve efficiencies in municipalities. The issue of community stakeholder facilitation when coming to implementation of projects, it is very, very important. I think some of the municipalities are awakening to that, to say before they implement projects, right from the planning, there has to be a proper consultation with communities so that communities don't only see when a service provider is to come on site to deliver a project for them to be aware of such a project. But this needs to take place way before as part of planning. And this should be undertaken through a proper stakeholder consultation process. Master plans, I think I've talked about that. Infrastructure asset management plan. This is very, very critical, especially in view of the collapsing state of our infrastructure. So asset management now is becoming a very serious issue. Actually, what we are saying is the focus has been on capital projects before, but now I think it's time that we pay attention to the existing infrastructure, to manage the existing infrastructure. Because if we don't pay attention to infrastructure asset management, we are going to be heading to very serious problems, particularly with our bulk infrastructure, water and sanitation, our bulk infrastructure, as well as our road network. Thank you, Chair. I think that brings me to the end.
Members, are you wanting to engage us, or can we take groundwater as well? Can we take groundwater? Let's take groundwater, engage entirely. All right, I'm looking for the Rand Water representative. There we go. You can go ahead and present, and then we'll engage both presentations. Thank you. Ready. Are we ready? Over to you, ma'am. You'll just introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Chair, and all the committee members, MEC, and all the other municipal colleagues that are still around. My name is Mamorena Ramusweu, and I work for Red Water in a department called Water Cycle Management, and we deal mainly with management of water losses, both internally and externally. And I'm here with Chantel Gao. She's the manager of the department, and unfortunately, our acting COO, who was here this morning, had to leave for other urgent matters. But we'll try to represent him best we can. The content of my presentation is as that list. I'm not going to go deeper into it, but we'll just, oops. Okay, yeah, maybe we should go ahead. I'll just dive straight into the presentation, but before I do, thank you, ma'am. Before I do that, I just want to make mention of the fact that the presentation will only cover water demand management issues as per the brief that we got. I know, or I heard in the previous from the previous presentations that maybe there's an expectation that we'll be talking about Section 63 and other related issues, but unfortunately the brief that we got was on what Rand Water is doing with regard to water demand management. And this presentation will only concentrate on that. So the purpose thereof of the presentation is to provide a description of the monitoring and water demand management initiatives that are implemented under Project 1600. I will describe as the presentation continues what Project 1600 is, but it's mainly to improve the water efficiency of municipalities in our Rand Water's area of supply. This Project 1600 was initiated by Rand Water as a response to the requirement by the department that our abstraction from the integrated Vaal River system, or IVRS as we always call it, should be limited to 1,600 million cubic meters per annum, hence the name Project 1600. It is also to fulfill the stipulation in 2012 that any abstraction application okay, I don't know why it's not showing in full as well, but I will maybe look at my screen. That any new abstraction application from Rand Water should provide specific plans to manage and reduce the growing demand. Okay, so what is Project 1600? It is essentially a key initiative undertaken by Rand Water to manage water demand for its area of supply. And we're working together with the municipalities, the department, CoGTA, and SALGA. The objective of Project 1600 is mainly to improve the efficiency of water used by the municipalities and the end consumer for Rand Water to comply with the abstraction limit of 1,600 million cubic meters per annum. And this is going to be the amount of water that is available to us until the Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 completes and comes into operation. And we're looking at 2028 for that. And it also responds to the requirement of the Vaal River Reconciliation Strategy and Project 15%. And the basis for Project 1600 is assessing the water use efficiency using the scientific model that was developed in-house by Rand Water. And this water use efficiency model is a scientific determination of normal demand, and then we compare that with the actual demand. I'll just continue.
I was going to say that continue because we do have the presentation.
Okay. So it's just a comparison. The water use efficiency index is just a ratio or a comparison of the actual demand and the normal demand. The normal demand is a theoretical value and is calculated using a whole set of criterion. I'll just quickly go through them. The census data for population, number of households, Fs, the service level, the population income, and the type of development. We also look at water demand volumes based on typical engineering planning guidelines. We also look at annual demand escalations based on Vaal River reconciliation estimates. And We also take into consideration the supply zone configurations confirmed by the municipal planning departments. And this is a typical output of the water use efficiency model that I'm talking about. And those colors that you see there mean something. Like the red, it's a pity the legend is not showing, but I think you can see it on your screens. The red means that area doesn't have, it has absolutely no efficiency at all. And then the green means it's a high efficiency area. And then the mustard, which actually is the most visible color there, is that the area is a low efficiency area and it's over the license target. Okay. The main activities that are carried out under this Project 1600 Water Use Efficiency Index model are: 1, setting of fair and equitable supply targets. These supply targets are determined efficiency-based supply targets, and they are given to the municipalities. I think they were given to the municipalities at the onset or the establishment of the forum, which was 2017. So the other activity that we do is monitoring and communication of performance against license targets. This is communicated on a monthly basis. We just send emails to the municipalities and then we give them phone calls if there are some really alarming statistics. But we have a forum which is called the Project 1600 Forum, which sits on a quarterly basis. So one of the activities of the forum is, or the things that we do in a forum, is to go through those the monitoring spreadsheets and advise the municipalities on where their worst areas and their good areas are. And then we also meet annually. We communicate annually. End of the year, we review and we communicate the annual performance to the customers. And this is a typical sheet or spreadsheet or graph that the customers will get to just give them an indication of how they are performing against the given allocations. This one is for the total area of supply of rainwater. And the red line indicates the license target. And the blue line is the normal that I spoke about. And then the top is the actual year-to-date figures. And then there's also the small other indicators that are showing the actual monthly performance in there as well. So what we usually do is, or what we emphasize to the municipalities is for them to make sure that they are operating or their demand is within or below the license target, because that is the only water that we have available. So if we are operating or if we are abstracting over the license target, that means we are not complying with what the department has set for us. And okay, maybe just going back to that slide again. Currently, we can see from the beginning of our financial year, the municipalities were operating around 12% above the license target. And that has been the figure that we've been hovering around that figure slightly more in the other months, but mainly around 12% above the license target. And this is how the individual municipalities are contributing towards that 12% above the license target. We were a bit cautious on naming and shaming, so we just called our municipalities or our customers as customer 1, customer 2. We didn't want to go into the details of who customer number 1 is, but they and the other thing, they're not here, but if they were here, they would know who they are. So, but what I can say is, it's according to the size. Yeah, customer number 1 is our biggest customer, and then customer number 15 is our smallest customer. The top 3 are our metros. Yeah. So customer number 1 is 27% above the license target. Customer number 2, they are slightly below the license target. It's Ikuruleni. And then customer number 3 are 10% above the license target, and so on and so on. So I think what we are trying to emphasize every time when we meet with our customers is, you know your license target volumes, and you, on a monthly basis, we give you where an indication of which meters are like excessively over the license target. That's where you have to concentrate your efforts. Because if we can sort out our top 3, we will definitely avoid this water outages or frustrations that we are also experiencing lately. So, like I just said, one of the uses of the model is to highlight the areas of high inefficiencies. So we discuss with the municipalities mostly on a quarterly basis to indicate the areas that they should be concentrating on. And what we try to do is to advise them to focus their interventions to those areas. And then when we do meet, we just check with, we just check with them to check with our meter readings to see if there is a reduction in those areas, or it stays the same, or there is an increase. And I think this is the hardest one to say, the effect of these current activities, our Project 1600. Has it been impactful to date? Are we seeing any impact, any results at all? And the truth is, there is very limited improvement noted. In some municipalities, there are improvements that we see, but in other municipalities, even though we can see that they are doing a lot of water demand interventions, they are mainly just offsetting the natural growth, which I think is still fine, but in other areas, things are just getting worse and worse. This Project 1600 is also helping us to define and implement interventions on a regional level. And one of the interventions that we are undertaking is the approval of new connections. That is now based on the infrastructure capacity and the water use efficiency of the area. The decision is not really based doesn't really rest with us as the water cycle management. It is still a decision that rests with planning, but we do advise them. They will come to us with every connection, and we will advise them how the area looks. Is it a red area, a green area? And then they will make a decision based on that. We also assist municipalities with advanced pressure management with a focus on reducing high minimum night flows. And there is work that is currently in progress with Joburg Water, even though the implementation hasn't actually started, but administrative part of work has commenced. We, unfortunately, because of the demand that doesn't seem to be going down, we were forced to implement water curtailments. There are 2 stages of water curtailments that we implemented, stage 1 and stage 2. And those curtailments were informed and designed through the water use efficiency model that we are using. And what we see as the future for the project is we will continue monitoring the monitoring activities and the engagements with the municipalities. We will continuously improve and design regional interventions based on the assessments and understanding, and the design and implementation of a future step tariff to reduce inefficient supply is an example of such improvements that we are looking at. We determine the best practices and interventions in the region that are yielding the desired impact and improvements, and we will continue to support our support to the customer base. And we are looking into expanding the monitoring support to the industrial and commercial users as we attain more knowledge on the water use patterns and the water use requirements of the different commercial and industrial areas, industrial users, sorry. And what we expect from the municipalities, we need to be working hand in hand with the municipalities. So what is expected from them is, 1, and this is the most important one, is their active participation and cooperation in the supply volume targets, in achieving the supply volume targets of Project 1600. We expect them to reduce their non-revenue water and water losses. We heard from the previous speakers that how big the water loss situation in the country is, and in Gauteng as well. And we employ a holistic approach of water demand management by focusing on the implementation of high impact interventions, such as project management, effective leakage detection, and rapid response to leakages, sectorization of network and regular water balance assessments, retrofitting of plumbing fittings in private houses, installation of water efficient devices, and we also expect them to do water-wise gardening practices. And in conclusion, Chair, I would like to say Project 1600 is critical for sustainability in bulk water supply from the IBRS, but it's not something that we can achieve on our own. We need every assistance that we can get. We need every help that we can have. So we need to work together so that we can achieve the objectives of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much to yourselves, from Rand Water and from MISA as well. Members, let me open up around to engage that very quickly. Remember, you're engaging both presentations. All right, shall we start with you, Member Delanga, if you're ready, Member Diagh, and then Member Ngube, if there is any comment. Over to you.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentations, both of them, your predecessor and yourselves. It's highly appreciated. It's the first time that I get feedback from this side, and I thoroughly enjoy the information. I just want to ask from Rand Water's side, would there be any engagement with municipalities in terms of assisting them to rather look at alternate methods for deriving water? I think we spoke about it earlier today as well, that we have to start to look at alternative sources. But the thing is, it's not that easy, although if Rand Water could then assist and say, all right, let's sink a borehole here. At the end of the day, Chair, I did the calculations, and it would be cheaper to sink boreholes than to have water vehicles, water trucks, cart water up and down. It would be, I think we could pay that in a month. We could sink a couple of water boreholes. Would Rand Water then also be involved in perhaps then take that step and assist municipalities and communities? Because there's a lot of the settlements where we have agricultural activities where we promote and assist them to have the activities to also supply themselves with food, alternative food sources. And then that just makes sense to, instead of getting that from the water trucks, also to feed that, and from households, is to get that from boreholes. Would Rand Water be willing to assist in that sense? Thank you. Member Diagh.
Thank you, Chair. The first presentation was definitely an eye-opener, and I think there you could see the impact of COVID, and especially in the 2020 year. And when you look at the graph, it looked like a massive drop, but when you study the graph, you see it's about a 5-6% drop on average. So yeah, we need to take that into consideration when we look at that graph. Just in terms of the allocation of water, and when we look at the metros, where they are using more than what they are using, and I'm really hoping that we take into consideration that when these allocations were made, I don't think it was always taking into consideration the in-migration from other provinces and smaller towns in the area to Gauteng, and specifically the metros, to look for opportunities. And that is also why, MEC, through you, Chair, that I think that we need to take that into consideration when we work out budgets and allocations to metro cities and the bigger cities. Because it is true that without the tax base in these cities cannot continuously carry the in-migration to the metros. And this is not to say, of course, I'm the first one to put up my hand and say it is about cross-subsidization. But in the case where people are coming from outside, the metro cities can't carry that burden all by themselves, so there should be a greater slice of the pie going to metros. And I know Johannesburg are using much more. By the way, I did a little calculation. I showed the chairperson, my colleague, the 1,600 cubic meters basically means 1.6 trillion liters of water a year that you extract from the Vaal. 1.6 trillion. It's 1.6 2 noughts plus 9 more, just to give an example. That's how much we are wasting. And I think if you do the calculation further in terms of world standards, then in Joburg and Gauteng, we are using about 60 to 80 liters of water per day more than the world norm. And of course, you need to take into consideration our temperatures and our climate, but we're still using far more than what we should be using.
I just have one or two quick comments. I think both presentations really excellent, and maybe next time we should start with them now that we've received them, because it gave us quite a nice, not just a high level, but maybe a somewhat more objective presentation of what the situation is. So I think, team, maybe for the next agenda we start there. I'm interested to know, Misa, about the operation, or rather cooperation, with your organization or your agency and the different municipalities. What are the kind of stumbling blocks, etc.? That's the first one. And then in terms of Rand Water, I know so many of the issues are structural, but I wonder if Rand Water is looking at different, more creative ways to assist parts of the municipalities to make your lives easier. So I'll be specific. I mentioned earlier, you might have been in the room, that there's an underutilization of National Treasury conditional grants. Maybe not necessarily fully in Gauteng, but there's a lot of grants we can use for those infrastructure developments. I mentioned earlier quasi-public-private partnerships, etc., etc. Because right now, I think everybody's at a bit of a loss because there's so much that needs to be done and no one really knows where to start. So I'm just interested to know how Rand Water interacts with municipalities, if there is that kind of more out-of-the-box kind of thinking. Or is it the more you guys need to do this, you need to do that? And maybe also we need to look at, and I mean, I say this also as a climate activist, there's almost no climate resilience planning in and you saw this today, well, some, but not much, climate resilience planning in different municipalities. And it really is quite a shocking thing. I mean, South Africa, I think it's even worse now. A few years ago, ranked as the 30th driest country in the world. And I mean, that goes to show you there are desert countries that rank obviously in the first few, but it means we're a very dry country. So that's another part. And then my last question to Rand Water is around advocacy work in schools, in universities, etc. Because so often people take for granted when they open the tap that water comes out of it, and they don't quite understand how and why we got there. So just some interesting points there from you guys. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start first with the private-public partnerships. We have ventured into a lot or a few of those in the past, and we've worked with a few municipalities and a few private companies, and the results had been good. We worked mainly on the war on leaks kind of products, where we were working inside the houses. But they were kind of pilot projects with the hope that once we have seen the successes, then obviously they can be rolled out. But it's been not easy for the municipalities to come forth, I think, because of the limited budget, because at the end of the day, we didn't want to be spoon-feeding. We cannot afford to do that, to be spoon-feeding the municipalities. So the idea would be, okay, how much are you putting down? And then Rand Water will bring some money as well, maybe rent to rent, and then we will secure a private partnership. But we only did that a couple of times, and then it just faded because of the hardships within the municipalities. It was actually very difficult for the municipalities to come up with, to support such arrangements. And then we have a team that does the advocacy work that you spoke about. We have a WaterWise team, and their main work is to teach our customers on how to use water wisely. And they target mainly primary schools. I'm not sure if they really go into varsities and high schools. But I know we target primary children, primary schools, and we do a lot of advocacy work there. And then I think Chantal wants to take the rest.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to respond to the question about engagement with municipalities regarding alternative sources. As Rand Water, we are also looking and focusing on alternative sources. We take that very serious, the development of alternative sources, to the extent that we've actually developed strategic pillars around, and that's one of the strategic pillars that we've identified. It's also part of our CE's KPIs that he has to meet. Alternative sources that we're looking at is not just the borehole type of projects, but even effluent reuse, so that you can minimize the need for freshwater sources and reuse the effluent treated water from wastewater treatment plants, for more of the industrial type consumption, thereby reducing the need for fresh water. So those are the type of projects that we are looking at. We are, with some of our municipalities have engaged us, and they have entered into MOUs with us to develop these type of projects further. I can think of two at this stage. Ekurhuleni municipality with the ERVAT has looked at the effluent reuse project that they've entered into agreement with us for that development. We've also signed an MOU with Joburg Water, and that's some of the work that we also involved in. Those are the two I can think of. There could be others, but those are the two that I'm aware of. The question about finding more creative ways to assist municipalities, I think this project 1600 was one of the ways that we thought, it's providing it's a scientific basis. It provides the evidence. In terms of what some of the major issues are. It pinpoints where exactly the problem areas are, and in doing so, we're then able to not, when we started the program, municipalities would come and give us feedback, for example, about their water demand management strategy. But by, going into this type and being more involved and going to this level of detail, we are able to keep them accountable in terms of what are you doing specifically in those areas where the consumption is excessive, not just telling us and rambling off a water demand strategy which is not very effective. So in doing so, this is one of the ways that we are doing to keep them, or a creative way to keep them more accountable. Then Mama Rena has explained about the advocacy work. We do have a WaterWise team, not only in the schools, but also for adult education. And you'll always find us in the malls, also looking at, promoting how we could use water more efficiently, the gardens and WaterWise gardens. And so those type of advocacy programs are running. Those were the questions I took note of, if that's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Over to Misa, very quickly.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the comments on the overview that we have provided. The question that is posed to Misa is on the impact, the stumbling blocks that MISA is experiencing in terms of the support that we are providing to municipalities. I'll just mention a few. I've already mentioned one. There's generally a saying to say, MISA, you are in municipalities, but municipalities, when it comes to infrastructure management in general, when I say infrastructure management, I'm referring to both planning, implementation, and maintenance of infrastructure. It is said MISA are in municipalities, but municipalities continue to perform dismally. Why is it so? And that it is so because our support to municipalities is, as the word says, support, which means there are certain areas that cannot take off unless a municipality does something. For an example, I've raised the issue of procurement. If the municipality does not undertake its supply chain management processes as they're supposed to, and there are delays of appointments, then projects cannot be implemented. And if projects cannot be implemented, it means we can't provide our core business, which is project management and contract management support to municipalities. So, stumbling block number one, key for us, is procurement issues. And beneath the procurement issues, of course, is adherence to planning timeframes, where municipalities want to plan and implement the projects in the same year. However, the second one is around the technical advice that we do, because that is our mandate as well as MISA, to provide technical advice to municipalities. The non-adherence to such technical advice is a problem, because you sit down with the municipality, you discuss with them critical areas of improvement, what needs to be done, and then come implementation of those decisions that are undertaken, you'll find that the municipality is not responding appropriately. That becomes a problem. And then it comes to a question as to whether does MISA therefore have teeth? You know, we've been discussing this for quite some time, that if a municipality doesn't cooperate, do you have teeth that you can compel municipalities to comply with certain requirements? And this then brings into question to say MISA doesn't have a legislative basis that can compel municipalities to undertake certain activities. Let me just make an example. If, for example, in the MIG framework, we were to say a municipality is not supposed to implement a project that has not gone through a proper planning process, and here is a tool that has been developed for municipalities to comply with the planning process, then municipalities will comply because it's in the DORA. It's part of the conditions within the DORA framework. I'm just citing that as an example of legislative arm that can compel municipalities to respond to the technical advice that we give. So that non-responsiveness is a concern for us. Again, if municipalities don't budget for operations and maintenance, which is a problem, what we do, we assist municipalities to develop O&M plans, for example. An O&M plan is nothing if it can't be implemented. So you have an O&M plan that has been developed, but now you need budget in order to implement such a plan. And as you have heard in the presentations that have happened, if anything happens with the finances of the municipalities, the first cut happens on budget for operations and maintenance. So that becomes a problem. The last one is the absence of warm bodies in municipalities. Somehow municipalities take the presence of MISA as a replacement of their responsibility to have warm bodies. Because as MISA, we believe that we are to provide what we refer to as a pairing support, which means there must be a warm body in the municipality to work with and transfer skills and handhold in terms of undertaking their proper engineering activities. But if there are no warm bodies, then it creates a problem. It creates a sense of dependency where a municipality, because a MISA representative is there, an engineer or a town planner, then there's sort of that laxity of municipalities not appointing, knowing that there is a MISA representative to support. And that is not helping the municipality over time. So I think those are the few stumbling blocks, Chair, that I can indicate. But the one of a legislative arm, I think it's a very serious one. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we will also, like I said, in the future have better engagements, and I was also just having a chat with our team. Please also invite the Portfolio Committee to your various events because we're always interested in seeing these different issues from different perspectives. and seeing how we can be more hands-on. So we'd really appreciate that moving forward. I really want to thank both colleagues from MISA and Ranort. I want to release you, but there is dinner, so please, if you would like, on your way out, please help yourself. With that, members, I'm actually going to close on this particular agenda point. I'm going to move very quickly to the second last, in fact, pretty much the last, and that is the presentation from the department on the provincial appropriation adjustment bills. Shall we start with eGov to give CoGTA a minute to breathe, or do you want to start with CoGTA? Yeah, and then we can move from there. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We want to make a point that we are informed by the framework for strategic plans and annual performance plans, including treasury regulations, for us to do adjustments. But the major object of doing this is to ensure that we ease the spending pressures among certain programs and from a perspective of APP, but also take into account the Auditor General's comment and to ensure that at the end of the day we do comply with the principle of the SMART principle. In terms of this department, we have not done major budget adjustments during this period. However, even though we did not do any material changes, we did internal movement amongst the programs themselves. And the HOD will then table a detailed presentation thereof. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Chair, good evening once again, and good evening to the members. Chair, as indicated by MEC, we are just sharing with the Portfolio Committee any of the adjustments made to the APP, that is for the current year, 2022-2023, but then also the adjustments to any of the budgets in terms of the current financial year anyway. So, Chair, what we are saying, and MEC has put that into perspective, whilst as a department you can make adjustments at the mid-year to your APP, as long as it's in line with the strategical plan of the department did not make any adjustments to the APP. It was not necessary to make any adjustments. We would ordinarily use the process to see whether there's adjustments to be made in line with the regularity audit of the AG, but there was no need for any adjustments to the APP. Chair, when it comes to the adjusted appropriation bill, as MEC indicated, the movements was internal movements, and it affected two programs, as we indicated there. The amounts were very immaterial. We did not ask for any additional funds from the Treasury. We did not ask for an increased allocation from Treasury or a reduction. So if you look at the two programs, which is administration and development planning, there was an amount of 1.4 million that have moved between the two programs. And then if you look at the next part, Chair, the overall adjustment is actually just over 4 million. So if you look at 4 million in comparison with the overall budget of the department, that is immaterial, and it is allowed. So, Chair, if you just look at that, primarily what it means for us, we needed to pay for Microsoft licenses, so we had to make some adjustments internally, and then obviously there was an amount of 1.2 million that was shifted from goods and services. So the 3.5 plus the 1.2 gives you 4.7 million, and that was the only adjustments that was made. So nothing relating to CapEx, nothing, it was just internal movements, Chair. And Chair, that concludes the presentation, that's all.
Excellent, thank you. Members, as Sizwe also indicated, a lot of these are retrospective already. Is there anything from members? Are we comfortable? Yeah, and I think we also did deal with it in our analysis as well. MEC, thank you very much. If you're comfortable, we're happy to move to eGov PAAB analysis from you, or presentation rather.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think with regard to eGov, I want to make the following overview, that our annual appropriation budget was at 1.6 billion to fund personal costs, operational costs, and existing contracts. The major cost drivers of our budget are the following: the Gauteng broadband network, GBN, cloud service for GPG department, software licenses, SEP, ERP for GPG departments, CETA legacy services, BAS and PESAL, Security Operations Center, SOC, so to say, GPG email archiving and security, partnership with higher institutions. During 2022-23 adjustment budget, the department received rollover funds of 45 million, largely contributed by GBN funds, and therefore our budget was adjusted to 1.7 million with the inclusion of this rollover. The department also implemented various shift and environments within and over the programs to finance shortfalls and underspending in certain items. These shifted environments were approved by Provincial Treasury in line with Section 43 of PFMA. The CFO will, in this regard, present a detail of this overview as such. Thank you very much, Chair.
Am I to take that was the presentation, or are we going to hear from the acting HOD?
Now the CFO can proceed. CFO, proceed.
Can the presentation be flighted, but you can start speaking to it?
Okay. Good afternoon. Oh, how do you do it? Okay. All right. Good afternoon, and honorable members, Chairperson. Yeah, they'll be projecting now. I'll be presenting the adjustment budget summary. As the MEC has indicated that at the beginning of the financial year, the department was allocated an amount of 1.6 billion. We then had movements in terms of the budgets that we've shifted within. In fact, our budget just increased by 45.5 million. That 45.5 million was basically made of environments, rollovers that we've received from, if you can just go to the next slide. Yes, thank you. The budget increased by 45.5 million, basically as a result of rollovers that we've received. And those rollovers are largely contributed by the last payments that we could not process at the end of the financial year. That is related to GBN, as well as the conclusion of the other projects, such as your SEP support, the 7th floor refurbishment, as well as the laptops. So if you look at the next slide then gives you a picture in terms of where we were sitting at the beginning of the financial year in terms of our main appropriation. And we then received that particular rollovers of 45.5 million. And within the programs, we then implemented different shifts, environments, in relation to what we were moving around to finance the shortfalls as well as the underspending in programs. So in total, Chair, our then budget then moved from 1.6 billion to 1.7 billion, basically because of the additional funding that we've received of 45 million. We did not request additional funding from Treasury during the adjustment budget, and there was no additional funding that was allocated other than the rollovers. If we move to the next slide, the next slide then provides you with the details in terms of
the movements that were done in within, as we indicated previously, that we've received 45.6 million and shifting our budget to 1.7 billion. And basically, the additional funding that we've received is for Gauteng Broadband Network. This is the last payment that we could not pay at the end of the financial year because of the timing difference, the time that we received the invoice from CoGTA, as well as the e-mobility services, that is the set support. The amount that was remaining was 1.6 at the end of the year. We were busy with the refurbishment of the 7th floor, and the amount that was left was 9.8 million. Laptops, we did not conclude our procurement process, and all these were then requested to Provincial Treasury so that they can then roll over these amounts, and the rollover was then approved, totaling to that 45.6 billion. What we've also done within the compensation of employees, we've reduced by 14.1 million. Basically, the reason for that is to fund the departmental communication cost, your cell phones and so forth, as well as the 5 million to fund ICT initiatives. That includes the project that are aligned to the emerging GPG and eGov priorities. We know that we had projects that are related to 100 days, so we had to find funds within so that we can then finance those particular projects. So we then allocated about 5 million to that. Further to that, under ICT, we then shifted about 2.1 million into household transfers. That was related to payment for leave gratuities, as we know that it is basically difficult for you to budget for leave gratuities because you don't know who will be resigning at the given point. So this is the amount that we've then allocated during the adjustment budget. That was meant for resignations, any retirement during that particular period. And we have then reallocated about 257 million shifted within goods and services so that we can then fund capital expenditure that is related to machinery and equipment, basically because of the capital payments that we had to process, hence the movement of that particular amount. In the next slide, we are then looking at a program level as to the impact in terms of the adjustment budget. You'll see that the program main appropriation was 260 million. So we then added the rollovers of about 22.9 million in this program, and then shifted around the funds from different sub-programs into other sub-programs within the program. And the net effect will then be that this program has increased to about 267 million. And if we move to the next slide, which then depicts in terms of program 2, the shifts that we have done in program 2. Program 2 opened with 1.2 billion, and we've then added the rollovers of 22.6 million, and then the program then ended up with 1.3 billion after the shifts. I think the presentation just cut it off. But in terms of the presentation that has been distributed, the program then increased to 1.3 billion after we have done all the environments and shifts. This is the economic classification that then shows the level of the shifts and rollovers that we've effected. You'll see that we have increased the goods and services under this program with 22.6 million. This is basically as a result of the rollovers that we have received. And within the environments that we have done, either reducing your compensation of employees, as well as reducing goods and services with 236 million. And we've then increased that on machinery and equipment so that we can then be able to pay for capital payments that are related to some of our core upgrades that were processed in that period. That also includes the items that we have budgeted for that are related to capital expenditure. So this then program then shifted to 1.3 as indicated in the previous slide. The last program, which is program 3, in program 3, it's a very small program in terms of the allocation. Basically, most of the allocation is for salaries. This program, the main appropriation was 132 million. We did not add any funding in terms of the environments that we've received. They were just shift where we shifted around. We've reduced the sub-program debt administration and then increased the sub-program, which is HR administration, with that 286. So this program did not increase in terms of the budget allocation that was allocated under this program of that 132 million. I think, Chair, the next one, it's just the trends in terms of our revenue. Just to indicate that at the end, during the adjustment budget, what was our revenue that we've collected? We would have planned that we'll collect the revenue, and what we have collected during the period, it's about 440,000 as at the 30th of September, as compared to 370,000 that was collected in 2022. You'll see that there's an increase in terms of the revenue collection. And we are also highlighting that some of our gym, which was part of the revenue that we've collected, because of the suspension of the gym operations as a result of COVID, we did not realize any revenue in that particular stream of revenue. Under the financial transactions and liabilities, a total of 123 million has been collected as at the end of September, compared to 193,000 collected in the same period, which is 21-22. And what we are also highlighting here, Chair, is that the over collection is as a result of staff debt recoveries that we've recovered from the prior year's expenditure that has been recouped in the current year. And I think the last slides, Chair, we are just showing here the expenditure to date. We know that perhaps maybe this will be presented in the third quarter, but we thought maybe let's show you where we are sitting to date in terms of our expenditure. You'll see that as at the 17th of February, our expenditure is sitting at 73%. And we have various programs that will make sure that our target is to spend about 95% of the allocated budget. So there is quite a number of invoices that will be processed from now until the end of the financial year. We have connected a number of sites. We're just waiting for CoGTA to provide us with those invoices so that we can then pay those invoices and increase our expenditure. So we thought we should then provide the committee in terms of the expenditure. And this is where we are sitting on economic classification. You'll see that compensation of employees to date, we have spent 83%. Under goods and services, we spend 83% as well. That is the bulk of our budget sits under goods and services. And on the payment for capital assets, we are sitting at 25%. And Chair, you note that on the transfers and subsidies, even though we are sitting at 8%, this budget will be fully spent because we do have a contract with the University of Johannesburg. So the terms of that contract is that we'll pay once per financial year, that is in March. So we're expecting to receive an invoice from March from the University of Johannesburg of 23 million, and then we'll pay that. So that item will spend 100% of the item. And I think that's the end of the presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, is there anything you'd like to ask? Let me also say that those who are not needed now from your team, MEC, are welcome to dinner while we just close up this process. All right, Member Diaga has a point. I think that's it for now.
Just in terms of the overall spending on the last page, apart from the university fees, the license, whatever, that must be paid, the overall budget spend looked quite low at 83% on average. Will that increase over the next 6 weeks, or are you looking at an overall spending of 83%? What will happen to the other 17%? What are we doing wrong that we are looking at 83% spending? Because I do think that there is a lot more that we can do as a department, especially as we're moving into a digitization space. I think, you know, a department like eGov has the opportunity to really do magic things. And I think you guys are a lot cleverer than us, but you have to show it to us so we can believe. The Premier was talking about corruption and how you can streamline processes through digitization to curb procurement issues that we do have, tender processes. And if it's all digitized, it can be just so much more advantageous to the communities. And again, I think about issues that you can do especially around SAPs. I don't know to what extent we can interfere or assist, but you know, if you just think about police records, the digitization thereof, the cross-referencing of cases, all of that can really assist. But if we're not spending 100% of the budget, it won't happen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have 1 or 2 very quick questions. Regarding the 45.5 million rollover, what's the progress made on the capital projects that you earmarked for the funds? And number 2, regarding the payment for the capital assets, that increase of 270 million, if I'm correct, what informed the shift of funds? And basically, what are the capital assets that you're funding from this allocation? All good?
Thank you. You will help me. You are saying 5 million to fund initiatives and projects emerging GPG and eGov priorities. And I say 100 days. 100 days. What I don't understand is this 100 days. Where do you begin to calculate the 100 days? Is it after reshuffling or 2019 or when? Can you explain from me? Thank you.
Right, let's get some response.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think if we start with the question of the 100 days, Chair, you'll remember that this adjustment budget was done in October, November. So the 100 days started immediately when the shift of new MECs, when the new MEC was then appointed at the department. So fortunately at that time, we were busy with the adjustment budget process. And there were programs which were allocated to the MEC, and those programs needed to be completed within the 100 days. So what we then did was to, because there was no additional funding that we would receive from Treasury, we were then expected to rearrange our budget, to reprioritize and identify items that are underspending so that we can then finance those 100 days activities. Chair, in all, from the 100 days, you'll then move to 6 months and 18 months and so forth. So we then set aside these funds so that we can then target those programs and finish those programs. So during the adjustment budget, that's some of the funding that was allocated is that 5 million relating to the 100 days activities. And those activities then overlapped into 6 months and so forth. And some of those activities will be concluded by the end of this current financial year, which is March. That then links up to where we are in terms of spending. Because in relation to spending, correctly so that we are currently sitting at 73%,
But as I indicated that we, as part of the 100 days and the 6 months and so forth, we have increased the number of sites that we needed to connect. And as of yesterday, we are sitting, in fact, our target was 65 sites that we needed to connect, which were not part of our APP at the beginning. So as we are, as of yesterday, we have connected already 60 sites. And that 60 sites, we are waiting for invoices from CoGTA. And we will be receiving these invoices from Monday, which CoGTA, they have concluded their internal process so that they can give us those invoices. Those invoices they total to more than 90 million, which will then contribute towards us increasing our expenditure from 73% to above 80%. In addition to that, we have an EA agreement, which is Microsoft agreement. In the Microsoft agreement, we pay at the beginning of each year, calendar year, not the financial year. So we have not paid Microsoft as yet, and it's one of the projections which is sitting about 80 million that we'll pay. And that particular 80 million will also contribute in terms of increasing our expenditure. So those are some of the areas that we are looking at increasing our expenditure. And we are also concluding some of our projects that were part of the 100 days and the 60 and the 6 months and so forth. And those projects will also contribute in making sure that we reach our target, which our target is that we must spend about 95% of our budget. So that's what we are planning overall in terms of the spending. In relation to the progress of capital projects, basically in terms of our APP, we have planned to upgrade our core sites. We have, I think, about 8 core sites, if I'm not mistaken, in general, which is related to GBN. So every year we upgrade those core sites, increasing the capacity of the GBN core sites. So we would have implemented that in the current financial year, just before the adjustment budget. Hence, that's why we then moved funding from goods and services into capital. Because normally, we don't want to allocate budget at the beginning of the financial year, and then you find that the capital expenditure or the capital project is not concluded. Then that means we have underspent on capital budget. So once we know that the capital project is about to be concluded, we then shift the funds from goods and services to finance that capital project. So the adjustment budget then catered for that movement, because those projects would have then been concluded at that time before the adjustment budget. Hence, the transfer of that money from goods and services, moving it to capital payments. So generally, all those capital projects were then concluded just before the adjustment budget, hence the movement of the funding and so forth. So there are just few capital projects which I did indicate is the sites that we've just concluded now, which the expenditure would then be recorded under the amount that we've moved from goods and services into capital project. I think I've responded to most of the questions, unless my colleagues will want to add. Yeah.
The issue of digitalization, which I think in our APP and elevated project, it's one of the focus area in which even the MEC is pushing us and putting us in terms. So we just, unfortunately, we are not presenting that presentation today. So we'll have given outline on all of them, which we are working on them, reporting quarterly to MEC and HOD how far we are. So maybe in the next meeting, we can share that presentation and the progress therefore.
Yeah, maybe just to add on that, it has to do more of the elevated priorities, because after our appointment, We looked at what is in the APP and what can be elevated as areas of prioritization. To that extent, you'll have issues that relate to e-panic button, for instance, issues that relate to drones, CCTVs, the face recognition, car detection, car registration detections, and all of those particular issues which falls within that. And I think the emphasis there is that we have a project management team that we put in place that's working on these issues and including the expenditure to these particular issues. But I think we shared a question that you asked at the beginning, and that's the question that we're going to an EMT, executive management meeting with them. It was supposed to be Friday. I've moved it to Monday. That question is going to be asked because we don't want projections only to find out we say to committee, no, we'll spend 100%. And come next time when we come here, we give you stories instead of saying, indeed, we spent 100%. So you are empowering us through that particular question so that when we're with them, we say, remember what the committee said. So let's be practical and be certain that the outstanding amounts are going to be indeed spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Is that burning? I want to move. Okay, very quickly, I'll give you a minute.
MEC, you may not have prepared for what I'm going to say. After reconfiguration, they've put research and development within the portfolio. When does the department start budgeting for that, or maybe what is the form and content of it? Thank you. You may not respond today. Okay, gentlemen, thanks.
But maybe, MEC, we must have a strategic plan discussion around it. Then you can brief us properly in the next meeting. Okay,
No, the issue of research, I know that a lot of people thought when you talk research, you're talking a department or something of that nature. No, it is not. If you look at the Gazette after the reconfiguration, it categorized research as a function added to the department. Therefore, we're going to remain with the two departments, which is CoGTA and eGov. Research becomes a function. And how we interpreted it is that because the eGov largely deals with technology and the tools and innovation that we have to put in place, research must be seen in that particular context. What we are not going to do is to take research functions of different departments and we are not going to, because we'll collapse the state if you go that route. Everything else remain. We gave it a definition. We said research in the context of the innovation that we have to do in the eGov. For instance, if health wants a particular technology, it is upon us to go research, prototype that product, and then send it over to, or we can go to them and say, in the course of the relationship that we have with institutions of higher learning, and we have found the following, which we think can help department. Remember, strategically, one of our work is to digitalize the functions of government and make them efficient and so on. So in the process of doing that, it is research in that particular context. But you are right, because even officials, I found some of them were thought like we're going to create a department, and we can't do that because it will collapse us. Maybe in some years to come, but not now. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, MEC. That also assists us, and I think we must also communicate that to the legislature so that also the name of this committee can make sense now. Thank you very much for that, MEC. I'm happy to release you guys for dinner. We're going to finish up in the next 5 minutes, but thank you very much to both departments and your team. We'll see you on the other side in the dining hall. Honorable members, there's no resolution tracking. There's no NCOP bills. There's no petitions. To my knowledge, there's no correspondence either. I'm going to hand over to Jabu to give us an international study tour update, and then we can almost close.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Chair,
With regards to the international conference, all systems are in place in the legislature. The paperwork, the motivations are done. And thank you, Chairperson, for your intervention. You did speak to the Chief's office, and with your intervention, the motivation has moved. We have done the addendum, and the motivation has been signed. The only thing that we are waiting for now is the forms from from Venice, where the conference is taking place, because we said they will be opening from the 28th of February. So we are waiting for the 28th to get the forms, and then we register members, and then we'll take it from there. Thanks.
Right, so basically we're all fine. We'll keep everybody updated once we've registered everybody. And yeah, we continue to make sure it's a process. Because yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be Venice, Italy. Yeah, we're going to Venice, and then I did have a good conversation with the CFO yesterday, so everything seems to be under control, but I'll keep members updated as well. The meeting is officially adjourned, and we'll see everybody next week for the 3rd of March. Otherwise, good luck for those who are debating. Thank you.